4 minutes away from start. Exhibitors, bring your calves up, please. 4 minutes away from start time. Everybody gets in their positions and ready to go. We're going to be underway in 4 minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, John Copthorne here at the BC 2023 Spring Show here in Chilliwack, BC. I'm joined with Orville Schmidt from Rollyview, Alberta. Orville and I are going to broadcast the Holstein BC Spring Show. And that's just about ready to bring in our first class. That's going to kick off a great day. Approximately 185 Holsteins are going to be paraded through the ring. Judge Callum McKibben, assisted by his son-in-law, Steve Gloud. They're going to be doing the judging here today. Orville, we had a great Jersey show yesterday. It was approximately 80 head in the show, but the quality was unbelievable, and we had a couple of herds up from Oregon that done well, didn't they?
They did very well. We had a cow that ended up being grand here. Was down. Anyone that goes down to the Jersey show in Louisville, she was reserve grand down there a few months ago and looked the part today. And if nothing goes sideways, this won't be the last time you see her out this year. And but yeah, they put on a great show here yesterday. And those were like you said, Madison-bound cattle that were ready to go. But yeah, we're good to hear you all this morning again, and good to see that you're on board. And you got two guys here that have faces for radio, so we'll try to keep you entertained as lightly as we can.
Yeah, that's right. $125,000 was divvied up for the jerseys yesterday. The boys from Oregon, one took over $30,000, and the other took over $40,000. So a bunch of happy fitters and work crew that were loading up here this morning on their trip home.
I tried to buy the dollar at 50 cents, but they didn't go for it last night.
So good. So today we're running for $250,000 in cash awards. Today we'll keep you apprised of all the tickets, but $20,000 is going to go to the Grand Champion cow, and $10,000 for the Reserve Champion, and $20,000 for Exhibitor and Breeder. So lots on the line today, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you can stick with us throughout the day or pop in and out. We're going to give you updates as we go along. If you've had to pop out of the office and get away from your computer or your phone for a bit, we'll try and keep bringing you some prior results throughout the day so that when you log back in, you can do it. Also, I believe Cosmo's got a results page on their website and a Facebook page as well. So should be a good day. We're looking forward to a very stiff competition here today. And we're about ready to get underway with our first calf class here today.
Yes, I think that's they're starting to get them in the hitching ring, and we'll give you as much information as we can and try to keep you posted and tell you a story or two, and we'll have fun today.
She's going to sing both national anthems.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all exhibitors and spectators and everybody, if you take your positions, please, we're about ready to get underway. We got an opening ceremony here that we'd love to do. We're going to recognize our beautiful and wonderful country's national anthem. So we'll just take a pause here and we'll have our national anthem and we'll get underway with today's show.
Oh boy. Is it on? Check. Is it?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Whenever? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North, strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Nikki Meyer a wonderful round of applause. Great renditions of the U.S. and Canadian national anthem. What a way to kick off today's event, ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 BC Holstein Spring Show. Welcome to the Heritage Park in downtown Chilliwack. It's going to be a fabulous day. 185 Holsteins are going to be paraded in front of Mr. Kellen McKibben from Quebec. He's going to be assisted by his son-in-law, Steve Glaude. They're going to be doing the judging duties here today. Unbelievable lineup. We got some fabulous sponsors that we are going to have supporting us throughout the day. It's going to be a great day. We sit back. We're going to be broadcast all over the world on our live web here, and we'll also keep you up to date on ringside. So it's going to be an action pack. We got $250,000 that we're going to share up here today. $20,000 is going to go to our grand champion cow and $10,000 for our reserve champion cow. One of the highest payouts that we're going to see in the dairy industry right here in downtown Chilliwack. So if we can have our first class assembled and ready to go, we want to get underway and get things done sharply here. Well, let's bring in our fall heifer class. That's going to be September 1 to November 30th of 2022. We'd like to thank Richie Smith Feeds for sponsoring our first class. Richie Smith Feeds, thank you very much for your sponsorship and your support here today. I'm going to go throughout the day and mention many, many, many wonderful sponsors that have stepped up so that we can put on one of the richest paydays here in dairy industry right here in downtown Chilliwack. So it's going to be a great day. Looking forward to some stiff competition, and we're going to turn things over ringside and we'll get underway with our first class, the fall heifer class.
John, we can't hear you in the mic.
No, I think that the sound's not on in this area.
Rob? Testing.
It's coming through my phones.
Can we hear it in here? Mic check, mic check.
All right, we got everything organized here as you getting on the screen here, coming into the ring. Entry 101. This is Tyview Milano Jalisa, exhibited by Caitlin Title, she being a Milano daughter. These are their youngest, coming in youngest to oldest. This is a calf born early October. 101.
Next entry into the ring on the screen there is entry 102, the Hamming Master Darlena. She's a Golden Oaks Master daughter. She's coming in at born on the 28th of September. Hamming Holstein's the exhibitor.
Followed in by 102A, West Coast Picasso Aspen, a Picasso daughter out of the great lad cow they got in the string there. She's exhibited by Hamming Holsteins, and you will see red and whites coming out with the black and whites today. We will recognize them for their contribution to the show, but they will be showing with the black and whites. 102A.
Yeah, she's a Picasso out of that great lad Aspen cow who's sitting in the string at West Coast. You'll see the dam of this calf coming out later on today. She also went through the West Coast tag sale on Wednesday night. Bought her there and brought her down to the show ring. You're going to see quite a few cattle in the show here today that went through that sale. And another example of that is West Coast Showtime 80. She's a Defiant, out of the Defiant Addison cow. She's a Showtime daughter. She also went through the sale, and that's Arete Farms.
103 on the screen now is Stanton's chief daughter coming from Wedgwood. Stanhope Wedgwood breeding her an owner out of the Sidekick cow. 103.
104, Silver Maple Break Shot. She's exhibited by T&L Cattle Company out of the Catwalk cow. That's entry 104, Silver Maple.
Silver Maple, the Cuthbert prefix from Vancouver Island. 105, Robella Alligator Acacia, exhibited by the Benbees, an alligator out of a gold one.
We got exhibitors from all four western provinces, and we also got exhibitor up from Washington State as well, so we're well represented. We're going to go to 105 now, 105, and that is the Hamming Master Do-Over. Hamming Master Do-Over, exhibited by Hamming Holstein. She's a master daughter out of a Goldwyn, and she also went through the tag sale on Wednesday night.
Lot 106 is Spruce Tone Dock Rock, an R&F livestock entry, a King Dock out of a high octane cow. R&F coming out to us from northern Saskatchewan. Happy to be in the nice Green Valley of British Columbia.
And entry 107, another animal exhibited by Hamming Holstein. She's a Blonde and Energy daughter out of a splendid cow. She's a 13th of September calf.
Coming in at 108. Coming in at 108 there. We've got on who we got on the screen there. I don't believe that's 108, is it? 108 is a Peak Axel daughter, Zesson Axel Maria, exhibited by Robinson, Van Drager, Boonstoppel, and Prospect.
Yeah, going to have to follow along with us right today, Orville. There's been lots of exhibitor changes here, so there's been some trading going on in the barn, so bear with us. We got lots of updates for you on that.
Okay, see, we had a late entry there. They messed us up, so...
looks like a Fisher entry. That's 106 that's coming in. That's the Spruce Tone Dock Rock heifer.
Okay, Okay.
She's a king dock out of that high octane cow,
Okay,
and she's born on the 13th of September.
And then the next one will be the Hamming entry, the Blonde and Energy daughter from a Vogue Splendid Samara cow. That be following that calf. Who's on the screen there
There's
now?
Kenton. I believe that would be 109.
No, Kenton would be.
109 right there.
Keaton is 108, I believe.
Yeah, Keaton.
Keaton is 108, yep. We might have the odd scratch in there, so we will try to keep you updated as good as we can. Is that? Can you see his number on? Because 111 is Big Willem. So. The girl, what's on the girls? What's the girl's number? She's 110. What do we got there? Oh, that's... Okay, that, the young lady on the screen there now is 110, Primetime Limited Moonshine, a Bonnie Doon Dairy and Primetime Holstein. She's a limited daughter. That's 110. And Willem on the screen is 111, yeah.
Yep, William's going to be coming into the screen. It's a Lambda daughter by William Wickerink Farms, bred and owned. She's a 10th of September heifer.
Following her, the red heifer, being Nycrest Unstoppable Frappuccino. She's an unstoppable daughter out of the Fireball cow, exhibited by Nycrest Farms from British Columbia.
This heifer here is a Willswick Lambda daughter. She's out of an upright Laura Lee, exhibited again by William Wickerink Farms. She's 6th of September.
Following her is Rockledge Sylvia King Dock, Starcrest Farms, a King Dock. Exhibit 114. That's 115 there. That's another Benby.
Following her is 115, coming from Benby Holsteins out of Cron, Saskatchewan. Here's a Stanton's Chief daughter. She's born on the 3rd of September.
Number 116 following Benby will be Elmbridge Avenger Evie, and an Avenger daughter, exhibited by Barry, Heath, and Title. The ring will be full here, John. We've still got 4 or 5 to come in, and we've got quite a stretch of calves out here already. Ridley.
117, she's a sidekick out of the Eunuchs from Stanhope Wedgwood off the island. She's born on the 2nd of September. That was 117.
Yeah, getting into our full-age calves here. Following Ridley will be 118. Be the Mossnang entry. Mossnang bred entry. Mossnang Allegiant roll call. A Brabantdale Allegiant daughter out of an altitude, exhibited by T&L Cattle.
Right there is Ridley's. That's 117. We're getting 118 into the ring. We're going to have close to 25 or 30 calves in this fall calf class.
118, yeah, that's the red calf. That'll be the roll call.
All right, there's 118. 118 is the Elegant T&L Cattle Company. 2nd of September, born date.
Following her is 119, Skycomish Tattoo Eleanor, a crushed tattoo daughter from the herd coming up from Washington, the Michael and Jessica Oliver. Welcome to Canada.
There's entry 120, an exhibit by Robella and West Coast. Robella and West Coast have teamed up on this Lambda daughter. She's out of a sidekick. She's a full-age September 1 calf. Entry number 120.
And following her will be the 121, Tumeyer Sertoli Leila, a Sertoli daughter from T&L Cattle. That'll round out our class of 21 fall calves.
Large class to kick us off on our quest throughout the day to divvy out $250,000 in prize money. It's going to be an exciting day. We hope you follow along with us, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are throughout the world. We're getting lots of texts from people down east and throughout the United States. Everybody clicking in to see how things are going out here in BC. And right now, we got our fall calf class in, and these calves, right now, they're going to be shooting for an $800 first prize award. First prize award is going to be $800, right down to $100 to 8th place. Good payout there. And then our junior champion will be vying for a $10,000 grand champion check, $5,000 for our reserve grand champion here in our junior champion division. Again, we've got Callum McKibben from Quebec is judging, and he's assisted by his able and loving and wonderful son-in-law, Steve Cloud. Many times Callum has been out here. I think he was telling me this is approximately his 5th trip out to BC to judge either a spring or a fall show with a P&E, and always welcome. He does a wonderful job, and looking forward to seeing his talents throughout the day. It's got a large class to kick us off and a tough class to boot.
Yeah, many of these calves, or all of these calves, will be probably the first time out of the calf barn on the show circuit, and we'll see after today which ones we'll keep in the pen for the next show and which ones we have to replace. That'll be what some of these early spring shows are for.
So for a lot of you people that are sitting back throughout anywhere in North America or the world, and you're not quite sure where Chilliwack, BC is, we're right on the very west coast of Canada. We're about an hour away from the Pacific Ocean. We're on the west side of the Rocky Mountains, which poses a bit of a challenge. We have exhibitors from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, and also coming up from Washington. But a good 12 to 15 hour trip, up to 20 hours for guys from Manitoba. Take a couple days to get here over the Rocky Mountains, and springtime in the Rocky Mountains can pose some challenges with snowstorms and inclement weather. So these guys have done this trip before. They're seasoned veterans and know how to do the trip over the hill and have all the precautions and everything ready to go in case it gets held up for a few hours and such. So cattle arrived here approximately Monday morning, and here we are on Friday morning, and these cattle are in prime shape. I have 4 or 5 days to get some good feed and water into them and get on the program. Can't believe how these guys can haul these cattle such a far distance and have them looking so good.
They do a wonderful job, and I think it's probably a credit to the fact that it's not the first time they've made the trip. This is actually the 40 years ago that Holstein Canada held its first Holstein Canada convention out of Toronto, and it was held here in Vancouver right on the west coast. 1983, we had our first convention out of Toronto, and there was a huge show here in British Columbia that had 1,500 participants coming from all across Canada to see this great country. So those of you that may have not have been back since, it's definitely time to get out here again.
Yeah, that was quite a show. I remember being at that one.
You were just a pup then, Johnny. You were just a pup.
I was.
You were trying to be a big dog, if I remember correctly, but you didn't get that done.
I couldn't lift my leg high enough to compete with the bigger dogs. Yeah, that I believe that 83 was a cow out of Manitoba that was champion.
It was a cow from Alberta that I owned part of, as a matter of fact. That's why I brought it up. That's why I brought it up.
All right, yeah.
Great Orton Eby judged it that day. It was a wonderful, wonderful show. There was no doubt about it.
Yep, back at the old Peony Fairgrounds.
Yep. And if Dr. David still can remember, you were here too, Doc. He's been texting us and giving us critiques already early this morning, so he's using his rehabilitation time very, very wisely.
Yeah, if I recall back to that, he didn't drive a golf cart very good at that time. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they decided not to have Holstein shows after that. Kind of left it in a bit of a disrepair when all the cowboys left.
Yeah. The grounds were closed to cattle after that, yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Chilliwack Heritage Park 2023 BC Holstein Spring Show. We're underway with our first class here today. I'd like to thank Richie Smith Feeds for presenting our first class and sponsoring our first class. If you just come into the show ring, the gentlemen that are standing in the middle of the ring, Mr. Callum McKibben from Quebec is going to be doing the judging today. He's assisted by his son-in-law, Steve Bloud. Going to sort through all the cattle here today. Make sure that you get your catalog so you can get updated. We're going to be giving you quite a few updates throughout the day. There's quite a few changes on exhibitors and such, so follow along with us. We'll give you all the updates that we can as we get through the show here today. So sit back and enjoy. We got a concession that's going to be opened up later on the south side of the arena. Pop over to the Sumas Holstein Club. They've got a raffle going on for a beautiful quilt, and there's another concession back in the barn as well. So lots for you to do here today. You're going to see approximately 180 to 190 wonderful, wonderful Holsteins coming through the ring here today. $250,000 that we're vying for today. One of the largest cash prize shows that you'll ever see anywhere in the world, probably even in North America. This is going to be the premier show of the year, ladies and gentlemen. So sit back and enjoy. You're going to see some wonderful, wonderful quality type animals. And if you've got any questions or you want to see something else, let us know and we'll try and help you out any way we can. Richie Smith Feeds is our sponsor of our first class here today, the Fall Heifer class. If we can have our next class come up to the ring, please. Next class, if you can be in the hitch and ring to the exhibitors in the back barn, please. Summer yearlings, come on up.
All right, our judge is making his first row. Leading off the group at this point in time is the entry from 108 from Robinson, Van Drager, Boone, Stoppel, and Prospect, she being an Axel daughter. She followed immediately by a Robella entry, an Alligator.
What number is that?
105 and 104 in third. The Silver Maple Break Shot Catwalk from T&L Cattle. Those are our top three at this point in time, and he's making his initial row. Probably have 2 rows here before it's all going to be done. We've got 24 calves out there. Fourth spot's got Stanhope Wedgwood with their sidekick. And fifth spot's 121, the Sertoli from T&L Cattle. So T&L got a couple in the top hunt there. And
so right now we're approximately seeing about 30 days difference in age from youngest to oldest in this class. Yeah. That's about the way our program reads. Fairly tight matching for birth dates for a calf class like this.
Yep, and I think you can see it in the row. They're all kind of at that same stage, a little bit difference, but yeah, they're all getting ready to go.
Actually, when we go down the list, there's quite a mix of sires in this group. Not a real prevalent sire sticking out right now at this time, but Lambdins and is probably the most prevalent sire. I think there's 5 or 6 in the class that are by Lambda.
Lambda's a bull that tattoo blood, crushed blood. There's a little bit of that, but yeah, you're right, John. There's a pretty much wide selection of different sires in this group.
Just to give everybody a little heads up on what's going on here today, we'll get through our calf classes and we'll crown our junior champion. There'll also be a red and white division that we'll be doing as well. Then there's going to be a junior breeders herd as well, and best bred and owned in the junior breeder or junior division. Then we'll move into the cow classes. We'll get our intermediates done. We're approximately looking at about a 12 o'clock, and that would be West Coast time, Pacific time. 12 o'clock Pacific time. For you that can't do the calculation, you're 3 hours away if you're in Ontario and Quebec. So approximately 3 o'clock Eastern time, we'll be moving in with the cows and hopefully have things wrapped up by about 4 o'clock Pacific time here today. We got our intermediate champions, and they'll be vying for a lot of money. Then we'll get into the older cows, and there'll be a $20,000 grand champion check that's going to be handed out at that time. So Judge Callum has just had his look with his first poll. He wants to make sure that everybody's got the appropriate amount of time and analysis done on each animal.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good bunch there. We're going to be also recognizing the top two red and white calves in all the classes, or red and white females in all the classes, as they will vie for their red and white championship banner at the same time as our junior champion banner.
And that's why I brought Orville on here. He's our red and white expert and passionate about this red and white industry. He carries a little more passion than I do about the red and white. I just feel it's another Holstein, but it's a different color. But some people have a different opinion of that. But
anyway. We'll talk about that, Johnny. you got to pay attention when I tell you the next time. That's But yeah, no, they've those of you that can remember the Royal, the Reds did probably step up a notch last fall and competed very handily in the black and white show. And we talk about 40 years. It was 40 years ago we had a red cow win the Royal, and it happened again last fall. So they're there yet, Johnny. They're there. You're going to have to accept them eventually.
I accept them. I just don't
like them yet.
I just don't believe that we need to recognize them as separate. I'm all about inclusivity, and I'm not about.
Okay.
All right, we're leading off this fall calf cast with this entry 108. 108's got the first pole here. That's the Zessen heifer by Van Drager, Boonstoppel, and Prospect Holstein. She's the Axel daughter. And then now 104 is going to get bumped up a hole. 104 is make the move, and that's T&L Cattle Company now is in the second position.
Silver Maple Prefix, that's the prefix of our current Holstein Canada president. The Cuthbert's out on Vancouver Island, and if you look at the dam of this calf, she goes back to the cow that Butler's bought from him that he bred. That another great cow. As we noticed yesterday in the Jersey show, these great calves are coming out of great cow families. That's pretty cool.
Ridley Wickering popped up a hole. He's in number 3 with the sidekick daughter. With Stanhope Wedgwood. 117 is currently in third, and then we're going to move in with Benby daughter. Benby Exhibit is in 4th spot. This time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize some wonderful, wonderful sponsors that are providing some support for today's show and throughout the week. Our platinum sponsors for the BC Holstein Spring Show and for the whole dairy show is Abbotsford Vet Clinic, Abbey Stockyards, Meadow Valley Meats, Ricky's Restaurant, West Coast Holsteins. Platinum sponsors. Gold sponsors are HSCS Bank and WestGen. Silver sponsors, Farm Credit Canada, Greenbelt Veterinary, Linterra Aggregates, National Bank, Richie Smith Feeds, Scotia Bank, Toronto Dominion Bank, Our bronze sponsors, and thanks to those, are our ARPE Hoof Trimming, BC Farm Ranch Realty, Dairy Crop Solutions, DeVry Greenhouses, Dual Clute Construction, Grand Valley Fortifiers, Holstein Canada, J&D Farm Services, Jersey Canada, Jersey West, Matsqui Ag Repair, Prairie Coast Equipment, Royal Bank, Roland's Machinery, Select Sires, T&L Cattle Company, TNT Hay and Cattle Sales, Vanderveen Hay Sales, and West Coast Robotics. Thanks to all those wonderful, wonderful partner sponsors that help support this BC Spring Show. Couldn't do it without you, and all I ask, ladies and gentlemen, is you just take some time, say thanks, go listen to them, and see what they can provide for your operation. Well, over the past 3 or 4 days, we've seen people flying in from all over Canada and the United States that are attending the show here today. We were all represented from East Coast, Quebec, Ontario. All the provinces are pretty much represented with some spectators or exhibitors or competitors.
Fitters, yeah, we got them from everywhere there.
United States as well, which I think is only appropriate considering the level of competition, the amount of prize money, and the quality of the cattle. We need the best of the best here to make sure that we do show the best.
No, that's exactly right. Competition is always, people wonder why we have it. Well, you get better. When you have to compete with the best, you get better. You stay, if you don't get out and try to play with the rest, you sometimes can fall in a rut and not improve at the level you should improve at.
That's why you and I are commentating.
Well, that's why we became consultants. that's what you become when you can't do. You teach.
When you failed, you teach. And boy, do we preach.
We can teach. We can teach. Yeah.
We can preach with the best of them. So right now we're leading off on this last pull of the 108 heifer. The Axel daughter from Robinson, Van Dreger, Boonstoppel, and Prospect is leading off, and then we're followed up by the Silver Maple heifer from T&L. That's entry 104. And in third spot is Ridley Wickerink, Stanhope Wedgwood. That's the Sidekick daughter. She's in third. That's 117. And fourth right now is the Robella Alligator, bred and owned from Ben B. Holsteins. And fifth is T&L Cattle Company again. Sertoli daughter, 2 Meyer Sertoli Mela, 121 is that entry. So once again, I think follow us along on the web, and you're going to be able to get some updates, and you can get the catalog off the Facebook page, and go to BC Spring Show, BC Holstein Facebook as well for a lot more updates. So lots of opportunities for you to catch all the information you need.
Our top placing bred and owned at will be Wedgwood's Stanhope Wedgwood with the third place heifer. 117, a Sidekick daughter out of a Unix cow. She'll be our first place bred and owned.
The halter on and comes out in the show ring is going to get some kind of an explanation of where they are in the lineup and why. Very detailed and very articulate about how he places his cattle.
Yes, you don't know, if you're not sure why you are where you are, you will get at least one reason that's where you fit. So, yep. And a lot of it being his ability to be constructive in the reasons. I mean, there's. That's one of the things that make people at least say, yeah, I got to look. He didn't would like to have changed something, and we move on to the next class.
Well, that's the beauty of our judging program here. The Holstein Canada supports is such well-respected people that have qualified and are at the top of the list in the judging list, that they've done it, they've walked it, they've said it, they've proven themselves. There's a man that's judged in 31 countries throughout the world, bred many All-Canadians, owned many All-Canadians, same on the All-American side as well. He's an exhibitor, a fitter, a dairy farmer, and a Holstein expert and a dairy expert.
The people respect someone who's been there, done that. That's and done it from all sides. I think if you're going to be a true judge, you need to do it from all sides. You have to understand livestock in the industry from all sides.
Well, it looks like that entry 108 is going to survive the test. The heifer that's exhibited by Robinson and Van Drager, Boonstoppel, and Prospect Holsteins, the Axel daughter. Entry 108. Entry 104, T&L Cattle Company with the Break Shot daughter. There's a heifer, a little younger heifer. She was born on the 24th of September. So one of the younger daughters, or younger calves in the show, sitting in second spot.
Coming from the island, Stanhope Wedgwood, but their sidekick is third, as I mentioned, top bred and owned. Followed by the Rebella, another Saskatchewan heifer. Coming out in fourth spot.
Well, it looks like our judge has completed his first class today, the fall heifer class. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the mic Callum McKibben from Quebec. Callum?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's sure an honor and a great pleasure to be back here today to judge a Holstein show, and certainly it put me through my paces this first class. These are beautiful class of calves, but I like my calves feminine. I like them dairy, I like them balanced, I like them long-necked. I like them. The size is important, but if they're big enough for me, I feel if they got all the parts I want, that's what I'm looking for. The first calf, though, she uses that beautiful length of frame, beautiful frame on her all the way through, beautiful rib structure, beautiful chine. Her head and neck is incredible. A calf with so much femininity. She's just oozing with femininity. Her leg structure is good. I feel the second calf, I do give a slight advantage right there on the knuckle of the pastern, a little smoother right there. But I feel the first calf just outmasses the second calf with her rib structure. She's deeper about her rear flank. Just got a little more overall frame today. But boy, this is a high-headed, pretty heifer in second and a high-headed, pretty heifer in third. They're balanced, they're square, they're angular, they got great feet and legs. The second heifer just blends a little nicer right at the crops when you get into the rear view. She's just a little nicer right over that shoulder blade today than this beautiful, stylish, high-headed calf in third. The third calf, she is pretty as a picture, and you just love the length of her neck and the quality throughout, and she just gives you more style. When you break down the calf in fourth, she's a good calf. She's got beautiful frame, but she wants to roach up, and it just takes away from her overall style today, and the third calf just gets her on that today. But I do grant the fourth calf one of the better frames in the class. A calf that's got that beautiful rib structure. You love the openness and depth of her rear flank, and that's why she's in there fourth today. I give her the advantage for more spring of rib today. She gives you more spring from the rear view than the really nice cut calf that's coming out in fifth. I'd just like to give that fifth calf a little more arc to her rib from the rear view. But what a beautiful bone quality in that leg, and angularity and long feminine neck on that calf as well. And the fifth over the sixth, she uses her advantage today. She's just a little more desirable right in her pin placement for a heifer for me today. Just a little more feminine than the really square framed heifer we have coming out in sixth. Congratulations again to these exhibitors and breeders. A beautiful class to start the day. It really makes it fun when you got that kind of quality to work with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Callum. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your fall heifer calf class. I'll give you the results as they parade out the ring. Your winner of the class was entry 108, Zessin Axel Mariah. exhibited by Emerson Robinson, Jordan Van Drager, Natalie Boonstoppel, Prospect Holsteins. That was entry 108 was first. Entry 104, Silver Maple, Break Shot, Catwalk, T&L Cattle Company, the exhibitors of entry 104. She was second in class. Third place, she's your best bred known to the class, entry 117, Wedgwood, Sidekick Pixie, Stanhope Wedgwood. Exhibitors, bred and owned, first bred and owned in class. Fourth place, exhibited by Benby Holsteins, Rubella, Alligator, Acacia. Entry 105 was fourth. In fifth, Tumar Sertoli Leila, T&L Cattle Company, exhibited entry 121. 121 was fifth. If you're following along in the catalog, we'll go from top to bottom. Your first entry, 101, was 14. Entry 102 was 10th. Entry 102A was 11th, second in the red and white division. Entry 102B was 23rd. Entry 103 was a scratch. Entry 104 was second in class. Entry 105 was fourth. Entry 105A was 8th. 106 was 20th. 107, 18th. Your class winner was entry 108. 109 was 7th. Over the page, please. 110 was 21. 111 was 19. 112 was 22nd. 113 was 16th. 114 was 12th. 115 was 13th. 116 was 6th. 117, best bred and owned in class, third in class. 118, she was your first red and white in that division, in that class. That was 118, was 9th, but we're at first red and white. 119 was 15th. 120
granddaughters
was 17th. And
they're way prettier.
Following the class, in the last part of the class, entry 121 was 5th.
Got her done, John? Got all your paperwork done?
Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we're just going to take a pause if we can. If I can have everyone's attention, please, in the barns, online, in the house here, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. The dairy community is a small community. It's a tight community. It's a community that we lean on each other daily. We look for support. We find support. We have the most unbelievable friendship in this dairy community. This morning it was brought to our attention of a serious farm accident that happened in Maryland. I think everyone in this industry and everybody in this building and everyone online knows the man, Michael Heath. He was involved in a serious farm accident this morning. Currently, he's in Baltimore Hospital. He's in intensive care. I think it's only appropriate, ladies and gentlemen, that we take a moment. Let's bow our heads. Let's say a prayer for this gentleman who's a stalmark. He's a cornerstone. He's an integral part of this dairy industry. Well respected, well thought of. He's one of us. Take a moment. Let's pass our prayers on to Mike, to his family, and his friends, please. And Godspeed, Mike. Come on, buddy. We're rooting for you. We'll bring in our next class, please. Next class that's going to be in the ring is our summer yearling class. We'd like to thank DeVry Greenhouses. If you look around the ring, you see all kinds of beautiful flowers and trees, all provided by DeVry Greenhouses. DeVry Greenhouses are sponsor of our next class in the ring. Summer yearlings born June 1st, 22 to August 31st, 22. Large class again. We can have them walking into the arena for Judge Callum McKibben to appraise.
Which one's yours? That one. All right, starting out this class with 201. This is the Balgoni Picasso Lust Heifer, the Picasso from T&L Cattle. Brought to us, born the end of August, pretty much the last day of August. Whoa, what a birth date. Lot 201. Coming in number second spot, 202, is a King Dock from Vycroft Holsteins, bred and owned. She also born the end part of August. Couple of real young calves coming there. Followed by the red calf, 203, being a Rubel's daughter from Trinity Holsteins, bred and owned. A Rubel's out of an Attico, 203. Following the red calf, 204, West Coast Lambada Prude, bred and owned by West Coast. She being a Lambda daughter out of the Great Dempsey Prude cow, a cow that was shown in the program from bred in Alberta, owned by West Coast. Great calf there. Ken at the halter. Pardon me, Jeff at the halter. My old mind. Here we got Ridley, 205, a Wedgwood Believe Bingo. A Believe daughter from Stanhope Wedgwood, bred and owned as well. She being an end of June heifer. They're getting back into the full age calves here now. We had 3 or 4 there that were considerably younger, and now we're getting into the June calves. 206. 206. This is a sidekick from T&L Cattle. Out of a Hamming cow, Tazo Sidekick Dessert. 207. Coming from our southern U.S. exhibitor, Skycomish Tattoo Adeline, a tattoo daughter. Out of the Apple family, Michael and Jessica Oliver. Exhibitors. 208, Hamming Bella Energy. Hamming Holsteins, a Blondin Energy daughter. From Hamming Goldwins, a Hamming Goldwyn cow. 209, Silver Maple Illustrator Phoebe, another Silver Maple bred heifer from T&L Cattle, out of the Silver Maple program from Vancouver Island, an illustrator daughter. Joel Phoenix at the halter of another T&L calf, Rockledge Celine Cole, a Doc Cole daughter. From the Rockledge program, T&L Cattle, 210. She being a mid-June heifer, 211. Following that, the Vetterli Hanico Jenna from Vetterli Farm, just up the road here, a Seamers Delta Hanico daughter, 211. 212 being Benby Conway Patsy, a Conway from a sidekick from the Benby program in Saskatchewan, bred and owned by the Benbys. Two 213 Lavender Illustrator Crush, a Vogue Illustrator daughter from Lavender Farms right down here in the valley. Lavender Farms, bred and owned. Coming in next, Newmars alongside Ariel. Mossnang and Newmars from right out of the central part of Alberta. Brabant Dale alongside out of a Newmars cow. Lot 214. Barkley on the halter, lot 215. This being a sidekick from R&F Livestock. Sidekick out of an Oakfield bred cow. SR Sidekick Evening Tinge. Barkley at the halter.
There's 216. It's another sidekick daughter.
Oh.
Sorry. Majority daughter.
Would have been the first red sidekick. Now that you just because she was red, do you have to make a mistake right away?
Everybody started using sidekick, yeah, because he was a red one. This is a Geordie, 216 is a Geordie from Brian and Joseph Enright, Hamming Holsteins. She's a Geordie daughter out of an Armani.
Coming in 217, Bonnie Mill legend Emmeline, a Blondin legend daughter from Bonnie Doon Dairy, bred and owned, 217.
And William's going to round out the class. William Rickwink Farms Limited. Entry number 218. Lambda daughter out of an Octane. So if we look at our birth dates here, quite a variance here. We got August 31st was our first calf in, and full age October calf or June calf. Currently in the ring, ladies and gentlemen, is our summer yearlings, June 1st of 22 to August 31 of 22. I'd like to thank DeVry Greenhouses sponsoring this wonderful class. If we can have our exhibitors bringing up the next class, please. Can you start assembling in the hitching ring, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got all kinds of opportunity for you to graze and feed. Today we're going to have our Heritage Hut is going to be open just on the south side of the arena. Also, I'd like to get you over and have a look at the quilt. The Sumas Holstein Club is auctioning or raffling off a quilt today. Many sponsors that we're going to recognize throughout the day. We're vying for $250,000 in prize money at the Heritage Center in Chilliwack, BC. $20,000 to the grand champion cow and $10,000 to our reserve champion. Many other significant prizes that we're going to award throughout the day as well. So hopefully you can join us for all day long. It's going to be a great show. If you got an opportunity to meet a new friend today or reacquaint with an old friend, a great opportunity to do that. Once again, Judge Callum McKibben from Quebec is going to be doing the judging duties here today. He's assisted by his son-in-law, Steve Gloud. The pair are dairy farmers from Quebec. Our judge here today has a long respected resume of judging duties throughout the world. 31 countries Mr. Callum McKibben has judged in. Owned, bred many All-Canadians, All-Americans, exhibited all over North America. Approximately his 5th time that he's come out to the BC area here to judge either a spring show or a fall show, the P&E show.
John, they can't hear you on the mic.
Summer yearling class is in the ring right now. I believe that we've got approximately 17 or 18 in this class. Once again, we're all the way from August 31st as the first calf in the ring right to a full-age June calf. For you just joining us, we've approximately 180, 85 Holsteins will be going through the ring today. all the way from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and BC, and from Washington State are participating in our show today.
And we also have through the show, you'll see there's 1 or 2 names appearing on here from Ontario and Quebec as exhibitors, people that have come out and bought some cattle in the sale or privately and got their names on as exhibitors. So we're going to have a truly national show when we're all done today.
And we also had a sale on Wednesday night. West Coast Holsteins had their online tag sale, very successful. I believe it was around an $8,400 average on 40 head. I believe there's 10 to 12 that came out of that sale that are going to be running through the show ring here today, and we're going to point those cattle out to you as they come into the ring.
Sale toppers here.
Yep,
sale topper's going to be out, so we'll see how good everybody's eye was.
I believe she was around 34.
34, somewhere in that ballpark. Yep.
Another heifer at 25.5, and very successful sale. Congratulations to the West Coast crew. It was an unbelievable catalog that they assembled there. A lot of daughters out of some of the most successful show cows that they've had go down the road. So unbelievable.
As you and I said yesterday, the only problem being is this online business. We need to talk to them about that.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. I am going to be making a presentation, I think, to Holstein Canada to see if we can
we can ban them. Yeah, I think that's a proper thing. That's the way we should handle it, right from the top down. Yeah.
Yeah, I should be getting a text shortly from Kim Ray and Walker Farms. It's a great, another.
I mean, the one thing that's about it, and it allows you to involve the world. I guess that is probably one thing. Anyone from anywhere,
yep,
can bid on an animal, and
yep.
As much as I like to not say it, it is probably the way of the future. I would think with social media and the way we can broadcast as we're doing with our show today, I just really think they need to stay.
Well, there's a combination out there, but
we don't know what it is yet, but we'll get it figured out.
Yeah, that was our editorial for today. Maybe if you didn't join us yesterday, we had big Jersey show here yesterday. $125,000 in prize money was allocated to the exhibitors, 13 or 14 exhibitors. I'd like to thank the guys that came up from Oregon, Tillamook, Oregon. We had Pacific Edge and Misty Meadows, and Pacific Edge took home the grand champion, the 4-year-old. She took home the $10,000 prize money at that show yesterday, and then Misty Meadows had reserve champion as well. So very, very successful Jersey show yesterday, and we're looking for a bigger and better one next year. I think once the word gets out that there's $125,000 going to be allocated and divvied out into the Jersey show next year, I think we're going to see quite a few more boys load up on Jersey and come to town. Quality was phenomenal. They could have had 50 more cows here, and I don't think it would have changed the top
Might have still been the same winner. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
She's that good. She's that good.
Yeah, they're all that good. All that good. The guys brought them out in fabulous shape. So Judge Callum is just getting his final lap around the ring. He's going to start pulling some here shortly, I believe. Summer yearlings in the class right now. There's entry 201. She's the T&L Cattle Company. Now, I kind of got some inside information that Caitlin Crest might have bought some of that calf, that entry 201. We'll see, and we'll hear later. She celebrated her birthday just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And I heard it was a very large and successful and quite wild celebration.
A good birthday, is that what you're saying? It was a good birthday.
Yeah, she had a lot of support and help from some fitters in the crowd, so we'll leave it up to the people listening to get a visual of what happened there.
She just hasn't had quite as many as you and I have had, though. That's.
If Rob and Sue are listening, she's good, she's healthy, she's still all intact. She survived the birthday.
And talking about Rob, he's still recovering from his lung transplant. He's doing well, and those of you that know Rob know he's been suffering from some lung issues over the last few years, but he got a transplant, and he's working his way back. So good luck to you.
Best wishes, Robert. Best wishes to all the Crest family. Super bunch of people. So the first one that just got pulled out is Barkley.
Number 215, the sidekick.
And then 205, Ridley's coming in second.
With an age of believe daughter.
.209 is in third, T&L, with another silver maple. She's an illustrator daughter. Yeah, we see Blair Weeks coming in, halter in 206.
Another T&L.
She'd be in fourth spot. Then 208.
Hamming bred and owned.
Then Ben B's at 212 will round up your top six. 212.
Ben B bred and owned, you bet.
Yeah, about 16 or 17 in this class. So Mr. McKibben's getting them pulled in and get a one look at them as they get in their first lineup. As I'd mentioned, we've gone wall to wall in terms of our birth dates from the first eligible into the class to the last eligible into the class.
Yeah, that's not often you see August 31st one. Just leave it at that. Is that what you
God bless, there are some honest people still in the world. Or else they got a poor bookkeeper.
As one old cowman once said, little mismanagement.
12 hours could have made a hell of a difference.
Yeah. But
12 hours.
I give you said, I give them credit. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Certainly invite anybody to shoot a text to us. Dr. David Chilliwack.
Besides David, don't let David do another one. He's been busy all morning already.
You know, I think it would be appropriate to shout out to the world that everybody, if you got any comments, send them to Dave.
Yes, he can screen them. He can screen them.
David's at home. He's had a shoulder operation, and he's not allowed to sit on a plane, which is just driving him nuts. And poor Joanne is probably going even crazier after that. So,
yeah, send a sympathy note to Joanne. I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah, bouquet of flowers to Joanne, and good luck for the recuperation.
We got an operation. You want us to ask which arm it was? Yeah, this class is a little more up and down than the last one was. There's a little variation, and but we're talking about heifers here that are getting in that 9-month age range. They're starting to look like heifers, not baby calves anymore, and the class is actually quite appealing. That's a pretty good calf up there.
So our viewers online, you've probably noticed if you've got our show ring shots that we've been showing you that these cattle are parading on a sand surface, but it's been hard packed. And so no shavings, no opportunity to hide and cover up some bad-footed animals. So it's Judge, I was talking to him yesterday, and he really likes it. He likes to be able to get a good look at them, and he has been finding the odd fault in some of these footed cattle, and good for him. Good for him. Right now, entry 215 is still sitting on top. Sidekick daughter from RNF Livestock from Saskatchewan. She's getting the first pull, and Ridley's going to follow closely in behind. Entry 205. 209 is going to be coming out third. Illustrator daughter. Exhibited by T&L Cattle Company. Very active in the barns here the last few days. Tom and Lori. Holstein Canada sends their thank you and best wishes for all the transfers.
All the transfers, yeah. They were going to come in the red, but I think they're going to be okay now. They'll come in the black this year. They'll be good.
And you can see Blair Weeks coming into 4th spot. Blair Weeks all the way from PEI.
I believe they have a spring show in April sometime too, I believe, out there, I think.
Yeah, and then their big summer show in August. Blair has a sale right at that time, about middle of August, second week of August. Got to make it down there. I've never been to the East Coast.
No, you should. Especially if you like seafood. It's a good place to go. I have to say that personally, from experience, as you can see, from experience.
Well, as long as they're licensed establishments, I'll pretty much like any food.
Well, PEI in the summertime, the Maritimes in the summertime is quite nice. I don't need to go there in the wintertime and drive over a 10-mile-long bridge where there's nothing but water as far as you can see. This flatlander doesn't like that very much, but...
yeah, I'm with you, Errol. I was born on the ground and I want to stay on the ground. As you can see on your screen, Judge Callum's just sorting out the latter end of the string here.
Sorry. When I'll have pictures after lunch, like during the cow show. Not for the cow show, and people want to bring them after the classes. I'll just be at the end of the barn there.
If you're just joining us online, we just finished our first fall heifer calf class. And the winner of that calf class was entry 108. Robinson, Van Drager, and Boonstoppel and Prospect Holsteins were the winner of that. And in second spot was the entry from T&L Cattle Company. They had a break shot daughter. And in third in that class was Stanhope Wedgwood with a sidekick daughter. It was your 1, 2, 3 in our fall heifer calf class. Now we're into the summers. Just getting our last and final pull going on to the outside of the ring on our summer yearlings here. R&F survived the first pull, so they're leading off the pack, and followed up by Redley Wickerink and Gord Randall with the Stanhope Wedgwood consignment. And in third spot is T&L Cattle Company. And fourth is another T&L. She's a sidekick daughter, born on the 25th of June.
Nice bunch of heifers coming out there again. Nice bunch.
Well, as we saw yesterday in the Jersey show, and quite evident in the first class, Judge Callum always has a pattern and always has a stamp on a heifer that he wants to see, and you listen to him as he gives his reasons, and he constantly reverts back to that pattern that he wants to see in these young heifers, and we'll also find that out in the cows quite quickly here.
Yeah, they need to be dairy cattle, and he likes the strength and he likes the dairiness about them, and the useful parts. They need to walk properly, and they don't have to be extremes, but they have to be balanced.
We're just putting the finishing touches on our summer yearling class. Ladies and gentlemen, if we and the exhibitors can please have your spring yearlings to the hitch and ring, please. Be ready to go here shortly. Spring yearlings are going to be next in class. And everyone that's joined us on ringside, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming out here on the Friday morning. It's Leprechaun Day, isn't it?
Yeah,
Leprechaun
green beer.
Day. Green Beer Day. I
Green
hope
beer day.
to all our Irish descendants, me included, yeehaw.
Yeah.
Let's have a green beer afterwards and let's celebrate the great Irish people of the world.
I know some of the guys in the barn last night, they were celebrating and they turned green. Is that the same thing? Is that...
So for all our spectators, we're going to have the Heritage Hut's going to be open up. You'll be able to get some food later on. You can see it just over on the south side. If you got a day booked off and you want to join us throughout the whole day, afterwards we're going to have a bit of an exhibitor party here. We've got some presentations and awards that we're going to hand out at our exhibitor party following the show. Why don't you stick around and enjoy and some good fellowship with everybody that's attended and exhibited here today. Once again, this is our summer yearlings that are just getting the final pull, the DeVry greenhouses. We'd like to thank DeVry greenhouses. You can see all the lovely, lovely plants and flowers that they've supplied to us. Really, really does look great. Thanks to DeVry greenhouses for providing all the great foliage that we have here. Judge Callum McKibben, he's our judge that's going to be doing the duties here today. He also judged the Jersey Show yesterday. We'd like to thank Judge Callum McKibben and his son-in-law Steve Loud for breaking their way from Quebec. Well respected team. Judge Callum McKibben.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, a beautiful class of heifers. The first 4 heifers, 5 heifers, so it's pretty close for me. But the first heifer, when you get in tight to her, she's roaching a little bit. That doesn't really bother me too much if they don't do it extreme. It's a little cool in here. But a heifer, it's got a beautiful natural rib structure to her, that dairy rib. She's got lots of width of chest when you see her coming at you. Toes out of whisker, but she's got the width right there when she stops. And a heifer to me that's just so feminine and so dairy. She carries that dairiness through her hide, a little more dairiness throughout, a little finer in her bone, and a little more drop to the rear rib. But I feel it's a close placing. I love the square cut of the second heifer, the balance of the second heifer. I just find she just doesn't, when you get in close, have quite that rear flank and just the arc to the rib as much as the first heifer. But I really love the balance of her. I give her the advantage over the really well-balanced heifer in third. Again, just a little more length of neck. Just a little longer right through that neck and a little longer through her frame than the extreme well-balanced white heifer in third. The third heifer uses the advantage for me over the really dairy heifer in fourth on width of chest floor. She's just wider in her width of chest floor. She walks a little straighter on those front legs today. Has that little more natural width than the beautiful dairy heifer we have in fourth. Fourth and fifth, the fourth have extreme dairy heifer. And it's a refinement in the heifer. It's a little more refined in her bone. A little nicer set right at that rear hock and leg today. But boy, this young lady's got a beautiful framed heifer, and she catches you across the ring. I kind of missed her, and I pulled her up when I got in line. I love the rib structure on that heifer. She's just beautiful open rib, and you can count every rib on her. Just a hard top, beautiful balanced heifer. Just refine her a little bit, and she'd be a little higher. I give her the advantage today over the sixth heifer, just on a little more power, a little more dairy strength to her for me today than the nice ultra dairy heifer we have in sixth. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is your class. It is complete. Our summer yearlings. And the winner of that class goes to entry 215, SR Sidekick Evening Tinge, exhibited by RF Livestock Inc. She's a Sidekick daughter. Entry number 215, first in class. Second in class goes goes to entry 205, Wedwood Believe Bingo, exhibited by Stanhope Dairy Farms and Wedgwood Holsteins. She is also your first bred and owned in class. Entry 209 was third, exhibited by T&L Cattle Company, Silver Maple, illustrator Phoebe. Entry 209 was third. Entry 206 was fourth, Tazoo Sidekick Dessert, T&L Cattle Company exhibitors again. Entry 206 was fourth. Rounding out the top 5 was entry number 217, Boone Mill Legend Emmeline, Bonnie Doon Dairy, Bonnie Doon Dairy. That was entry number 217, was 5. So top to bottom in our summer yearling class, if you're going through the catalog, entry 201 was 9, entry 202, 18. Entry 203 was 17th, second in the red and white division. Entry 204 was 8. Entry 205 was your first bred and owned in class and stood second in class. Entry 206, she was 4th. Entry 207, 14. Entry 208 was 7. Entry 209 was 3rd. Entry 210 was 10th. 211 was 13th. 212 was 6th. 213 was 16 over the page. 214 was 12th. 215, she was your class winner. 215, your class winner, exhibited by R&F Livestock. 216 was 13th. She was also your first red and white in that class. 216, first red and white, stood 13th. 217 was 5th. 218 was 11th. That completes your class, top to bottom. Next into the ring is our spring yearlings coming in March 1st of 22 to May 31 of 22. Thanks to FCC for the great sponsorship of this spring yearling class.
All right.
Approximately 19 to 20 animals going to be parading in. We'll have some updates on this as well. Follow along. We'll give you any updates that we can on this next class that's coming in. Spring yearlings, sponsored by FCC.
Leading the group was Vycroft LeMay Sidekick, a sidekick daughter from Vycroft Farms. Right born the middle part of May, our youngest heifer in the class.
And we're going to follow her up with a red calf. You can see her on the screen. Nice Crest, Braden Fireworks Red, Nice Crest Farms. She's a Braden daughter. She's born on the 6th of
April.
6th of April.
Another red heifer behind her, Milky Red Robin Red Addison, a Robin daughter from Milky Farm, bred and owned, 303. Through 304 on the screen there now. This is a Thunderstorm from Josh Telford and Telford Farms. A Thunderstorm right from the valley.
There, entry 305 is from the Vycroft Holstein Farms, and she's a sidekick, born on the 18th of March.
Cornerstone Fuel Banana, a Mellery Fuel daughter from R&F Livestock, 306. Hey, isn't that our little friend from Quebec? Or Quebec at the halter, Pierre Boulet on that Cornerstone heifer. I wondered what they brought him for. He's finally going to work here.
Yeah,
those that listening at home.
Yeah, he was our interpreter.
Yeah.
Entry 307 that you seen just on the screen there was the Rubella entry from Rubella Holsteins. She's a fuel daughter. This one here you see on your screen is the 308 Sky Comish Sidekick Acorn.
309 coming up. Kentville Doc Rosie, another one from R&F Livestock, a King daughter. Bred by Kentville, another friend of ours from Ontario. Breeder of this heifer owned by R&F.
She's the 4th of March. Followed in behind is Benby Lambda Posey. She's a Benby entry. Benby Holsteins from Cairns, Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan, a Delta Lambda daughter out of a sidekick. Never seen that cross before. It looks like it might work, eh?
I think it'll be used more often. Another red heifer coming in there, a Hamming Geordie Mona, a Geordie daughter from T&L Cattle. Blair Weeks at the halter, 311.
And the next animals that are coming in are all full-age March calves, and we're going to bring in entry number 311A. She's an Avenger. Cedar Wall Farms, Bardale, and Kingsway are the exhibitors of this animal. She came out of the tag sale as well on Wednesday night that West Coast had. She's out of the old Unix lipstick cow, all Canadian, all American nominations with her and her mother. Beautiful, beautiful Avenger calf came out of the sale.
She was one of the higher selling ones too, I believe, the other night. So yeah, new owners and some pretty big names in there, so that's cool. Number 312, the red heifer. Another red heifer in there, this being a warrior daughter. Smiggy Watts, After Party Warrior from Hamming Holsteins, 312. She being followed by 313, another red heifer from Elmbridge Moran Lupa, owned by T&L Cattle, being a Zippet Moran daughter. A bull that's done a great job with the Reds and the pole part of the industry. 313, a Morand. Coming in next, 314, the black heifer, a Freyland Barlow Rosetta, a Barola daughter from Fraydale bred cow owned by R&F Livestock. Young Keaton Phoenix at the halter. Great showman, great young kid that loves the cattle industry, so good luck to him today. Oh, 315. Oh, there's our good friend, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, who was a little bit tough last night, but he's back at the halter. Lampada sidekick Dana from Fred Fornwald and Sons, bred and owned, a sidekick out of a Jericho. Jeff Donahoe, good to see you today, Jeff. I thought we'd have to send the hospital out. Look for you at the hospital, but you're okay. Followed in by 316, Hamming Limited Sunshine from Hamming's Holsteins, bred and owned, a Hayden Limited daughter. And following in, 316A, the sale topper from the other night, West Coast Tattoo Irreplaceable, a crushed tattoo daughter out of a doorman and exhibited by new owner Jim Butler. 316A, just coming into the circle. And that will round out our class of spring yearlings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please, ringside and in the back of the barns. We've got a wonderful and very special dedication that we want to make here this morning during this class. Each and every year, we like to recognize some people that have been an integral part of great supporters and wonderful, wonderful people in the BC and in the dairy industry throughout Canada. This year, it's my privilege to present to you the people that are going to get this award. The BC Holstein branch is honored to dedicate the 2023 BC Holstein Spring Show dedication to Ken and Debbie Schwarzel of Deacon Holsteins, Agassiz, BC. Round of applause, please, for those two wonderful, wonderful people. Ken and Debbie started their herd of purebred Holsteins in 1980 under the prefix Deacon. Along with the cows, they raised their 5 children, Sherry, Dwayne, Mark, Chelsea, and Tanya, right on the farm. Both passionate about showing the Deacon Showstring traveled to all of the local fairs, including Abbotsford, Chilliwack, Spring Show, the BC Spring Show, Fall Shows, Pacific National Exhibition, and boy, did we ever see them when they came out to Alberta and the Washington State. 2 of their favorite show cows over the years were Kenlin Roxy Citamat, excellent 92E, 1 star. Deacon Sassy Park, excellent 94E, 1 star. Roxy was Grand or Reserve Champion in a number of shows through the years, including Chilliwack Exhibition in 1993. She also owned earned All BC Mature Cow. Deacon Sassy Park also stood in the winner's circle at local shows as well as All BC Senior 3-year-old in 1999. Sassy is backed by 5 generations of cows from the famous Brondell herd developed by the late and great Mr. Bruno Giacomazzi. Purchased with Blossom Dairy, purchased it with Blossom Dairy in 2000. Freyland Roxy Lee, excellent 95E 13 star, made waves in the Deacon herd. Backed by 10 generations of very good or excellent, Roxy was named All BC Junior 2-year-old in 2001, produced 3 superior lactations in her lifetime, and left 3 excellents, 8 very goods, and 7 good plus daughters. Ken and Debbie retired from the dairy farming in 2015 after 35 years of milking cows, but continued to own and operate TC Cluckers, a broiler chicken operation that started in the mid-1990s. TC Cluckers runs approximately 50,000 broilers located in Churchbridge, Saskatchewan. Outside the barn, Ken and Debbie have been very involved in the dairy community, both very active members of the Upper Fraser Valley Holstein Club for many years, holding positions of president, secretary, and treasurer during their lifetime. Ken was also a director of the BC Holstein branch for 30 years and served as president from 2005 to 2007. Both Ken and Deb are on their aspiring judge list of Holstein Canada. The couple has also had a very, very long-standing relationship with the 4-H program in BC. Ken was a member of the Chilliwack 4-H Holstein Club and the Chilliwack 4-H Swine Clubs. Debbie was a member of the Langley 4-H Jersey and the Mount Lehman 4-H Horse Clubs. They've both been leaders of the Agassiz 4-H Rainbow Club for more than 40 years. If you combine the years they've spent in the 4-H together, Ken and Deb have been involved for over 100 years in the 4-H industry. With gratitude from all the time that they have given to the landscape of the BC Holsteins over the past several decades, the BC Holstein branch is pleased to honor Ken and Debbie Schwarzel with the Spring Show dedication of the year. One more round of applause for these very, very special people and what they've done for this BC Holstein industry. Well, that was a wonderful presentation that was just made to Ken and Debbie Schwarzel. I'm sure most of you know that the Deacon herd and the Schwarzel family.
He's definitely getting bored.
Great, great bunch of people. They are unbelievable supporters of the dairy industry in BC and throughout Western Canada. So right now we got our spring yearling class in the ring. Making our final lap around the ring is Judge Kellen McKibben. He's going to be picking out our calves. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our spring yearling class in the ring, and we'd like to thank FCC. FCC is the sponsor of this class. These are March 1st to May 31st of 2022. Your spring yearling, sponsored by FCC. It is a little chilly in here, and we're going to raffle off. The Sumas Holstein 4-H Club is going to raffle off a quilt over there. Marion Vanderwall donated a quilt. So go on over there. There's some cookies there as well from Abbey Vets. It's just located right at the end of the arena here. So go on over, get a raffle ticket for that beautiful, beautiful quilt. All going towards the Sumas Holstein 4-H Club. Well, we're about 18 in this class of summer yearlings.
The water's starting to get a little deeper here. There's some pretty good heifers out here, and I think our judge is making a second look at these coming around the ring, knowing that we're getting into some pretty good heifers here. And I'd like to make a note that There's some 3 or 4 pretty good red heifers in here, John. just to remind you of that.
I thought we had that dealt with.
Well, not totally, not totally. You're still not a believer. I can tell by your tone.
I know.
As I've been told at home, it's not what you say, it's the tone that's very important. The tone.
Subsidized.
Okay, now it's starting to hurt. It's starting to hurt.
Looks like it's supported by the Liberal government. They're subsidized just because of their color.
Yeah, that's the only thing that concerns me a little bit is the red color. Back to our editorial page again, yeah.
Just happens that probably a red calf's going to win this class, too. By the looks of it. It is a good class. Good class. You can see Joel Phoenix there strapping this big red yearling.
I think she's going to be in the hunt. I think she's going to be in the hunt.
You can see 314 just coming in your string there. That's
R&F heifer, yeah. Nice calf there.
Yep. Freyland heifer.
Freyland bred, yes, sir.
Hey, Steve Fraser, Jackie.
Yep.
Hopefully snow's starting to melt down around your way. I was there a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he shouldn't. He's probably not quite ready to go golfing yet, but probably not that long.
Jack Fraser, hopefully you're tuning in, buddy. Get your feet up, enjoying life. So for people out in the eastern part of the continent, right now we're about 10:30 on Pacific time, and we're hoping about another hour and a half we'll be on the milk and cow class. We'll just give you a little update on what happened in our summer yearlings. It was topped off and led by R&F Livestock. They won the summer yearling class with a sidekick daughter. In second spot was the Wedgwood entry, Stanhope Wedgwood, with a Believe daughter. They were in second. And third was the T&L Cattle Company. They had a Silver Maple Illustrator, Phoebe. She was third place in that division, or that class. Right now we got our spring yearlings in. Judge Cal McKibben has made one lap around. Now he's just going to probably shortly start pulling something into the middle of the arena. Steve Fraser just gave me an update, and I quote, "It's raining and shitty here."
That would be Steve. That'd be Steve.
I don't know. He might not be a very good dairyman, but he's a heck of a forecaster and weatherman.
Yeah. No, darn right.
He must be awake and looking out the window.
Well, that must be a good thing. That's good. Good thing. It's mid-afternoon in the east. They're probably getting ready for their afternoon nap. A couple of our older friends, past presidents out there, John B.
Yep.
Robert, if you're tuning in, hope you're having a good afternoon. We'll see you in 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to head out that way. So we want all the snow gone. So if you got to go out and shovel it in the corner, go ahead and do that today. We don't want any snow laying around Montreal in 3 weeks from now.
Big national convention.
You bet. And they're going to have a great show out there as well. They're already gearing up for it. Wouldn't surprise me if some of these heifers end up over on that end of the country in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, Beer Brûlé's going to have a sale there, a live sale. I understand. So
yeah, they got a heifer show, a cow show. It'll be
it's springtime.
Springtime. Everybody's getting out of the winter doldrums, and what better way than to go to a sale?
Budgeon Farms is having their sale tomorrow, a consignment or a small 40, 50 head sale tomorrow, Budgeon Farms. So if you want to tune in, I believe it's on cowbuyer.com. Chris Hill and Tim Abbott are going to be doing the management side of it. Supposed to be a good lineup. I was talking to Roger Turner last night. He was in there a few days ago, and he says it's a really, really nice lineup of cattle that are going to be offered, and flushes and all the assortment. So good luck to the Budgeon people and Tim and Chris for a great sale. There you go. There comes Wendon, 313. She's getting the first nod.
You know, oh, the red heifer. Oh, Johnny. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
T&L.
T&L, sorry. Oh,
hey,
it got changed.
Our sale heifer, sale topper, coming in the second hole, or third hole. Or top four, let's say. He's got them going pretty quick here now. She's coming in third hole, I believe.
Who's in second? Did you catch that's
Nope, didn't catch the number.
That would be the RNF consignment or entry, 306, I believe.
I mean, we're not. We're going to get you the right information. It might just take us a minute.
There's a really good one in first and a kind of good one in second and a mediocre one in third.
Okay. That's kind of maybe not how we should say it, but we're way past political correctness anyway, so it really doesn't make a whole lot of difference. Like I said yesterday, they can't fire somebody they never hired in the first place, so yeah. What? There's a lot of pressure on us, anybody that thinks this is an easy job.
So 313.
We're trying to follow the script as close as we can. And
313 is a Moran daughter, full age March heifer. T&L Cattle Company is leading that off. And it looks like
he's had a rather good morning, T&L Cattle. They've been in the hunt all morning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, stills. Okay. You hear that?
Well, Judge Callum's got his first poll pretty much complete. We'll get you a more accurate lineup here as he starts to knock them off here.
Third, I believe, is a West Coast heifer, I think, and then fourth will be the sale heifer, the one that's now owned by Jim Butler. This red heifer kind of walks away with this class here right now. Elmbridge have been strong believers and breeders of good red cattle over the years. So yeah, it's not by accident again. It's coming out of an addiction cow.
Mm-hmm. We've seen a lot of good cattle come out of the Elmbridge farms. Moran daughter out of an addiction. We got two that are in this class that came out of the sale. We got the 311A, the Mustang Avenger Lippy. She came out of the sale. She's the Avenger out of the Unix Lipstick.
I believe she's the one in third, John, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
So third and fourth are both out of the sale, like heifers that came in out of the sale. Leading off the red one, that's 313, then 309. Those of you that are following, and then I believe it's 311.
311 is the T&L.
Whoa.
Let's change that up.
Let's change that up a bit.
We're going to go with the 311 has gone into number 2, the Geordie T&L. And then RNF Livestock is going to wait a little bit. Yeah, 309 gets the pulse.
316, that's the sale topper that's moved up into the second hall. And then 309, the RNF Livestock exhibit.
311A is fourth. Cedar Wall, Bardale, and Kingsway. 306 is in fifth.
That's another RNF Livestock. Well, he hasn't pulled her yet, John. We're making an assumption. We're trying to do the judging here now. Is that the right thing to do, or?
Yeah, come on, hurry up.
Yeah.
See, I was right.
See, you were right. Yeah.
316 is go into 6 hole.
Hamming. Hey, got a nice bunch of heifers out there.
Looks like May 14th was the youngest one in the class, right up to a full age March. You can just see on your screen, zooming in, we're going to pull out with that red calf, the 215.
Yes. Good. Yes.
.309 is in third.
For the what? Oh, okay.
311A is in fourth.
Monday morning, Bruce gets back on Sunday, and then we'll call him Monday, and we'll definitely try to get some.
306.
Okay, thanks very much.
306. RNF Livestock is in fifth with the Field Otter. So 316A is the added entry from Jim Butler. She's the tattoo out of the Doorman Irreplaceable that went through the West Coast tag sale. Topped the sale, I believe.
Yes, that's kind of a cool thing. You got two of the top 4 come out of the sale, so that's. I guess they might have to do that sale again sometime. That's pretty successful. Buyers would be very happy with that. Runner-ups might not be quite as happy, but the buyers will be happy.
So we got TNL on top, Jim Butler in second, RNF in third, Cedar Wall, Bardale, and Kingsway in fourth. RNF is in fifth place.
Yeah, say hi to the Butler boys. They've always got a few good cattle coming out of the west. The cow that come off the island, these heifers they've bought, the cow they bought out of Quebec last year that was bred in Alberta. So yeah, they're good luck with those cattle, guys.
Yeah, always had the best kept secret in the Holstein and Jersey business is the cattle out west.
That's right. Just saying.
Just saying. Roads and plains, they do come west. Callum Kevin just making his final pull and final lap and getting them into the line. About 18 in this class of spring yearlings. Sorry. Yeah, spring yearling class.
And we got our winter yearlings coming up, and as I said yesterday with the Jersey show, it's the same in our show here today. We will have a fall yearling class of Holsteins. So after that, we will have our groups and our junior events and be moving into, did you say there was a set time for the milkers, John?
No, we're going to be approximately
Noon? You're very
about
close.
About an hour, hour and a half. Attention to the exhibitors in the barn. If you can have your next class into the hitching ring, please. Next class, come on up to the hitching ring, and that would be the winter yearlings. Class number 7, I believe. Winter yearlings, come on in. Up to the hitching ring.
I don't think it's 7. We haven't done that many yet, John. Doesn't matter. It's winter yearlings anyway.
Scare the hell out of them.
Yeah, just get them awake.
Well, you can get a shot there of the first 3 animals. It'll be interesting to hear the reasons. There's probably not a lot of picking and choosing in between.
No, we got between R&F and T&L. They've been kind
Well, our
of
judge has
battling.
made his final decision on the spring yearling class. Judge Callum McKibben.
Ladies and gentlemen, I took a little longer. Some really good heifers all the way down the line. Let's give a nice round of applause for this class. Really good group of heifers. The first heifer, she spells balance for me. She's a heifer. It's got the squareness of her frame, the width of her chest, the width of her rump, the depth of her rib, high-headed, long neck on her. Her coloration maybe makes her not look as dairy as she is, but she's dairy enough for me. She's got a lot of dairy strength, that heifer. And I give her the advantage, just that little more power, that little more mass through her frame, through her flank, over the very feminine heifer we have in second. Heifer in second, she grew on me. She wasn't handling good for quite a while there, and then she started to come into it, and she spells the word femininity, quality, dairiness. She's so feminine through her neck. She's so feminine through her frame. Heifer with beautiful bone quality, and she gets in there on that. And today, I give her the advantage over the heifer I did have second for a while. She's more clean and dairy and feminine up through her neck, cleaner through her height, cleaner through her pins today than the long-bodied heifer. I really like the length of this heifer in third. She's long, she's angular, she's stylish, she's flat-boned. And the fourth heifer, she's a beautiful, balanced heifer. But I just feel the third heifer is a little longer from her shoulder back to her hooks today. She just gives me that little more length, a little more overall heifer today that way than the beautiful, balanced heifer we have in fourth. The fourth heifer, she defines the word balance. She's beautiful in her frame, beautiful in her rib. She's a heifer, it's a pretty heifer to look at. And she carries over the big heifer we have coming on fifth, just on sheer balance to me. She's blending of parts from her shoulder back to right into her top. A heifer, you got to admire the length of the fifth heifer and the dairiness and angularity. I just feel a little more pure balance in the heifer we have in fourth. The fifth heifer, she uses that a little more depth of her flank and overall frame today to carry over this really well-made heifer that's a close placing in sixth. I think the sixth heifer's got a lot of come to her. She just needs a little more spring of rib when you get to the rear view, but look at the bone quality and the femininity of that heifer. Beautiful class of heifers. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was your spring yearling class. And the winner of your spring yearling class that was brought to us by FCC is entry number 313. She's also the winner of the red and white division, 313 Elm Ridge Morand Lupa, T&L Cattle Company exhibitors. Second place was at added entry 316A West Coast Tattoo Irreplaceable, and that was exhibited by Jim Butler. 316A was second. 309 was third, R&F Livestock. Fourth, 311A, another added entry, Mustang Avenger Lippy, Cedar Wall Farms, Bardale, Kingsway exhibitors. And in fifth spot was entry number 306, Cornerstone Field Banana R&F Livestock exhibitors. We'll go from top to bottom in your catalog. 301 was 16, 302 was 18, 303 was 17, 304 was 14, 305 was 10, 306 was 5th, 307 was 7th, 308 was 12th, 309 was 3rd, 310 was 8th, 311 was 11th, 311A was 4th, 312 was 9th, 313 was your class winner and also your class winner of the red and white division. 313 was 1st. 314 was 13th, 315 was 15th. Your best bred known in class was 316. She placed 6th. 316A was 2nd. That completed our class. Now we're going to move into our winter yearlings, December 1st, 21 to February 28th of 22. Thank you to Matsqui Ag Repair. Matsqui Ag Repair is our sponsors for our winter yearling class. They're just entering the arena now, approximately about 10 head coming in. So winter yearlings are in the arena. If we can have our next class prepared up to the hitching ring, that would be fall yearlings. Exhibitors, winter yearlings are in the class right now. Thanks to you to Matsqui Ag Repair. First cattle are just walking in.
Entering the ring, number exhibit 401, Hamming Pickasop Yvette, a Picasso daughter from Hamming Holsteins, bred and owned right out of the valley.
And this would be entry 402. She's a Belgoni Picasso Beeper. She's a Picasso daughter out of a chief. That's exhibited by Robella Holsteins and T&L. Now she's a January 29th daughter.
Yeah,
January
she's
29th
a Picasso as well. First two, both Picassos. Coming in third, Robella Rocky Lambada Wild Child, a Lambada out of the Byway Whiplash. Robella and Rocky Mountain, bred and owned. This is the cow that David gets all excited about her mother, and good to hear you. Hope you're watching, David. I know we respect you immensely. 403, bred and owned.
There's 404, Silver Maple Picasso Fran. She's a Benby exhibit. Benby Holsteins out of Saskatchewan. Another Picasso out of Farley daughter. She is born on the 14th of December.
405, Moss Nang Alligator Cash Flow exhibited by T&L. T&L got another exhibit, another alligator daughter out of the Rockledge Cash Callan cow. We all know about her. 405.
There's 406.
Marcus at the halter.
Yep, the Mustang Fuel daughter. She's a exhibit by Mustang Holsteins. She's born on the 12th of December.
Followed by 407, Kenton Lindenbach at the halter. Robella Chief Gunpowder, Stanton's chief daughter, owned by Enright and Robella, bred and owned. 407.
408. Entry coming up out of the Washington State. Sky Comish and Warrior Birdie. She's a Warrior Red daughter out of a doorman. The Olivers from Washington have showed up here. Bred and owned. 7th of December is her birth date.
409. Extra Mile Las Vegas Tattoo. Jeff at the halter, a tattoo crush tattoo daughter out of a doorman cow, exhibited by West Coast. Nice black heifer coming in there.
Good that you acknowledge there is a nice black animal, black and white animal eventually.
Black's a good color. Black's a good color too. If you had to go after red, it would be black. Black.
Yeah, tattoo out of a doormat. I better announce this next one, eh, Orville?
Oh yeah, it could take a while if I start talking about it, yeah.
We'll have a pregnant pause while we bring her in.
Make sure she's on the screen so everybody can recognize her. Okay, now you can go, John. Just be careful how you announce all this information.
Yeah, there's a nice red heifer. Our next one after her. This is 410. She's a Warrior daughter, Kozak bred heifer, Kozak Warrior Red. She's a blonde or a Warrior out of a Brittany. The Kozak breeding, but listen to this elite and astute bunch of exhibitors. Ells Dairy Farm, Kozak Holsteins, Orville Schmidt, RNF Livestock are the owners and exhibitors of this warrior daughter. I'd love to be around that board meeting.
Yeah, that's a lot of decisions made in that room, yeah.
She's a full-age December heifer.
And rounding out the class would be exhibit 411, Lampada Sidekick Kathleen, Keaton at the halter, Fornwald and RNF Livestock 411, a sidekick from a Reginald, rounding out the class of winter yearlings.
So 11 head in this class.
David predicted that the 403 heifer that he owns part of should win this class, but it's only because they paid a lot of money for the grandmother. That's very important.
Yeah.
And she was a Leduc, and he happened to market that semen. He just wanted everybody to be reminded about all that information.
Well, we can't apologize for him spending too much money. That was his own fault. As long as she lives a long, long time, there might be an opportunity to get out from underneath her. This one's probably going to help a little bit, but he isn't going to want to part with her. Thank God he isn't showing her today. There might be a chance for this heifer to win.
Well, yeah, I mean, at least he would be the oldest showman out here, wouldn't he? Like he likes that award.
Right now, we got our winter yearlings in the arena. Winter yearlings are in the arena. There's your 405 heifer. T&L with the Mustang breeding. Or sorry, yeah, the Mustang breeding. Seen a lot of good alligators out in the countryside.
Yes, alligator sidekicks.
Yep, I was down in Ontario there the 1st of March, and lots of good alligators. 409 is going to get the first pull by the looks of it.
410 right behind her.
The West Coast. The Tattoo. 410 is the conglomerate of Ells and Orville and Kozak. Oh, no. Here we go. We got 410 coming in second. The red heifer.
404.
Third.
The silver maple Picasso.
411 is in fourth.
The sidekick from RNF and Fornwalds.
401 and 5.
That being the other Picasso from Hammings.
407 will round out the top 6.
The Chief from Enright and Robella. I think this heifer that's starting the class, 409, if I'm not mistaken, she may have came by Madison last fall. I think that's where she got back and she got onto the Canadian program. She's quite a rig. Oh, it's from Ontario?
410. The Kozak breeding. Caitlin had a good show. She had a class winner yesterday. Brought one jersey and one win.
No, this heifer we got into where we bought her last summer at the Rimby show, and she's a full sister to the heifer that won the milk and yearling class at the Royal last fall. She's a pretty good breeding cow family there as well, so we're hoping for good things for her.
Praying for good things.
Prayers, yeah.
So the winter yearlings are in our ring right now. Judge Callum McKevin's just doing his final walkthrough before he does his last and final pull.
Should we go out and tell him there's a couple of senior citizens that own that second place heifer and he needs to help us out a little bit?
Yeah, Well, I think there's 3 senior citizens. You can put Bryce in there. Poor, I feel for Caitlin.
Yeah, she's in heavy. She's in heavy here.
Well, she's the only one that's going to look after her properly.
Yeah, well, that's probably right.
There you go with your 409, that tattoo. She's getting the first nod, and then we're going to go with the red heifer warrior.
404. The Picasso of Benby's.
She's a nice heifer.
Nice heifer, too,
Really
you bet.
Good, wide open rib, deep chine. 411 is going to follow her. Sidekick from Fornwall and Sons and RNF Livestock.
Her mother was that good Reginald cow that Umpata showed that won several shows in her lifetime.
And the Hemmings are in 5th. And then Rabella's going to round out top 6. So should get through this class fairly shortly. Looks like the judges made his mind up quite decisively.
Yeah, this once he got him in the row, he got through him pretty quick.
There's quite a difference between 1 and 2 there, Orville.
Okay, well now you don't have to get that. You don't have to get that detailed now. We got way too much information.
Should be a significant price difference too.
Yeah, quite likely there would be.
I'm just trying to find out where's 403. She's way down there. Dave Chilliwack?
Oh, could be a
5th from the end there, David. Just I don't know if our camera can zoom in that far down the line.
I'm glad you're saying that. I think he left him, didn't he? He thought about a switch, but
yeah, judge probably missed her, but we'll see. He's getting one look at her right now. He's shaking his head the wrong way.
It's not going, David. Not going to work. If you'd have been leading her, David, she could have been higher, so you should have been here.
Yeah. At least she's registered with Holstein, Canada. Oh, there's a ding. There's Orville.
He sent a word we can't say on TV.
There's no, can you make an announcement to the barn to get senior yearlings on the right side?
Attention to the exhibitors in the back barn. We need the next class to ringside, please, and that would be our fall yearlings. So get to the ringside, please. I believe there's 7 head. We need you ringside immediately. We're about done our winter yearling class, and we'd like to thank Matsqui Ag Repair is our sponsors for the winter yearlings. We're just putting the final touches on winter yearlings. Matsqui Ag Repair, thank you for your sponsorship. Fall yearlings, be in the hitching ring, please. Well, it looks like we've pretty much put a bow on this class on the winter yearlings. We've got one more class to go, and then we're going to bring in our junior group of 3 after our winter fall yearlings. It's getting about lunchtime, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking for some food, you can go through the doors on the south side. There'll be the Heritage Hut is open, great concession over there. Also, make sure you get your raffle tickets for our Sumas 4-H Club. They got a beautiful quilt over there. Go buy your raffle tickets. Got one more class after this, and then we'll get into our junior group of 3, and then we'll get into our junior championship. $250,000 we're awarding here today, one of the highest prize money shows you'll see anywhere. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's our Judge Callum McKibben with his reasons on our winter yearlings.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the winter yearling class, certainly 2 heifers that aren't identical, but they're both really good individuals. The first heifer, she's all about femininity and dairiness. A heifer that, with her age, she carries so much refinement, so much quality through her hide, yet a heifer comes at you nice through the front end. It starts right in the head for me. She's got that beautiful dairy head and carries right through her. And give her the advantage over the really well-balanced red heifer on the length of her head, just a little more refined in the pole of her head and right through her head today. She's got a little more refinement, dairiness right through her hide. But the second heifer is all about balance. You talk about the balance of the second heifer. She's extremely balanced. You'll love the way she blends in her parts and rib structure on the second heifer. She uses the advantage she has. She's a little stronger right there where the shoulder runs into the top line when they stop and when they move over this very high-headed heifer we have coming out in third. Third heifer, she's all about style, long neck, femininity, dairiness, bone quality. And today she's better on her pastern and on her rear heel today when she stops and when she walks in the very well-balanced dairy heifer we have in fourth. The fourth heifer over the fifth heifer, it's a close placing. I looked at them again. As much as I love the fifth heifer, I'd like to give her more spring to that rib and more angle to the rib from the rear view. And the fourth heifer just today gives me that little more spring of that rear flank and overall rib structure today over the really pretty angular heifer we have in fifth. And the fifth heifer over the really well-made heifer I moved up in sixth, just on her length of her frame, a little more overall length, a little more overall mass. The sixth heifer, she's a heifer I would call her not an extreme heifer, but an extremely nice heifer. She's well made. She's got a nice wide rump structure. She's got a beautiful fine bone in her leg and should go on to make a really nice cow. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our winner yearling class, and thanks to Masque Ag Repair. The winner of that class is entry number 409. 409 was winner of the class, exhibited by West Coast Holsteins. Entry number 410 was second, Kozak Warrior Red Blaze, owned by Els Dairy Farm, Kozak Holsteins, Orville Schmidt, RNF Livestock. Owners, she was also first red and white in class, first bred and owned in class. That was entry number 410. 404 was third, Silver Maple Picasso Fran Benby Holsteins from Saskatchewan was in third. And in fourth place was entry 411, entered by Fred Fornwall and Sons, RNF Livestock Inc. was fourth. Rounding up the top five was entry 401. Bred and owned was by Hamming Holsteins. Hamming Holsteins was in fifth place, entry 401. Top to bottom on your catalog, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to follow along. 401 was fifth, 402 was ninth, 403 was eighth, 404 was third, 405 was sixth, 406 was 10th, 407 was seventh, 408 was 11th. Your class winner was 409, West Coast Holsteins. 410 was second, but she was also the first red and white in class, first bred and owned in class, 410. Rounding out the class was 411. She was in fourth place. We need our winter or fall yearlings coming into the ring. Vanderveen Hay Sales are going to be our wonderful sponsors for this class. Vanderveen Hay Sales. This is a class of September 1st, 21 to November 30th of 21. Age fall yearlings into the class. Immediately following our fall yearlings, we'll go to our junior group of three. Then we'll get into our best bred and owned. Then we'll go to the red and white junior champions, and then we'll finish off our junior division with our junior champion and reserve champion. Fall yearlings, come on into the ring. You're next in. We've got seven head currently entered. So we wait for our last class coming into the ring. We'd like to appreciate and recognize our platinum sponsors, Abbotsford Vet Clinic. They also sponsored and had our wonderful youth showmanship class on Wednesday night. It was a beautiful class, and thanks to Abbotsford Vet Clinic, Abbey Stockyards, Meadow Valley Meats, Ricky's Restaurant, and West Coast Holsteins are your platinum sponsors. Our gold sponsors, HSCS and WestGen, thanks to the great people at WestGen and HSCS Bank. Silver sponsors, Farm Credit Canada, Greenbelt Veterinary, Linterra Aggregate, National Bank, Richie Smith Feeds, Scotiabank, and TD Bank. Silver sponsors. Bronze sponsors, ARPE, Hoof Trimming, BC Farm and Ranch Realty, Dairy Crop Solutions, DeVry Greenhouses, Dual Clute Construction, Grand Valley Fortifiers, Holstein Canada, J&D Farmer Services, Jersey Canada, Jersey West. Matsqueak Repair, Prairie Coast Equipment, Royal Bank, Rollins Machinery, Select Sires, T&L Cattle Company, T&T Hay and Cattle Sales, Vanderveen Hay Sales, West Coast Robotics. Each and every one of those sponsors, many time repeat sponsors, being supporters of the dairy industry in the valley here all throughout BC. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your support and your participation in this wonderful, beautiful show that we have here in the Heritage Center in Chilliwack, BC. We're just bringing in our next class, and that's going to be our fall yearlings. That's September 1 to November 30th of 21. Vanderveen Hay Sales is our sponsor for this last class of the junior division. Following that will be our group of 3 in our junior division.
Leading up, go ahead. Leading off the group here we have Tazo Alligator Lucina, Exhibit 501. She's being a Stanton Alligator daughter for Tazo Farms, bred and owned. Coming in second, and one of the young Coyman gentlemen leading the heifer, 502. This is a Barola for West Coast, a Barola daughter out of a control. Nice full-age September heifer there. Actually born on a hell of a day, the 21st of September. We won't talk about that day. She's a lot younger than the other guy who was born that day. Lot 503, Sidekick Taboo. Just entering the ring there, being the Stanhope Wedgwood, bred and owned exhibit. Ridley at the halter, a Sidekick out of Ohio. High octane. They abbreviate stuff nowadays. It's like social media. You got to understand all the lingo.
That's why I'm here to help.
Okay, good, good. Ridley at the halter. Our third heifer in the ring. She being followed by the Benby exhibit. Benby Lambada Amanda. Benby Holsteins, bred and owned. A Lambda daughter from a King Boy. Jeffrey Donahoe at the halter. Ian Crosby bringing a heifer in. Is he 6 or 5? He's 6, isn't he? So 5, he's bringing in 6. Benby Legend Paradise. Bred and owned by Benby, a blonde and legend daughter. .508 coming in the ring now. Blair Weeks at the halter. Mossnang Chief Darla, Stanton's chief daughter. Got a couple a little bit out of row here. We'll get you caught up on that if you're watching the screen. Red heifer coming in, Exhibit 505, Crest Hill Sparkle Red. She's an analyst daughter out of a Sapphire cow for West Coast, 505. I believe that'll round off our class. We've got 2, 4, 6, 7 heifers. You bet, ready to go. Those of you that nice texts we're getting from some people watching the show, just to fill you in, why a comment I made, talked about it yesterday during the Jersey show, but one thing British Columbia has always done since the days of the old P&E back in the 70s and 80s, they have used the U.S. color system for their ribbons. They've always exhibited blue ribbons have been first and red ribbons have been second. Due to their close proximity to the U.S. border with their shows at the P&E, which always had a lot of American cattle up, they decided to go that route, and it's one thing BC's continued to do at their major shows is do blue and red. So you got to be careful what color you wish for here because it's maybe not how you hope. But It's just something that they've always, the tradition has been, and they've never changed it. So we like to just keep you informed.
Really hung up on this color thing today.
Well, color's a big deal. Yeah, color's a big deal.
Red,
in our black and white world.
As soon as we get this done, we're going to go into a group of 3, and they're going to be vying for $800 in prize money to win that class. Pretty significant payout for our junior classes here today. $800 for first place in our winner of each class, and that goes down to 100, down to 8th place. Then our junior champion, when we crown that here in a bit, we're going to go for $10,000 for junior champion and $5,000 for reserve. The red and whites are going to be shooting for $5,000 for the red and white junior champion and $2,500. Looks like you're going to be in the hunt, Orville.
Well, we'll be in the hunt. There's still some pretty good red ones out there. There's another one out in this class, and we had another previous class winner, so we'll have some good representation, no doubt about it. Like one of them deals, you win 2 and you spend 3 celebrating it, so it's maybe better off not to come in second. Come in second.
Yeah, there's a deal here at the exhibition grounds where this lady, it's called Tipsy Gypsy, she's got a little horse trailer that has been supplying the cocktails for all the exhibitors at a very reduced value. She's been probably the hardest working and most
very busy.
Very busy. Absolutely great idea. Saves all the boys having to run to town to get some liquor that right in the old horse trailer.
Portable bar service. Isn't it something we should have thought of that 30 years ago?
All right. Callum's making his polls here. We'll get you an update on where we're going to land them all.
Yeah, there's another red heifer winning a class here, Johnny. Just saying.
Looks pretty grim for you later on in the red and white division with this
It's
heifer.
getting tougher, yeah. It's getting tougher.
That's 501. Is that
505. 505. The Crest Hill heifer from West Coast. She was All-American last year, so she's not a reserve. She's not. It's not by accident. 508 coming in second.
Blair Weeks there.
The Mustang
TNL. 502 is coming in 3rd spot. West Coast. And Jeffrey Donahoe is pulling in.
A Benby exhibit. 2 Benbys in a row there. 504 and 506. Followed by a Tazoo heifer and a Wedgwood, Stanhope Wedgwood.
Sidekick of the old Tiffany cow family. Huh? Well, we got a smaller class.
But quality is still there. Quality is still right there. And as we indicated before, I think the new guidelines in Canada, and I believe it's, I don't know about the U.S., but in Canada we show fall yearlings till the 1st of September, and after that, the fall yearlings must be in milk.
They got to become mothers.
They have to be in milk before for the fall shows. In Canada, I won't say about.
Not quite sure, but it looks like this first place heifer starting to put a little spring in her udder.
I think she will be on that program. She'll be on that program. And she's big enough she needs to be. She absolutely needs to be. They'll have a pretty good red contingent for the fall. We were out, saw a cow that just calved the other day at the farm that was too fresh to bring in here. A junior 2-year-old. She's going to be a pretty good young cow.
So we got about 30 days in age difference from youngest to oldest in this class. Pretty tight group for age-wise.
Yep.
But there's a fair difference in not just height,
Yeah.
tallness, but body capacity and the
Frame.
Yep. So far, no changes on this last pull. You got the red heifer still on the top end here.
West Coast having a good run in this class, first and third. We're going to have a nice bunch of cattle out here in this next group. We've got about 10 herds to come out, so that'll be cool if they all make the ring.
Just to give you an update, there is a junior breeder and junior exhibitor for this show, and they're going to be vying for $10,000 for the junior breeder and the junior exhibitor, $5,000 for reserve breeder and reserve exhibitor. So these points in these junior shows are very, very valuable and important to these exhibitors and breeders. It's going to be a pretty nice payday for whoever comes out on top. You're going to have a look here. There's the red heifer that she's parading around to come into the last pull here.
Quite a rig. It's quite a rig. I got to even give her credit.
And analyst. 508 is in the second hole. TNL. A Mustang bred heifer. Chiefs are sire. .502 is in third. Marolo, daughter out of West Coast Holsteins. 504 is the Ben B heifer, the Lambda daughter out of a King Boy. Followed up with Ben B again. We'll get you the results of the breeders and exhibitors here in this junior division right after we get everything done. It'll be a hotly contested battle. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your fall yearling class. Our fall yearling class is being completed. Vanderveen hay sales. Judge Callum McKibben with his reasons.
Ladies and gentlemen, another beautiful class, heifers. It's a tight placing for me here. We got two different kinds. I know the first heifer, she's really a big heifer, but you got to think about she's a good heifer too. She's got the refinement. She's got that beautiful bone quality down through that leg. She's very refined throughout for a heifer. It's heavy in calf. And to me, when you get in tight, she just got a little more mass of rear flank today. Just a little more spring of rear flank today. And just places her feet a little more comfortably at all times when she stops in the beautiful balanced heifer we have in second. This second heifer, she's a cow maker. She's got that beautiful angularity in the chine. She's got the sweep to her rib. She's got the femininity through her neck. Heifer to me that when she puts an udder, she could be quite a young cow. I give her the advantage over the third heifer just the way she moves out on her rear leg. She's a little nicer set to the rear leg when she stops and when she moves. A little nicer in her bone right there in the rear leg than the beautiful framed heifer we have in third. The third heifer, what a beautiful frame. You got to love the depth of her rib, the overall spring of her rib, and the frame of this heifer. And she uses that depth on that rear flank and overall frame, front to rear, today over this beautiful, well-made heifer in fourth. Fourth heifer, you got to admire her. She's pretty. She's long neck. She's feminine. She's angular. And she uses, again, for the same reason, she's just a little deeper in her rear flank than the black heifer follows her in sixth. The sixth heifer, I would like to give her more rear rib, more rear flank to move her up the line, but an extremely dairy quality heifer there as well in sixth. Beautiful class heifers. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is your fall yearling class. Round of applause for these great exhibitors and cattle in this fall yearling. Thanks to Vanderveen Hay Sales for providing sponsorship for the fall yearling. Your winner of the fall yearling was entry 505. And that was an entry by West Coast Holsteins, Crest Hill Sparkle Red, Entry 505, she was also your first red and white in class. Entry 508 was 2. 508 was second, exhibited by T&L Cattle Company. Mosnang Chief Darla was second. Third was 502. 502 was in third spot. Mactala Barlow Minnie Mouse. West Coast Holsteins was the exhibitor of 502. 504 was in fourth spot, and she was your first place bred and owned. Ben B. Lambda Amanda, Ben B. Holsteins from Saskatchewan. 504 was fourth, but best bred and owned. Fifth was 506, Ben B. Legend Paradise. Ben B. Holsteins again as his exhibitor. Follow me from top to bottom in your catalog. 501 was sixth, 502 was third, 503 was seventh, 504 was fourth. She was best bred and owned, Ben B. Holsteins. 505 was your class winner, exhibited by West Coast Holsteins. 505 was first. She was also first red and white in class. 506 was fifth. 506 was fifth, Ben B. Holsteins, and 508 rounded out the class. She was in the second hole. 508 was number 2. That completes our fall yearling. Vanderveen Hay Sales was our sponsor for that. We'll be bringing in our junior group of 3 now. Junior group of 3, if they can come on into the arena. These all have to have the same prefix and got to be exhibited in one of the classes previous, please. Junior group of 3, come on into the arena. T&L Cattle Company will be sponsoring this junior group of 3. Tom and Lori DeGroot, T&L Cattle Company are sponsors of the junior group of 3. We got an extra added entry if you want to enter it onto your catalog. Entry 610 will be Silver Maple Holstein. Silver Maple Holsteins are added entry to this junior group of 3 that will be coming into the arena. Quite a lineup of junior 3s that are going to be coming in. They're vying for $800 for first place, $800 or $650 for second, and $500 for third. T&L Cattle Company are the sponsors of our junior group of 3. Just a reminder, if you're feeling a little hungry, go on over to the Heritage Hut, just the concession through the doors on their south side. We got some championship classes that we want to do right after this. We're going to have our best bred and owned. Best bred and owned. If our exhibitors can have the best bred and owned of each class, come on up to the hitch and ring. We're going to be followed that with this class. And then we'll go into our red and white junior champions, and then we'll go to our junior champions to follow that. Just a note to our exhibitors, we're going to probably keep rolling. We'll get into our 2-year-old, our milking classes just shortly. We may take a 5 or 10 minute break in between just so everybody can get reset. But we'll be rolling shortly right into our milking class as soon as we get our junior champions slapped and decided. Well, we got a large contingent of juniors group of 3s coming in. Close to 10 head or 10 groups coming in from this strong junior show that we've had. $800 for first place for the winners of our junior group of 3, $650 for second, and $500 for third. Just give you an up to down. We got Hayden Thompson from Vycroft Holsteins. They're going to be in here. Michael and Jessica Oliver. Stanhope Wedgwood, Mosnang Holsteins, Lampada Aldi Holsteins and Jerseys, and Hamming Holsteins. And then we also got Robella, Wilswick, and Benby, and Silver Maple. All have entries in our junior group of 3.
Yeah, and I think, John, we got most of them. There's 7 or 8 or 9 here, and I think there was 10 entered, so we got a pretty good group of them.
Yeah, there aren't too many cattle left tied up in the barn. Well, we're rolling along fairly quickly here. We're 11:30 on Pacific time. We anticipated roughly about noon for our milking classes to come in, so I don't think we're going to be too far off. We could be taking about a 5 or 10 minute break for our announcers to regroup and rehydrate.
Rehydration is very important. Very important.
We got to send a big thank you to our large and very capable support team that you and I have here,
Yeah.
Orville, Amanda Pullman, and Danica. Great bunch of supporters here that have been calculating and getting us all the proper information and timely information.
So whatever you're saying, if we said anything wrong, it's their fault? Is that basically what?
No, I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't do that?
I wouldn't do that, no. Wouldn't do that a bit. Not on air.
Not out
anyway.
loud. Not out loud anyway, yeah.
Well, Judge Cal McKibben's taking a lap around to see what an unbelievable junior group of 3 that we have entered in here. Oh, my golly. She could be a tough one. But the $800 up for this class.
Yeah, those are...
Normally, this is a class that you just kind of walk through, and yeah, but this has got some significance to it.
All 3, same prefix. So yeah, you've got you've had some trading going on, but as long as they got the same prefix, they can exhibit in your group. And I believe there's 8, if I see correctly, 8 here. So we've had a couple of scratches, but 8 herds is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, we're going to add an entry. Silver Maple
Yeah.
Holsteins is 610. About 185 Holsteins were entered in today's show. Probably 60% of them, maybe a little higher, will be in the milking classes. We're going to have some large milking classes coming up. Hold on to your hats. I'm going to forecast that the intermediate classes in the milking division are going to be the strongest. There is an unbelievable group of 2-year-olds and second calf 3-year-olds kicking around out there.
Yeah, John, I don't think you're not going out on too big a limb with that prediction.
That being said, though, Orville, that being said, there's a couple old cows that are, I was just back there and had a little peek, and they are really, really coming along. There's going to be some phenomenal old cows. Now, do they have what it takes to beat these young and up-and-comers? We'll see.
No, that's right. I mean, and just taking even the walk through yesterday, I had a few people call and ask how things look, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, yesterday there was no one that you would pick out to say this is the one to beat. It was how good they're going to get ready and what they're going to look like today, and that's going to make the difference.
Well, looks like Marcus Haley Mosnang is going to lead off with the junior group of 3. I got to give it to this kid. He fires up, loads the ranch up all by himself. A bunch of cows and heifers on the trailer, and he heads over the mountains all by himself. Got here, he had a girl from Quebec helping him out. Some people came a couple days ago to help rescue him. He had about 8 or 9 in his string. What a hard working.
The tires had barely cooled off from his run to the Royal last fall, where he was also in the hunt in a couple of the groups. So this is, he's doing a great job, Marcus. Absolutely, sold some good cows to some cow people that have had success with them, and he's apparently sold a couple of his heifers here while he was here. So hey, if Dad's listening, he is coming home with some kind of a check. So he might not want to share it with you, but
well, he didn't have a whole lot of help to share the checks with. There was one girl there, the poor girl from Quebec there. At one point I looked over and she was on the bales there, and she had a feed tub over her head trying to cut the light out so she could grab some sleep there on the feed tub.
I would have never been able to work to Marcus because there was way too much work there all the time there.
Yeah. I think Normie Atkins taught him how to feed his crew, too. I saw one meal come over that way.
Over that way.
Yeah. No time to eat.
No time to eat.
Now in second spot is Silver Maple.
Silver Maple.
Yeah,
with a couple of those heifers that came out of the TNL string. That's right, yep.
Yeah, looks like Benby's in third.
Benby in third.
Robella in fourth.
Lampada. Terry Farnwald.
That's right, yeah.
Then would be maybe the Hammings, I believe.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our judges have completed his class of junior 3s.
Junior 3s. Try group of 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the heifer groups here, the group of 3, we have really tight placings in the top 4. The first group, though, it's at it's the individuality with the uniformity and the balance of the three heifers. And to me, they're all extremely balanced. They're all extremely uniform in their makeup. They got the beautiful balance of frames. They got the beautiful dairiness and good feet and legs. Give them the advantage over the second group. I love the second group. You got an extremely dairy heifer on this end. Just wants to break a little from the shoulder back. And then the other heifer in the middle is not quite as dairy, but a super well made, did really well in her class. Maybe a little more uniformity just as a group of three on the top pair. But the second group are really good individuals. They did really well. They're a little nicer as far through their rump structures. Just to me, they're a little wider the pins as a group of three than the group we have in third place. Third over fourth, just a little more mass to their frames, a little more, just a little more stature as a group of three, a little more uniformity from the left to the right side of those heifers than the beautiful, well-made heifers we have in the fourth group. The fourth group, it's through the feet and legs, just a little nicer right through the total heifers on the rear feet today than the group we have in fifth. And the fifth over the sixth, they just use that a little more width of rumps as a group of three over the group in sixth, and a little more spring to the rib today than the group in sixth. Just really nice groups right down the line. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Judge. Our junior group for three has been sponsored by T&L Cattle Company. Thanks to T&L Cattle Company of sponsoring this junior group of three. Your winner of this class, Mustang Holsteins from Alberta. Congratulations, Marcus. Marcus is the winner of our junior group of three. That was entry 604, was in first place. Second in this class was Silver Maple Holsteins. It was the added entry 610. Third goes to Benby Holsteins. They were in third spot. Benby Holsteins from Saskatchewan. Fourth was Kenton Lindenbach, Robella Holsteins. Fifth was Terry Fornwall. Top to bottom, entries 601 was eighth, 602 was scratch, 603 was seventh. Your winner in this class was entry 604, Mustang Holsteins. Entry 605 was fifth, entry 606 was sixth, entry 607 was fourth, entry 608 was scratched, entry 609 was third. Our added entry 610 was second. Next in the arena, if we can bring in our best bred and owned, please. Best bred and owned in our junior division. RBC and Select Sires are the sponsors of this class. Best bred and owned, RBC and Select Sires. Thank you for your sponsorship of our best bred and owned junior champion. We're going to bring in our winners, the best bred and owned from each division, each class that was just previous. We'll have them parading in here shortly. If we could have our best bred and owned up to the hitch and ring and ready to come in right away. We're going to be vying for $1,500 for our best bred and owned junior champion and $1,000 for the reserve champion. Following that, we will have our red and white junior champions, and then we'll go into our junior champions overall of the junior show. Just an update for everyone that we are going to probably take about a 5-minute break right after the junior champion. There'll be a short break just to get everybody reorganized and ready to go with our first milking class. The junior 2-year-olds will be coming in. So we're about 15-20 minutes away before we get underway with our junior 2-year-old class. Right now, coming into the arena is our best bred and owned, thanks to RBC, Royal Bank of Canada. Select Sires are our co-sponsors of our junior best bred and owned. Your first calf in the class today is our fall heifer, Wedgwood Sidekick Pixie. Stanhope Wedgwood exhibitors and breeders. Summer yearling. Entry number 205, Wedgwood, Believe Bingo. Again, bred and owned and exhibited by Stanhope Wedgwood. From our spring yearling class, Hamming Limited Sunshine. Bred and owned Hamming Holsteins. And our best bred and owned out of our winter yearling class was Kozak Warrior Red Blaze. She was bred by Kozak Holsteins, owners Els, Orville Schmidt, RNF Livestock, and Kozak Holsteins. Kozak Warrior Red Blaze, best bred and owned out of your winter yearling class. Last call for our fall yearling. Benby Holsteins has their fall yearling from our best bred and owned division from the winter or fall yearling class. You can come to the ringside. RBC and Select Sires are our sponsors of our junior best bred and owned. Champion will receive a check for $1,500. The reserve champion will receive a check of $1,000. Entering the arena right now is our fall yearling. Bred and owned by Benby Holsteins. Benby Lambda Amanda. That completes your class of best bred and owned for our junior division. 5 in the class. All right, our judge, Callum McKibben, will give his reasons on best bred and owned.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. It's a beautiful group of homebred heifers. That's a big honor when you can bring nice heifers out like this that you bred. I'm going to go out and make your champion reserve. They want 2 here in that order. And then let's follow with a nice round of applause after, and I'll give you my reasons.
Well, Judge Callum McKibben is just going to take one last walk by our best bred and owned division right now. 5 in their class. And there's your winner. That would be your winter yearling. The Kozak heifer. And Ridley Wickerink gets reserve with the summer yearling. Well, the champion, ladies and gentlemen, of your best bred and owned would be your winter yearling. Congratulations to Kozak and Orville Schmidt, Els Dairy, and RNF Livestock. Judge?
Ladies and gentlemen, this heifer, you hear me talk a lot about balance. She defines the word balance, and that's what I like about her so much. She's got that beautiful balance throughout, well-made heifer, and today just sets up a little nicer right there in her rear legs today when you get them in the line over the really well-balanced young heifer we have in reserve. And Brad just gives you a shade more dairiness, just a shade more dairiness when you look at her across the ring over the summer yearling. But the summer yearling, she's got a lot of potential down the road. I love the squareness of this heifer. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the entry from the winter yearling class, best bred and owned, and a check for $1,500 goes to Kozak Warrior Red Blaze, and that was the breeders Kozak Holsteins, Also owned by L's Dairy Farm, Orville Schmidt, and RNF Livestock. Congratulations to $1,500 check goes to Kozak Warrior Red Blaze. If we can have a representative from RBC and Select Sires to our presentation display, please. Your reserve champion of Best Bred and Owned came out of the summer yearling class. That would be Wedgwood Believe Bingo, and that was bred and owned by Stanhope Wedgwood. They'll get a check for $1,000 to Wedgwood Believe Bingo. Next in the arena is going to be our red and white championship class. If we can have our first and second in each class of red and whites to the hitching ring, please. Well, that was great to see Kozaks, very, very established red and white beaters. They also won the junior Best Bred and Owned as well. Orville Schmidt, he has left the announcer's booth. He's going to be part of the presentations. He owned part of that heifer along with L's Dairy Farm, RNF Livestock as well. For our champion Best Bred and Owned, $1,500 going to Kozak Warrior Red Blaze. Your reserve was the Wedgwood, I believe, Bingo. She came out of the summer yearlings out by Stanhope and Wedgwood. Following right up behind this is going to be our red and white division. We're going to choose our champions in the red and white division for our junior show. $5,000 is going to go to our champion red and white, and a $2,500 check is going to go to our reserve junior champion. And then we'll get right into the overall junior champion. They're going to be vying for $10,000 and $5,000 for reserve. Again, $250,000 is going to be distributed throughout the day, ladies and gentlemen. $250,000. That takes $325,000 over the course of 2 days in our dairy show here at Chilliwack at the Heritage Park Center. We're going to bring in, congratulations, Orville.
Thank you. It's been always kind of fun, and I know we've tagged back and forth, but I know the Kozak program over there has done an extreme amount of good work in the last 2 or 3 years, and we'll see a couple of milkers that they'd sold to the West Coast people be coming out later on, so it's not a one and done.
No, yeah, I think that heifer's got some future.
No, I think so. She's going to be a milk and heifer for the fall program, and
all right,
her full sister's calving again for the fall, so there's going to be quite a pair of young cows by fall time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess we'll see her back here shortly in the red and white division.
Yeah. Well, she was second in her class. She's even coming back against the block. I mean, I don't want her to get everything right away while we're at it here, but worse things have happened. But
well, if you keep on winning, you could be my best friend here for the rest of the day.
Okay.
So we're going to bring in our red and whites, first and second of our 5 junior classes. We'll introduce them to you as they come in.
So yeah, we're just winding down. Those of you that are tuning in, it's been hope we're keeping you a little bit entertained and see what's going on here at the show today. We got a pretty nice ringside. There's a lot of people around in the barns as well as out here, and
nice crowd coming in. We're going to get this red and white done, and then we'll get into the junior champions. $5,000 up for grabs in this red and white division right now for champion red and white, and $2,500 for reserve. And just think if she went on to be junior champion overall, there'd be $15,000.
That'd be.
Are you counting your eggs?
No. There's nothing. I'm sort of saying we're ahead of what I thought to begin with, so that's cool.
Yes.
But it's kind of Kent and John. We talked a bit about it yesterday, but.
This is the last call for all the first and second red and white winners, please, of the junior classes. We need you at ringside immediately, please. Red and white winners, first and second in each class from the red and white division, please be at the hitching ring ASAP. We'd like to thank West Coast Holsteins. West Coast Holsteins is the sponsor of our red and white junior champion, and thanks to Ricky's Restaurant for reserve red and white. Afterwards, if you still feel the need for a little good food, just head on down the road here to Ricky's Restaurant. They'll serve you up really good. West Coast Holsteins and Ricky's Restaurant for Grand and Reserve Junior Champion of the Red and White Division. Red and Whites, come on up to the ring immediately. Red and Whites, first and second in each class.
Maybe say make sure you get your junior champ, like first and second junior champ, like from each class.
Well, we got a bit of a pause here while we get these organized, and we'll get into our milking classes. They're going to be rolling immediately by the looks of it. We'll keep the show rolling.
Rolling. I mean, we talked a bit about it yesterday. We talk about how much they're giving out today, and this being the third show that the BC people have organized that's carried this kind of prize money. But after this year's show, they'll have distributed over $500,000 into the dairy industry through these 3 shows. We had was in 18, 19, and then COVID made them take a few years off, and they're back at it again. That's more money than it's ever been distributed any shows anywhere.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this time we'd want to thank West Coast Holsteins. They're a sponsor of our red and white junior champion. Ricky's Restaurant will be sponsor of our reserve red and white junior champion. $5,000 check is going to go towards the junior champion of our red and white division, $2,500 to reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, in first into the ring is our first place red and white out of our fall heifer class, Mustang Elegant Roll Call, T&L Cattle Company exhibitor. Second in the fall class in our red and white division was West Coast Picasso Aspen, Hamming Holsteins exhibitor. The first place red and white in that division of summer yearlings was Kirkley Geordie Pistachio, Hamming Holsteins, Winwright Holsteins. Second in our summer yearling class was Prairie Ruggles Red, Trinity Holsteins exhibitor.
She's not here. Not yet. Because this is Joel. That's Joel, so this one's not here yet.
First place red and white in our spring yearling class is Elbridge Miranda Lupa, T&L Cattle Company. First place red and white in our summer yearling class. Second in our summer yearling class in the red and white division, Semaji's After Party Warrior, Hamming Holsteins exhibitor. In the winter yearling class, we had one entry, and the winner of that class was Kozak Warrior Red Blaze, Kozak Holsteins, Els Dairy, Orville Schmidt, RNF Livestock exhibitors. In our fall yearling class, we had one entry in our red and white championship class. From that class, Crest Hill Sparkle Red, West Coast Holsteins exhibitor. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your class for our red and white junior championship class. Thanks to West Coast Holsteins for the sponsorship of junior champion. Ricky's Restaurant will be sponsoring the reserve red and white junior champion. $5,000 check will be awarded to the champion, $2,500 to our junior champion of the red and white division.
Yeah, there was one that was like 7.
Well, Orville, we got him ripping and roaring around. He's going to pull the last in there. We got.
I mean, some of these heifers, we got 2 actual class winners out here. We got one that was second, so we got some pretty good representation of the red industry, part of the whole Holstein show, and that's always good to see.
You know, I could see down the road that we're going to have a show, and we'll just have to designate the black and white winners.
So we've been going at this. I thought you were mellowing. Obviously, you were just reloading. So that's
the contrarian.
As you keep saying in the booth all the time, in the ring all the time when you're selling, it says if you only come to this show with one bullet, you're not going to survive.
Yeah, you're not going to win many gunfights with one bullet. So anyway, what a beautiful class of some red and white individuals. Like you say, 2 class winners here, second place winners in the other divisions. Holy, it's going to be a tight one, but.
Yeah. No, there's going to be. I mean, and it's it's great to see. I mean, the breed is. You see red guys who focus on red using black and white bulls, and you see the unstoppables and that have been black and white and red and white, and they've been an advantage to color. As you said, I have to admit to that color is maybe less important than it used to be. But,
so you can see on the screen right now, that's your winner of your winter or fall yearling class. There's just one out of that class, and then the next one beside her with Pierre holding it, that's your winner of your winter yearling class. There came one out of there, and then we get to the spring yearling.
Got your spring yearling, which was a winner. Yep. The one that Joel's got won her class. So yeah, there's three right heifers that contend with the best of them.
And Orville lost his breath because the heifer he owns is pulled out.
No. Anytime at these level of shows, John, anytime they're looking at you for consideration, you got to be pretty happy with that. The rest comes down to it's a pretty fine detail sometimes.
So Joel's he's moving out.
Like the first and second from each class to head to the hitching ring. This will be over.
And Joel's leading.
She being, I believe, she's the Geordie daughter that came out of the spring yearling class.
The Elmbridge heifer? T&L's?
Yes, T&L's owned but bred by Elmbridge. She being the winner of the spring yearlings, yep.
And then we got Pierre Boulay strapping your heifer, the Kozak Warrior heifer that just won the best bred and owned division.
And a heifer that's coming out from West Coast that I think has very strong ties to the Apple bloodline. So we got three of the well, they're actually sired by she's a heifer that's come back from we got Apple, you've got the Warriors, which are back to the Willaminas, David, back to Wilhelmina, and Morand. A bull that is actually, has changed. Though he's been used as much in the black and white world as he was in the red and white world. He puts in that double pole, so it's a pretty cool bull.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our red and white junior champion, our Judge Callum McKibben, with his reasons.
Ladies and gentlemen, the other red heifers are out here were tremendous too, but these three are extremely well-made heifers, extremely feminine heifers, extremely balanced heifers. Three incredible individuals, and for me, it's close all the way through. But I'm going to go out and make a champion, a reserve, an honorable mention in that order. And then I'd like you to follow with a nice round of applause after for these exhibitors. Whether you agree or disagree, I'm going to give you my reasons after I do it.
Music. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's your champion of our junior red and white division, entry number 313, Elmbridge Miranda Lupa, exhibited by T&L Cattle Company. Your reserve champion is going to be Crest Hill Sparkle Red by West Coast Holsteins. Judge?
Ladies and gentlemen, this spring yearling, she's really my kind. She's balanced, she's square. She's a heifer, comes at you with all that ton of style, and just beautiful, beautiful made all the way through, blending of parts, beautiful pastern on the heifer, beautiful angle to the leg on the heifer, beautiful rump. Really have a hard time to find anything negative to say about her. And it's really close when it comes all the way through, but for me, she is your junior champion of the Red Show. Reserve, it's splitting hairs. For me, it's splitting hairs. I love the winter yearling as well, and I love the senior yearling. I know the senior yearling, she's a bit extreme. She's so big and long, but she's so feminine. She's so feminine in through her head, in through her bone quality, beautiful drop to that rib and flank on her and spring a rib. And to me, today, just giving her the advantage of just having a little more mass and depth of that frame over the really well-balanced heifer we have an honorable mention. And I do love the honorable mention as well, heifer that I think is going to go on and make a great cow as well. Three extreme individuals, extremely nice individuals, extremely well-made individuals. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Cal McKevin. Ladies and gentlemen, your red and white junior champion, and a check for $5,000 goes to Elmbridge Miranda Lupa, exhibitors, T&L Cattle Company. And a check for $2,500 to your reserve junior champion of the red and white division, Crest Hill, Summerhill Red, West Coast Holsteins exhibitor, check for $2,500. Congratulations, and the honorable mention goes to Kozak Holsteins, RNF Livestock, Orville Schmidt, and Els Dairy Farm, honorable mention. We're going to move into our junior champions. If we can have them assembled in our hitching ring, junior champions, first and second from each calf class, please be at the ring immediately. We want to get into our junior champions. That would be junior champion sponsored by HSBC. Our reserve junior champion is going to be sponsored by Toronto Dominion Bank. $10,000 check will be awarded to our junior champion, $5,000 to our reserve junior champion. Junior champions, please be ready in the hitching ring. We're going to get underway with our junior championship right away.
You didn't mention anything for honorable mention in that class.
No, he said that she was a decent heifer.
So we should split the money then.
Not a great heifer, but he said she was a decent heifer.
I think we should split the money then. He said it was that close. It would only be fair to do a split, I would think. We'll bring that up with West Coast, see if that's going to get any airplay.
Well, I'm looking 4 partners, $1,500 that you got out of the
yeah,
right
that's...
Mm-hmm.
We've wasted more than that in the afternoon. So, yeah, it's maybe better this way.
Don't spill your coffee or you'll go broke.
Well, actually, I tell you what, John, just thinking about this, this would be a cool deal. What do you want to do? Well, they're coming in. Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the parade of our junior championship. These are your first and second winners of each class previous. Once again, we'd like to thank their junior champion. Sponsor, HSBC. Reserve junior champion will be sponsored by Toronto Dominion Bank. They're vying for $10,000 prize award money for our junior champion and $5,000 for our second. First into the ring in our fall heifer class was entry 108, Zesson Axel Mariah. The owners of that animal are, and exhibitors are, Emma Robinson, Jordan Van Dreger, Natalie Boonstoppel, and Prospect Holsteins. Second in our fall yearling class, Silver Maple Break Shot Catwalk, exhibited by T&L Cattle Company. We're going to move over to our next class, and that would be the summer yearlings. Your first place in that class was entry 215, SR Sidekick Evening Tinge, exhibited by RNF Livestock. Second in that class is entry 205, Wedgwood Believe Bingo, exhibitors Stanhope Wedgwood. Let's go into our next class would be
Spring Yearlings.
Spring Yearlings. In our first place in our Spring Yearling class, Elmbridge Morand Lupa, exhibited by T&L Cattle Company. Second place was West Coast Tattoo Irreplaceable, exhibited and owned by Jim Butler in the winter yearling class. Your first place animal, Extra Mile Las Vegas Tattoo, owned and exhibited by West Coast Holsteins. Second in class, Kozak Warrior Red Blaze, exhibited and owned by L's Dairy Farm, Kozak Holsteins, Orville Schmidt, RNF Livestock. In our final class, and that would be the fall yearling class. Your winner of that class was entry 505, Crest Hill Sparkle Red, West Coast Owners and Exhibitors. Second in our fall yearling class was entry 508, Mosnang Chief Darla, T&L Cattle Company, Owners and Exhibitors. Ladies and gentlemen, there is your group of junior champions. Ladies and gentlemen, first and second out of our previous junior classes are in the ring now to vie for the $10,000 cash award for junior champion sponsored by SHBC. $5,000 check for $5,000 will be going to our reserve junior champion from Toronto Dominion Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, unbelievable. Congratulations to our exhibitors and good luck. The class is complete. Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now is our junior championship class. As you can see, as they walk around the arena, you heard the announcements of who's in the class. We've got our best bred known in this class, and we also got our red and white winner as well. $10,000 check for our grand champion in our junior division. $5,000 for the reserve junior champion. You can see the Kozak heifer there, and now it was followed up by the West Coast Holsteins winner. She just won the junior red and white division. Here's the second place in our senior yearling division. Mosnang Chief Darla, she's exhibited by T&L. West Coast just on the left-hand side of your screen, the red cow. She was exhibited by West Coast. She was the first place in the senior yearlings. So just to go over again, we got Emmett Robinson, Jordan Van Dreger, Natalie Moonstoppel, and Prospect Holsteins were the winner of the fall calf class in the silver maple catwalk. She was second. T&L owns the second place fall calf. In our summer yearlings, RNF Livestock won that class with a sidekick. Second was Stanhope Wedgwood with a believed daughter. And then in the junior yearlings, a Moran calf by T&L Cattle Company was first place. And Jim Butler was second with a tattoo out of the irreplaceable heifer. Right now it looks like The Elmbridge heifer 313, the winner of the junior yearling class. She's leading off the pack. T&L Cattle Company. We also got the West Coast Tattoo, irreplaceable, owned by Jim Butler. She was the second place in that junior yearling class, followed it in. And we're going to follow up with another West Coast, the winner of the winter yearling class. She's going to be followed right in behind her in the second place. The Kozak heifer that just was winner of the best bred and owned. She was second in the winter yearling class. And then following out his first pull is going to be the senior yearling, the Crest Hill Sparkle heifer by West Coast Holsteins. Ladies and gentlemen, here is our judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. We've had a wonderful heifer show here. Tremendous quality from top to bottom. I'd like to commend the breeders and the exhibitors for bringing out such a fine show of heifers here in the Holstein ring. I'm not going to go down and talk about every heifer here. We got a lot of cows to judge yet this afternoon. I'm going to go out and make your junior champion, a reserve, and an honorable mention in that order. And then I'm going to give you my reasons after. But these are the 5 heifers to me that sifted to the top. Heifers with really good feet and legs, heifers that are extremely balanced heifers all the way through. Sure, some are a little larger than others, but they're all really well made. Smaller or bigger, they're all really well made. And to me, that's what comes down to is we're picking the best, and I like them well made, and I like them feminine, and all these heifers are very feminine. Thank you. I'm going to go out and pick your champions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your junior champion came out of our junior yearling division, Elmbridge, Miranda Lupa. Congratulations to T&L Cattle Company. A check for $10,000 for your junior champion. Reserve goes to West Coast Tattoo, irreplaceable, exhibited by Jim Butler, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, here is our judge with his reasons of this beautiful junior championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, these heifers define the word balance, especially these 2 spring yearlings. The first one just got a little more mass, just a little more width, that little more depth. Sure, the second one has that little more of a cut of dairiness, but a lot of it's coloration. When you're in on that red heifer, she's plenty dairy. She's a beautiful, beautiful heifer. I love the width and squareness of her from the front to the rear, and just a little more mass of frame today over this very feminine heifer in reserve. It's a femininity along with the balance that carries her over the big red senior yearling and honorable mention. She's cleaner at her pins, which is natural for the age. Heifer to me that just has that just a little more balance. She's not quite as big, but the honorable mention heifer, for a big heifer, she is very feminine, and she's got a beautiful bone quality, and she looks fantastic underneath with a beautiful rib structure. 3 great individuals. Congratulations again. It's been a great time judging this heifer show. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. It has been a great junior championship. Once again, our junior champion is being sponsored by HSBC. And a check for $10,000 goes to Elmbridge, Moran Lupa, exhibited by T&L Cattle Company. And your reserve junior champion, sponsored by Toronto Dominion Bank, West Coast Tattoo, Irreplaceable, exhibited by Jim Butler, Illinois. And our honorable mention goes to Crest Hill Sparkle from West Coast Holsteins. Congratulations to each and every one of our entries in our junior championship class. We very good bunch of cattle. We're going to get underway with our junior 2-year-old class here in about 10 minutes. We're going to take about a 10-minute break and we'll get right into our junior 2-year-old class. We can have them start coming to the ring here shortly. Junior 2-year-olds will be in about 10 minutes. Bring our first class into the arena in our milking division. Junior 2-year-olds are coming into the arena. They're born March 1st to August 31st of 21. Jersey Canada is our wonderful sponsor of our junior 2-year-old class. A large class coming in of junior 2-year-olds, thanks to Jersey Canada for our sponsorship.
Okay, I better get back to work.
We would also like to inform that our Heritage Hut is open. If you want to make your way over and grab some food, that'd be absolutely great. Make sure you get over here and get your draw for that wonderful quilt by Sumas 4-H Club.
I got home at 6:45 in the morning.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the judge for today's show is Callum McKibben from Quebec. He's assisted by his son-in-law, Steve Glode. Certainly, we are very appreciative of Callum coming out, a well-respected judge. 31 countries the man has gone to judge cattle. Many times he's exhibited and owned All-Americans and All-Canadians. Been to BC many times for judging out here, so a man that is familiar with all the people out here, and we enjoy having him back out for this huge show. $250,000 worth of prize money that we're going to be handing out. We've already handed out a good chunk of that change this morning with our junior division. Lots more to come, ladies and gentlemen. First class in the ring is junior 2-year-olds, March 1st to August 31 of 21.
Well, I'm back, John. I hope you didn't miss me too terribly long.
No,
there.
we didn't. We haven't.
Nobody's texted in. Where did Orville go yet?
Are
That's
you guys hungry? Burger and fries?
Yes, and we're going to kick things off. Let's go to our first animal that's in the ring. That's the red heifer. We're a little tardy on getting things started here, but we'll see if we can get her up
get
on
her
the
caught
screen.
up. Yep.
There we go. There's Robella Holsteins are exhibiting our first animal that's in the ring. She's Robella Moran. Sissy, Robella Holsteins T&L Cattle Company are the owners of this Moran daughter.
Following the red heifer, we have a Wedgwood Chief Paz, Stanhope Wedgwood, bred and owned as well. Stanton's Chief out of one of their Paradise cow families. And then I think we have got no 703, I believe. That's 704.
That's 703 on the screen there now.
Oh, 703, okay. Then we had, okay.
The West Coast Success Ice exhibited by West Coast Holsteins. She's out of the old Gold Chip cow. She's a young daughter, a success daughter out of Gold Chips.
Alrighty, that's, is that the Durham West heifer? That's 704, the young lady's leading. Then we got West Coast 705 would be West Coast Moran, a Moran daughter from West Coast, from the Fortune Sky, bred and owned as well. Keaton on the other side of our ring here, if we've got him in there. Coming in, the dark black heifer.
Yeah, we'll get her up on the screen here shortly. There she is. She's 706. Winright KPIs on me. She's a Kingpin daughter, a Gold Chip Explosion. RNF Livestock are the owners of that beautiful Kingpin daughter.
And following him with Barkley on the halter, there's Dad and Son. See who's going to come out ahead of this game is a Kentville Alley-Oop Zelda heifer for RNF as well. She being an Alley-Oop daughter. Kevin McGriskin bred, both owned by RNF Livestock.
$708. She's bringing in the exhibit by Lucky Hill Dairy and Hamming Holstein. She's an Altitude daughter. 708.
Second red heifer out there, yep. Following with 709 behind the red heifer, we have a Skycrest bred and owned. Skycrest Lambda Snoopy. Caitlin at the halter.
The birthday girl.
Birthday girl.
And 710.
The other red heifer.
Wixhaven, Revere Dusty, Stanhope Dairy Farms, and Wedgwood Holsteins are the owners of this Revere daughter out of an avalanche.
Following her, our friend from Quebec, Pierre Boulet, leading, and Pierre bred heifer, Pierston Chief Allright, owned by RNF Livestock, a Chanston's chief daughter, a Rayon d'Or Dam.
$7.12 is going to be exhibited by Robella and T&L. Benby Lambda Magnolia. She's a Lambda daughter out of a mud pile. The old Conadale mud pile cow.
Huh, that's a hell of a name, Bud Pile. Last one in the ring, cleaning up the class, 713, West Coast Classy bonus. Jeff at the halter, welcome Classy daughter, West Coast Holsteins bred and owned. Those are your junior 2-year-olds.
We got one scratch, and that's 702.
702 being a scratch, you're right.
Just an update, ladies and gentlemen. 702 is being scratched from this class. 702 will not be run of today.
During the class? They're doing this now.
Ladies and gentlemen, junior 2-year-old is in the class. If we can have our next class to the hitching ring, please. Next class coming in. If we can have you making your way to the hitching ring, please. That would be our winter 2-year-olds. Please get up to the hitching ring. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have another honor and a distinction that we're very proud to make here today. Every so often, the BC branch recognizes one of its members for their outstanding contributions to the Holstein industry by presenting a recipient with the Honorary Lifetime Member Award. Richard Bosma has been a proud member of the dairy landscape in BC for many years. After returning to the home farm full-time in 1982, Richard has consistently been involved in our great industry. Vetterly Farms has been in operation since 1967 and its present location in Abbotsford since 2004. Richard credits his father, Hay, for getting him started in the dairy industry and encouraging his participation in the local Holstein club as a young man. Over the years, more than 250 very good or excellent calves have been bred by the Bosma family and well over 45 star brood calves. Vetterly cows have also graced the cover of the esteemed Holstein Journal not once but twice. Richard's been very active in agricultural organizations for many years. He has served as director of the BC Holstein branch since 1990. He also served as branch president in 1998 and 1999. Richards also served on the Chilliwack Fair Board, Can West DHI Board, CMEX Genetic Advisory Committee, and the Dairy Research Council, and is a past president of the Fraser Valley Holstein Club. 2005, Richard was elected as National Director for BC, which began a 10-year term with Holstein Canada. During this time, he sat on several different committees, including awards, audit and risk, finance governance, and the Breed Advisory Board. In 2012, he became Vice President, and in April of 2014, Richard was elected as President of Holstein Canada. Richard has always been incredibly passionate about the Holstein breed, both in BC and across the country. He saw his tenure with Holstein Canada as a way to give back to the industry that has provided so much to him and his family. It's hard to believe that only one short year ago, Richard and Judy and their family and cows had just been evacuated from the farm as the flooding ravaged the Sumas Prairie and the worst agricultural disaster in the province has ever seen. And yet, the Bosmas, like so many other dairy farm families, preserved, humbled by the generosity of neighbors, friends, and total strangers, as they began the process of cleaning up and moving forward. Thank you, Richard, for all you've done for the dairy industry here in BC and throughout Canada, both as an ambassador, as an advocate, through the highs, the lows that the dairy business has experienced. It's a privilege to recognize you as the newest honorary lifetime member for the BC Holstein branch. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this wonderful gentleman, Richard Bosma. Congratulations, Richard, and thank you for all you've done and continue to do. Well, here we go.
Making our first runs here. The Skycrest heifer, 709.
Well, that would be quite a birthday gift, wouldn't it?
711, yep, 711. The Pearston bred heifer owned by R&F.
706.
Followed by 706, another R&F heifer.
705 is in fourth. West Coast. And another West Coast, 703. Is in fifth.
So yeah, getting this first class of milkers sorted out. Great udders here to work with. If this is any indication about what the rest of the day has to offer, it's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, the class is a strong class, as you can see. Is
707, another R&F heifer.
I think these intermediate milking classes are going to be strong.
Yep, very strong.
Boy, there's some young and upcoming stars that are going to be out in these classes, and you know, we're starting off with a big bang right now with this Skycrest heifer, the Lambda daughter.
The thing that's cool about them, I mean, we always know young cows always have them good high tight udders, but these heifers that are just 24 months of age to already see the body development that they've got, indicating that there's going to be a lot of these are going to turn into some pretty powerful cows when it's all done, because you calve them young, but you sometimes run out of cow power. But that's not the case with these.
Yeah, and I think we see our judge that you know what, he can see that power coming down a little later on. I know you got to judge him today, but he's certainly got some cattle here that udders are just phenomenal, and dairy character is just unbelievable. So right now,
I think he's got what he's looking for. I think he's just, which is the one.
Yep. So Skycrest with the Lambda daughter is going to be in first place at this point, and then followed up by R&F Livestock with the Stanton's Chief daughter. And then R&F is going to be also in third place with that Winright Kingpin daughter.
Kingpin daughter.
So,
going to be good.
Going to be great. I'd like to congratulate Richard Bosma for his lifetime award.
No, Richard's one of those fellows that does it not for the recognition, but just because he feels that you got to give back if you want the industry to be strong, and he's definitely proved that.
Yeah, and you know what? Just watch him and listen to him. He's got some leadership qualities that are just second to none, and Holstein Canada was a really better off organization with him to lead it for those couple of years, and took him around the corner into the next step down the road. It's great to have those guys come to the forefront. I know there's a lot of things on their table, and they don't get paid real well for that job, but boy, oh boy, when they do get it, they do a whale of a job.
No, that's right. I worked with him on the board for several years, and he was definitely a great Western ambassador. We were stronger for it because of him, absolutely.
So there's your Skycrest heifer, gets the first nod, and then we're going to follow up with R&F Livestock in second spot with the Pearston Revere daughter. And he's keeping on going down the line. Keaton's coming out with the 706 heifer, and that's the Winright from R&F Livestock, Kingpin daughter. Now we're going to make a shuffle. We're going to swap some West Coast cattle here. 703 is getting a nod for fourth spot. That's the Success daughter from West Coast Holsteins.
Oh, we got one coming from the back there, the red heifer, 708. he come out of nowhere.
Lucky Hill Dairy and Hamming Holsteins with an altitude daughter, the first red heifer that's got pulled out. And 707 is in 6th spot. That would be the RNF livestock.
Another RNF. Kevin McGriskin bred young cow.
Now 705 is making the pull, and that was from West Coast, so she'll be in the 7 hole. So there's your top 7 right now. So we're just getting underway with our milking classes here. We've got a large afternoon ahead of us, another 3.5, 4 hours, I assume, that we'll be sorting out some cows here. We're starting to step up the prize money. We're going to go for $1,000 for the first place of each class. Significant prize money just for placing in a class, and then as we get out to the end, you're going to see a $20,000 check being handed out for champion, and reserve champion will get $10,000. Just doing some rough math on that junior champion. What, $15,000?
The red heifer. You mean the red heifer?
That other colored, the one that isn't black and white.
The one that isn't black and white. Okay. Yeah, she cracked both ends of the spectrum, didn't she?
$5,000 for the junior red and white, $10,000 for the overall junior. So, you know, I don't know what you pay for those kind of heifers, but $15,000 is a pretty good deposit on whatever
Well, I
you
think
purchase.
it should cover at least a couple months' feed. I would think it'll be okay. Yeah, it'll be okay.
Gradually.
No, that's a pretty cool deal. Like to come up with, you know, the quality of the black show and to have, you know, I mean, those red heifers are good heifers, and
Not often you get heifers being evaluated and a purchase price put on them because they can win this much at a show. Usually it's based on what she looks like and what her breeding is, but now when you
wouldn't that be a boost to the showing industry if you could pay for them by winning a show?
Just like a racehorse now.
Just like a racehorse now. But that's you know, I think the industry, if you actually want to. If you want to get new people in and people to stay in, it's got to pay its way at some point in time. I mean, it's if you're going to look at competitions, and this is a competition. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's sure we're just determining which is the best one today, but
well, I think
it's still a competition.
I think this is an appropriate time. We got a lot of great sponsors here, but it wouldn't have all come together without Ken Koyman.
Oh no,
driving the ship on this one. I think anybody that knows Ken is not surprised that if something like this was going to happen, Ken was going to be behind it. And the Koyman family of the West Coast Holsteins is an integral part of this show, coming up with this kind of prize money, and what a unbelievable deal it is.
No, and I mean it's not a one and done. This is the number 3 performance for it, and if you know Ken, he's probably got guys on the line for next year already. So he knows when to talk to people and how to talk to people, but he's also involved in it right at the grassroots. So that's pretty cool.
And you know what? It is good out here. But you know what? It is not that something that can't be duplicated throughout North America. You know what,
Absolutely.
people? This takes some effort, some connection, and some commitment. And you don't have to be at 325,000. Let's start walking before we run. But you know what? People out there that organizing shows and putting on these fairs and shows and big shows down the road, it can be done. We've proven it out here, and the Koymans have done it. And hopefully this will catch on throughout North America, because it would be a heck of an incentive and something. You know, it's good to get this prize money, but you know, it is good for the breed. It's going to get better cattle out. It's going to get more people, and that's all just good for the breed, isn't it?
You bet it is. I mean, it started years ago when the Hayes classification program was set up in the 40s and 50s, was to get some excitement, get some involvement in the people out in the field, and it worked. I mean, we talk about, those of you that don't know, in the 40s and 50s, we were getting $100 to win a class. I mean, and $100 in 1950 is a little more than $100 today, and that was a lot of money in those days. Guys went out on the show circuit and came back with checks of $5,000-$6,000 with prize money, and that paid a lot of miles in 1950.
And here we are in 2023, and that's still $100.
100. Some cases it's 82. Like, I mean, it's, yeah.
Anyway, there's our preaching again.
We do that once in a while, but yeah.
Holstein Canada will be giving Orville Schmidt and John Copperthorne a call. and I would love to talk to you about it. So anyway, here we go. Let's get back to our business at hand, and that's the junior 2-year-old class that's in the ring. And it's currently being led off by the Skycrest. They brought one cow, and so far she's doing pretty
100%,
good.
100% win. If Mom and Dad are watching, she looks great. Too bad you can't be out here, but you sent the better one of your 2 kids anyway, so that just put that in there. And sorry, Chad, had to say it.
Yeah, we'll let you come to Rimby and show your stuff at Rimby.
No, great young cow. I mean, as we said, it was her birthday yesterday. She had some great birthday presents. So
yeah, that's Caitlin, not the cow.
Oh, I'm sure Caitlin, I know her enough. She took pretty good care of that cow while she was here. That didn't happen by accident.
Well, and I think she took care of all the rest of the wind-on crew while the other guys were out looking and trying to sell cows and buy cows. Caitlin was the only one that was standing in the string with a fork in her hand. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like our judges had his decision made for our junior 2-year-old class, sponsored by Jersey, Canada. Our first milking class of the day, Judge Callum McKibben.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a nice round of applause here. It's a really nice way to start the cow classes. You got a lot of recently fresh heifers. You got some milking a little longer, but I'm starting the class with the best uddered heifer in the class. Just a tremendous udder and a lot of good things to go with it. She's dairy, she's long-bodied, she's very feminine, very angular. A heifer that, to me, the strength of that mammary carries her to the top of the class, and the bone quality, and she's just an all-around beautiful package of a young cow. I give her the advantage over the second cow who's recently fresh, 13 days, just on that texture in the udder, the height of the rear udder right to the top, just a little smoother right in the fore udder. The teats are just in under the quarters, a little nicer in the fore udder. But boy, what a beautiful frame on this young cow in second. The beautiful chine, yet she's level from front to rear to her rump. She's just the right levelness of her top. She's got that beautiful depth of forerib for a fresh cow. And so the rear flank's going to come, and a heifer to me that is really correctly made, just a little fresh to get any higher today. She carries over the black heifer. I really love this black silky dairy one in third, but to me just a little more width than the second heifer up front. Excuse me, a little more width than chest floor. She's got advantage on her fore udders blending today, especially on the left side, this side we're looking at. This recently fresh black heifer's just rolling along with her fore udder. But you got to love the dairiness, the femininity, the bone quality of this young cow. And she uses the advantage she has on just a little more length of frame, a little more overall mass through her middle today. And the heifer in fourth, I'd like to just change her on her right fore udder. She just bulges a little on the far side of her fore udder into the body wall. But what a beautiful frame, fore rib, beautiful bone quality on this young cow we have coming out here in fourth. The fourth uses her advantage over the fifth. She's been milking longer. The fifth heifer is one of the nicest frames, angularity, balance in the class. Just a little fresh in her mammary today. So the texture of the udder, the quality in the udder, the height of the rear udder today, and blending a fore udder, or texture of fore udder more or less, over the young cow we have coming out in fifth. However, take nothing away the fifth. You love the frame, you love the angularity, the femininity. She just needs time. Just needs time, and effort's only going to get better. And she uses a drop to her middle, drop to her rib, overall frame mass over this red heifer's recently fresh. I think it's got a lot of potential to her. Beautiful udder. She just needs time to fill out her rear flank and rib, but a really nice young red cow coming out in sixth. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your junior 2-year-old class, sponsored by Jersey, Canada. And the winner of our junior 2-year-old class, entry number 709, Skycrest Lambda Snoopy. Owned, bred and owned, your first place bred and owned as well, Skycrest Holsteins. Second in class was entry number 711, Pierston Chief Allright, exhibited and owned by RNF Livestock. Third place was entry number 706, Winright, KP Eyes on Me, RNF Livestock owner and exhibitor again. In fourth place, West Coast Success Ice, West Coast Holsteins. In fifth place, was entry 707, Kentville Alley-oop Zelda RNF Livestock. That's your top 5. Let's go up top to bottom in this class. Robella had the entry of 701, Robella Moran Sissy, owned by T&L Cattle Company. 702 was a scratch. 703 placed 4th. 704 placed 9th. 705 placed 8th. 706 was 3rd. 707 was 5. 708 was 6th. She was the first red and white in class. 709 was your best bred and owned and your winner of the class. Skycrest Lamb to Snoopy's, Skycrest Holsteins. 710 was 10th. 710 was 10th, but she was second red and white in class. 711 was 2nd. 712 was 7th. Over the page, the 713, she was 11th. That's your placings for the junior 2-year-old class. Currently coming in is our winter 2-year-old class, December 1 to February 28th of 21. We'd like to thank West Coast Robotics. West Coast Robotics is our sponsor for our winter 2-year-old class, December 1 of 20 to February 28th of 21. If we can have our next class to the assembly arena, fall 2-year-olds, come on up to the assembly arena. Well, Orville, that was a nice way to kick things off. Let's get the winter 2-year-olds going. The first one in the arena is the 801. There she is, 801, Ben B, Chief Purple, and Ben B Holsteins from Saskatchewan. Another Chief daughter. We've seen some good Chiefs out there.
Chief's been one of those bulls that's him and Lamb have been hanging around pretty good. Following her, 803, the West Coast Victor 2 Prude. This is a Victor daughter out of a daughter of Prude, the cow that come out from Wendon, Robella, and T&L.
Yeah. Let's go to 804. 804, you can see Joel leading the Wendon entry. Linda Eng is a Unix. A Unix daughter.
He's being followed by the Summershade heifer, another one owned by Robella and T&L. A Stanton's Hotline Cameo, lot number 805.
T&L's got 2 in this class. That's the second of the 2. 806. 806 is a entry by Nikki Meyer, Nicola Rager Rosie.
She beats followed. Hey, I know another one of our Quebec friends, Martin Robert's leading an RNF exhibit. River Down, Denver A. Karen, a Denver daughter from the River Down program in Eastern Ontario, 807.
Yeah, the heifer currently on the screen is the Ranger or Rager heifer. There's Martin.
There's Martin, the Denver for an RNF livestock.
And the last one in this class is the Wedgwood Unstoppable Tiffany, Stanhope Wedgwood. Unstoppable daughter out of an Absolute.
That's our class of winter 2-year-olds.
Seven in the class.
I'm here, and once they get it organized, I'll be right here.
So here we go with our winter 2-year-old classes, our second milking class coming in the arena. And again, Gallum McKibben and his associate judge is his son-in-law, Steve Cloud. Good to have the family affair out here. You can see Blair Weeks coming around the corner. Blair all the way out from PEI. Helping out some guys out here, and he's been working quite closely with the T&L Cattle Company. This is your Victor daughter. This is our first Prude daughter and granddaughter, actually.
Yep. I think they reported that they lost her a bit ago, so she's got some genetics in the barn there. We saw some at the sale. We saw some in the show barn, so there'll be they'll be using her genetics for a while yet.
2016, she was champion at the BC Spring Show when it was down in Abbotsford. Wendon Prude. And then Donnie came back the next year and won it with Diode, back to back. So
Donnie's had a couple of successful years, but I mean, you talk about a guy that's going to get getting his third shield here in the next couple of 3 weeks. Pretty impressive and a great operation. And just behind us in the barn here, they got 10, 12 head out there, and his crew works. There's no doubt about it. The work done at home at Donnie's place, that's where it's all accomplished. And
yep, very accomplished breeder and showman. Still needs some work on picking the chick up at after supper.
Oh yeah. He's got a great helper there, Egbert there now, and the son-in-law. They do a lot of work on the farm there, and his nice barn he built. Here we go.
Good team. So looks like we're going to start it off with this Denver Daughter 807 from RNF Livestock, Martin, and then we're going to come in with Blair's 803. That's the West Coast Victor Tattoo Prude from Robella and TNL. Then we're going to
looks like
go
Benby.
Benby 803.
801.
801, sorry. And the Red Cow.
The Red Rager Daughter.
Yeah, that's the 806. And then 805 is fifth. The Summer Shade, the Comio, Robella and TNL. So we're kicking things off with a Denver Daughter on top from RNF Livestock. Saw this cow throughout the week, and she really has starting to develop. I saw her on Monday and took the truck ride. Not real terrible, but she didn't come off in Madison shape. But boy, oh boy, like a lot of the other cows, as they settled in and started to get used to the feed and the water, boy.
Yeah, no, it's
started to really push her down on the rear rib.
There's another place where there's a lot of work done at home that gets these cows ready for these kind of conditions. They feed a nice hay program at home, and these young cows, they do a pretty good job with them as well.
We're looking at about 20 hours from when she left home to getting to downtown Chilliwack. So they stopped on the road. I believe it was up at Edson, Albert.
Yeah.
Pulled off in a truck stop and watered and fed and milked the cows out at that point. RNF did.
Not that Edson from Edson in, you're still a good solid 10 hours away. They'd have been getting awful close to chore time again, time they landed in here, and hopefully the roads are good and
yeah,
you don't get stranded.
The toughest part of your drive is ahead of you once you leave Edson.
Yeah, that's right. But a plug in for our friends from Ontario, the Nils drivers. They've been hauling cattle across Canada for 50 years, and they know how to haul cattle. They're not used to hauling logs. They know how to haul cattle.
Currently, we have our winter 2-year-old class in the ring, thanks to West Coast Robotics as our sponsor. If we can have the next class getting assembled, our fall 2-year-olds, please be at the ring. We're just starting to put the wrap up on our winter 2-year-olds. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can stick around to the end of the show. We're going to have a large check ceremony right at the end as we crown our champion and reserve champion of the show. Many other checks that we got and crowning that we're going to do, but we'd also like you to stick around afterwards. We're going to have an exhibitor party right in the ring here. We got some presentations that we want to hand out at the exhibitor party as well. So lots to do, lots to fulfill your day here at the Heritage Center here in Chilliwack, BC. You're surely welcome to stick around and enjoy the fellowship. Not too many changes, Orville, is there?
He shuffled a couple. He brought up one from the 6th hole, brought her up into the 4th hole. Joel's young cow from Wendon, the 3rd hole. He brought her right up into the 3rd hole, but the first two are the same. First two are still his initial two, but he brought up the eunuchs from Wendon into the third hole, and the TNL Robella took Cameo heifer. She's in fourth, followed by Benby and the two reds, the Rager and the Stanhope Wedgwood's Unstoppable Tiffany.
Just a point of observation, it appears that the red cows are at the towards the end of the class.
Just a special observation. Just another one of those special observations of yours, John. They're very... Oh. Only problem with this hard sand pack is that there is a bit of a splash effect when things go sideways.
Well, we got a good ringside crowd here. I just saw some people up from Washington, and
Yes, I did too, yes.
and Mercebergen was here, and Doug Blair's back again today, and John Blair, and Jorge from Salvador, or Central America.
Yeah.
He's here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judges completed our winner 2-year-old class. Callum?
Ladies and gentlemen, not a large class. A class that's a little harder to place. You got some recently fresh ones. You got some that are milking a little longer. Some you'd like to just change little things about. And to me, when I got them lined up at the end, I was happy with this placement. The first heifer recently fresh, 3 weeks, but she's got the most balance of frame. She's got the heifer walks out, glides on her rear legs and feet. She's got the fewest faults in the class. I'd like to give her a little more bloom to her udder. I grant the second heifer having more bloom, but I feel the first heifer gives me more quality in the seam. She glides nicer on her rear legs today, just more comfortable walking, a little nicer set right there in the rear leg on the move today over the nice side profile 2-year-old we have coming out in second. Second over third, she uses the depth of her forerib, depth of her frame, overall mass. However, the third cow, I'm going to make her best udder. She's got the best udder in the class. I would like to see more depth of forerib and more depth of frame, but she has got a magnificent udder, and so that's why she's in third today. I give her the advantage over the fourth cow on that mammary system today. She's got blending of fore-udder. Side profile on the far side is nicer on the fore-udder. She's just a little higher and nicer right to the top of the rear udder than the nice balanced young cow we have coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's the shape of the rear udder at the top. I love the fifth heifer's frame, side profile. But the fourth heifer just glides a little nicer on her rear legs. She places them down nicer, more comfortably today than a heifer in fifth. And she's got a nicer shape to the top of the rear udder right at the top, a little wider right at the top of the attachment over the beautiful framed heifer we have in fifth. The fifth over the sixth uses the dairiness over the really nice uddered heifer in sixth. I'd like to make this red cow just a little more dairy today to be any higher, a little more bloomy, but she has got a beautiful attached udder. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your reasons and your placings for the winner 2-year-old class, brought to us by West Coast Robotics. First place in this class was entry 807 Riverdown Denver A. Cairn. That was exhibited by RNF Livestock from Saskatchewan. Second place was entry number 803, West Coast Victor 2 Prude. That is exhibited by Robella Holsteins and TNL Cattle Company. Third place in that class, Wendon Holstein. She was entry 804, Linderain Isa Unix. Entry 804 was third. Fourth place, 805, Summershade to Cameo, Robella Holstein's TNL Cattle Company. We want to go from top to bottom. We'll give you the placings. Entry 801 was fifth. She was your first place bred and owned in class. 801, best bred and owned in class, placed fifth. 803, she was number 2. 804, she was third. 805 was fourth. 806 was sixth, but she was first red and white in class. 807 was first, your winner, and exhibited by RNF Livestock. 807 was first in class. 808 was seventh, And she was second red and white in class. 808 was seventh, but second in red and white division. Let's flip over the page. We're going to go right into our fall 2-year-olds, ladies and gentlemen. September 1 of 20 to November 30th of 2020. Here we got a large class coming in. We would like to thank TNT Hay Sales. TNT Hay Sales is our sponsor for the fall 2-year-old class. Appreciate your support, TNT Hay Sales. We'll start parading these animals in shortly. If we can have them all to the arena, make sure our junior 3-year-olds are quite close behind.
All right, well, we've done our winter 2-year-olds. We're going to come into a nice big class of fall 2-year-olds. I believe there's about 18 or
Oh, it's going to be Steve.
17 or 18 initially were entered, and the water's going to start to get a little splashier here now.
Well, Willsview is going to kick this class off, entry number 900. She's a West Coast analyst, Flashy. Willisview is a analyst daughter. She's West Coast breeding. Was a View Farms or the owner. We've got an added entry there, Orville. Our next one, 9018.
We do. I don't. Is it? That I don't know if that can be a crush time. We maybe got somebody missing. That's 90. That's actually 903 coming in the ring now with Blair at the halter. That's Thornspick, Moran, Dawson P, Robella and TL Cattle Company, a Moran daughter. That's the one that Blair's got. Connie at 10904. She's got the Nakoman Zebra Sonia cow from Wendon.
Yeah, 905 is that nice red cow from Wendon Holstein. She's the Geordie. .905, that's the one Joel Phoenix is leading.
Joel's leading, yes, and then we have some of these numbers aren't quite on track here.
That's the Lucky Zimmer heifer.
Okay, that could be the Moran. Yeah, the Lucky Zimmer, Moran, Candy heifer, Robella, and T&L cattle. They've been busy here the way it looks for the last couple days.
And 07 is the West Coast Unix cow, the Unix out of Sidekick Pariah. West Coast Holsteins are got 907. You can see Jeff Koyman bringing in this young cow.
Can't eat all these fries.
Another red cow coming in, Orville.
Yes, we got another one for Robella and T&L, the Marcourt Garlic Swingman, being a Swingman daughter. The bull's West Coast actually bred that bull, West Coast Swingman.
Let this next heifer get into the ring so you can have a good look at her. You'll like this heifer. This is a heifer that's coming to us from West Coast Holstein. She's a Unix daughter. 909. Jeff Queen. Oh, look at that cow. Saw her earlier on in the week.
Nice young cow coming there, boys. Get that long view on the screen there. You appreciate her.
Oh, Greg McLean's awake.
Oh, they just bring big iron in for the important classes. There you go. RNF Livestock Exhibit. House Duran Elsie. A leaning house Duran daughter out of a high octane. Nice black silky young cow with the House prefix from Western Ontario.
Well, if you're listening out there, you might want to run to the fridge and grab a pop and come back because this is going to be a whale of a class. Next one is entry number 911. Nice Rest, Patrick Ace Dana, and this is owned by Nice Rest, Nycrest Farms. She's a Moran daughter.
Moran was one of those bulls that was working or used in both red, black, and white side of the program, and he did a great job on both sides. He's a sire of sons. He's a sire of some great brood cows. His name will be around the pedigrees for quite a while. Another bull developed by Dave Eastman and his team. Great bull and a great job they've done with that program. 912 coming in from West Coast. A Bridgestone daughter from the Solomon Liquefy, the great cow that they got from the Moss Nang program. And apparently she's going to calve again here in the next 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, she was nominated All-Canadian.
All-Canadian. Her daughter was nominated. Now they got another daughter, so that's one of them programs that's working out pretty good.
And a heifer that went through the sale out there. Wednesday night, 9:13. Another silver maple bred heifer. She's exhibited by Stanhope and Wedgwood. She's a lambda. I have another Solomon. Now we're getting down towards the end. I think 3 or 4 more to come yet.
Coming in now, they're going to get these big classes. They're going to run a leadsman back there. They're going to have to go recruit some off the streets.
There's Ridley.
Ridley coming into the ring with a sidekick daughter out of an Emilio. Sidekick Mallory, Stanhope Wedgwood.
We're going to try and get you a picture of these cows. We're getting a little crowded in the ring, and some of our camera angles just aren't right to get a shot. But the next one that is coming in is a Melonroy bred cow. She's in altitude, and she's exhibited by Chris 80 Holsteins.
Yeah, Mike Flamin at the halter there. Another one of those 3-generation families in the dairy industry. Grandfather was CEO of Holstein Canada. His dad's on a bunch of the milk boards in Saskatchewan, and Michael and his new wife have built a robot barn there at the farm and are going to be around the industry for a bit.
You can just see this white cow coming in behind Marty there. Marty's kind of taking up the shot, but that would be a Skycomish Avalanche. Have a look at this cow. I saw her earlier on in the week, and I don't know, a lot of guys walked by her, and I just saw her this morning, and holy cow, did she ever clip up nice.
No, she's a nice young cow right on the end of the row there, right when you come in the barn, and yes, she gets your attention. This Avalanche bull did a pretty, when he did it right. It was pretty cool.
That's the Olivers from Washington State, so keep an eye on her. She's my dark horse of this class.
There you go. And rounding it out, Silver Maple bred Paradise Choice, Sunny Point Paradise daughter out of an Applecrest cow for Moore Star Holsteins. 917, that's your class of fall 2-year-olds.
Well, we tried to give you a good look. We'll get you another look here as we get around the class and we get some better angles of these, and we'll point them back out to you. So this is a really good class. I want to make sure everybody out there has a good look at these animals because, man alive, the quality in this one, this could be one of the premier classes of the day right here, this fall 2-year-old class. There's 906.
Nice young cow there, too.
Yeah, that's the Robella and T&L. This red cow. She's a Morand.
Another one of them Morans out of a Diamondback, bred by Zimmer in Lucky Hill. Big Willem's here. I haven't seen Zimmer. Dewey gets too busy sometimes to go to a cow show. He's running around all over the place, and he built himself a robot barn there too. So great young breeder. Got a Shield about 4 or 5 years ago.
909. That's that. There's a Unix there, 909. One of the Unixes from West Coast. They got 2 Unixes in this class. Here's Jeff. $907. There's 910. Greg McLean's running that House heifer. She's the Duran. You can get a better look at the shape of her udder and the cleanliness throughout. There's 908. This red cow just coming into your string, your screen. This swingman daughter from Robella and T&L. This black cow is a Duran.
Well, we commented before the development of these young cows for the being young when they calve and to develop that strength is said a lot for the breed, the maturity of the breed. That we've got these cows into making money for them way earlier than we ever used to.
Yeah, we got some good management practices that actually.
It all makes it work.
Yeah, it ultimizes the ability, the potential that these cows got. So here we go. We're starting to pull some cattle in.
A red one, Johnny. There's a red one coming up here. Just so that you didn't know, if you didn't notice the color, I just was going to point that out. The Robella T&L Thornspick bred Morand. Talk about the job Morand's done, and he's gonna continue to be important bull in the industry. Mark my words on that one.
That was a Unix from West Coast, I believe.
Yes, I believe 907, I think.
And another red cow coming in beside her. 912 is fourth. Fourth. 912 is fourth. Mustang, and then 910. That's the Duran. Duran from RNF. 907 is the West Coast coming in. 907, yep. That's the other Unix. She is sixth. 909 is the second place cow. That's the other Unix of West Coast.
The
Hornadale.
Yep. Okay. Oh, the one Joel's got there, the 9, I believe that's 905, the one for Wendon in third.
There's a good shot of the lineup of rear udders that we have here in this fall 2-year-old
Yeah.
class.
Yeah, have a look at that, guys. Thought we were maybe telling fibs just to create excitement. We're not. Have a look at that row of rear udders and the strength of the power of these young cows.
We just got a couple cows that are coming into about 10th or 11th that are they're ripping good cows.
Yeah.
Ripping good cows. If we can start bringing our junior 3-year-olds, please, junior 3-year-olds, if you can start making your way to the hitching ring, please. We're going to be needing your cattle here fairly shortly. Junior 3-year-olds, please, to be at the hitching ring. Starting to see a difference in these cows now. Cows have been 3-4 months calved out now, generally.
Yeah, a lot of them are getting on, and well, not on, but they're into
full flow.
Full flow, and
starting to get the rib back into them.
A few of them were showing in the milking classes as milking yearlings last fall already. A couple of them were at red deer. And those cows likely, in all intents and purposes, are bred back, a lot of them, to calve for the fall again. Be second calf 2-year-olds.
Well, we talked yesterday a little bit about it, Orville. Yeah, about 14 months ago, this area was devastated by a huge flood, and a lot of farms were affected, and we drove by them here yesterday, and as you drive by, it really doesn't look like too much went on, but everything looked good. But we were talking to Richard Bosma and a few other people that there's a lot of lasting problems, you know, with grasses and the root systems, and those grasses being affected, and lots of challenges ahead of them. So we wish them all the best of luck, and can't even imagine the peril that they went through.
Getting flooded is one thing, but then, as you all know about, when stuff happens, whether it be a fire or whatever it happens, the cleanup sometimes is the everlasting effect that it takes more than one day to clean it up, and that's where they're at now. And as you said, it's you don't even think about it when the water goes away, but by then as you said, they finally got, talk to Rich, they finally got a pretty good crop late in the fall, a late corn crop that ended up to be pretty good. But their spring crops were all wiped out. So it's not only the feed you lost that day, it's the next year's feed that you couldn't make. So it's a big deal.
Not all cows and all livestock made that.
No.
Made that. So you lost a few, and lost quite a few livestock. And you know what happens when it goes off the newsreel, everybody starts to forget about it, but the problems last longer than the story itself.
That's right. I mean, and you know, we can't imagine the things that you don't even think about. Well, your generator was underwater, so you're basically go and throw that in the garbage and go buy a new one, you know? I mean, it's done.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's an impressive 5 cows standing right there.
5 young cows.
5 cows. Wow.
Pretty 5 nice udders for young cows. 2 are red, though. Oh, geez. Oh, I didn't notice that right off the hop.
Bronze.
Bronze colored, okay.
We might have to let this go, but not yet. You'll be filing a protest because the red and white money for champion is less than.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have to just get even up here. Yeah, even up. We shouldn't discriminate. That's one of the things that we shouldn't do. But there's a fine line between discrimination and just deciding which is right and which is wrong. That's all. I think that's that avalanche cow you talked about in about the 7th hole there. That's.
We just want to take a moment to recognize some of the volunteers that make this day happen. Thanks to our BC Holstein Spring Show Committee, Amanda Pullman, Carl Barkley, Danica Collier-Panya, Martin Ritma, Mike and Gina Hambuckers, Amanda Limas, and Lexi DeYoung. And then also our awesome volunteers, Greg Hessels, Curtis Severinsky, Paul Meyer, Chris Maher, Joan Wickrink, Leanne Dillon, Justine Burnt, Morgan Sangster, Toby Klinzazer, the Masquee 4-H Club and Sumas 4-H Club, as well as the Chilliwack Holstein Club for being our ring cleaners, Tars Chima, and Claire Swale.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you put your hands together? I don't know if you know the significance of the amount of work that these people have put in and over the last 4 or 5 days, weeks leading up prior to this. You guys, the volunteers and the committee members, have gone on and beyond to make one of this the most important and significant shows in North America. Give these people a round of applause. You are blessed to have some wonderful people, volunteers here. Well, it's taking some time. I think he's going to go.
Now he wanted them all rode up again and wants to see what they look like side by side. But from the rear udder view, which is the one we get, it's pretty impressive.
Yep. So he's going to start out with that.
The Morand,
and then he's going to go with the West Coast cow in number 2, the Unix.
Bernardale, I believe that's I believe that's a maritime prefix, Bernardale.
Yeah. Then Joel with the Wendon cow. 912 is going to be in 4th. 912 is going to be in 4th. That'd be the Mustang.
Out of the Solomon cow, the cow that was nominated All-Canadian. Her sister was nominated All-Canadian, so this one's got to follow some big footsteps.
Greg McLean's leading 910. That's the Duran daughter from RNF Livestock. Then 904 is going to be coming in after her, the Wendon Exhibit. Powerful front end, 5-end cows is just walking out.
But our judge snuck through the ring. He wanted to see him out at the walk one more time.
So 903, the Thornspick, a good hometown bred cow from up your way,
Alberta bred cow, nice family. Vanderbrek's, they were there for their Shield a year ago. Another good operation right there in the Lacombe area.
Well, I think Shing should go pretty quick here right now. I think he's kind of got his mind made up.
He's sure he's seen what he wanted to see, and he's happy with what his results are. That's right.
I haven't stepped in to see his son-in-law come in and give him a different. Well, that's. How does that work? RNF Livestock comes and provides you with some nourishment and.
You want the vegetables?
Apparently, Bryce and I maybe disagreed on a cow once before. Oh, you're a partner with him, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah.
Hey, I just called that abuse this morning about these red heifers. This is just payback.
Yeah, I'm on an island. Nice and peaceful island.
It's called being a hermit. You're all there by yourself. Yeah.
Well, we got a few exhibitors that are walking around kind of shaking their head, raising their eyebrow, but I think if they were to stand over here, they'd probably see a lot easier and clearer what the decision was. Looks pretty good.
But the other thing of note, and we've been noticing that at our shows for 10 years, is there's very, very few classes where there's an animal out there that you shouldn't have brought. There were years ago, these cows in the 6th, 8th, 10th hole would be winning classes without a doubt. We've just got that much better at taking care of them and getting them out and having these good udders, and the breed is just that much better for it.
Junior 3-year-olds, would you please be all ready to go? Junior 3-year-olds be in the hitch and ring, and we're ready to go with you here shortly. Just finishing up our fall 2-year-old class, thanks to T&T Hay Sales for the sponsorship of our fall 2-year-old class. Judge Callum McKibben has made his way over to the mic. Judge, whale of a class.
Ladies and gentlemen, starting the Senior 2 class, this is my kind of cow. She's a very balanced, angular, correct cow. Not an extreme cow you just love the way she's blending of parts. Great feet and legs, great mammary system. I'd make her the best udder in the class, and to me she wins today the way she flows on her rear legs. She just has more flex of hock than the beautiful framed heifer in second. You got to admire the frame and the mammary on the second cow. And beautiful frame, beautiful mammary. She just doesn't quite flex that leg good enough through the hock for me to get any higher in the class. Today, she uses that massive rib and massive frame to carry over the beautiful young red cow we have coming out in third. Just a more overall frame to her today. The red cow over the beautiful black cow in fourth. It's on the loin structure and the pin set for me today. I do like the mammary a lot on the black cow in fourth. I just like the pin set and the loin structure to me today. And just a little cleaner, a little dairy look to her today than the cow we have coming out in fourth. The fourth cow, she's impressive with her mammary. You love the mammary system on her. You love the balance of the frame. And today she uses her advantage and strength of rear pasterns to carry over the cow that comes out behind her in fifth. The fifth cow over the sixth cow, she uses the advantage she has on her, a little more stature up through her front end, just a little more massive cow than the cow we have in sixth with a really good udder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right here shortly. We have our winner. Winner of the fall 2-year-old class was entry number 903, Thornspick Moran Dawson P. Red, Robella Holstein's T&L Cattle Company were the exhibitors. She was also your first red and white in class. Entry number 909 was second, West Coast Holsteins with Bernadale Unix Hundo. Entry 909 was second. Third place in that class was 905, Conondale I Am On Fire Wendon Holstein. She was also second red and white in class. Fourth place was entry number 912, Mossnang Bridgestone Livewire, West Coast Holsteins. Fifth place was 910, Howes Duran Elsie, RNF Livestock Exhibitors. Top to bottom, if you'd please follow along. 900 was 14, 901A was scratched. 902 was 10th. The winner of your class was 903, Thornstick Moran Dawson P. Red, first red and white in class as well, exhibited by Robella and T&L Cattle Company. 904 was 6th, 905 was 3rd, 906 was 11th. Your best bred and owned in the class was 907. She placed 7th. 907 was your best bred and owned West Coast Holsteins. 908 was 17. 909 was second. 910 was fifth. 911 was 16. 912 was fourth. 913 was eighth. Over the page, we go to 914. She was 13th. 915 was 12th. 916 was 9th. 917 was 15th. Junior 3-year-olds, we'd like you to come into the arena. Jersey West is sponsoring our junior 3-year-old. Junior 3-year-olds born March 1st, 2020 to August 31 of 2020. Junior 3-year-olds, please come into the ring. Sponsored by Jersey West. Smaller class this time. I believe there's about 7 or 8 in this class. So if they can make their way, and then we'll have our senior 3-year-olds, and then we'll do our intermediate champion. Well, we're leading off in our junior 3-year-old class. We got a Kozak heifer coming in. She's going to be exhibited by Stanhope Wedgwood. She's an alligator.
Yeah, this is
Marcus Haley on the lead strap.
We talked about these Kozaks in the milking show, and we're going to 2 or 3 of them coming out here yet. So
she even broke out in the jerseys yesterday and won her class.
Yeah, won a jersey, so they're multitasking. Next thing you know, they're going to buy Guernseys or something like that. You never know.
The big Jersey division now of Kozak.
Jersey division. Jersey West. Jersey West. 102, Summer Shade Ice Snow, Rebella and T&L. A Progenesis Know-How daughter.
Well, we're going to bring in another Kozak bred cow.
This one could be back to the red sector.
There she is. 103, the Kozak Awesome Bianca Red. Awesome daughter out of a Diamondback. West Coast Holsteins is the exhibitor on this young cow. I think we're starting to see some second calvers possibly coming
in here too. Yes, you got that right, John. Hamming Ruby Sweets making her way in, lot 104. The Clean Oak Rummy daughter out of the Hamming Impression cow. 104, Robella and T&L.
Well, here comes DR. Lavender Farms is bringing in 1005. She's a Moran daughter.
Well, I think he goes back. This goes back to the cow he had with Mark Heath. Back to the days when he owned part of the Red Rose family with Mark Heath and bred some great cows out here.
Does he own any that don't? I don't know. Pretty good job.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Hey, Mark Heath, hopefully you're listening back in Wisconsin. Got to see Mark at the Royal. He was judging, I believe, the Brown Swiss. One of them.
Okay.
Other colored breeds. Had a good visit with Mark.
He was, I think he was the last guy out here that did the last show they had in 19. The last time we here, Mark judged the show here. So
Right.
that was pre-COVID years, but seems like forever ago. 106. Wendon Unix Picky. Wendon exhibit. Jeff Donahoe at the halter. A Unix daughter out of a Wendon Aftershock cow.
What possessed Donnie to get Jeff to lead this cow, I don't know.
Well, Donnie forgot his whites. Donnie forgot his whites.
And Joel got injured.
Joel got injured.
The last cow in the ring is going to be 1007. She's an RNF livestock exhibit. She's a Unix. Out of a, looks like a doorman cow. So we got 7 in the ring.
All made the ring, 7 cows, and again, pretty impressive.
Yeah, we're gonna probably pick up a little speed here, I would think. I think I got a pretty good chance of picking the red and white cow out of this division.
You think you'll pick the one that'll be the high red and white? Okay, yep.
I'll give you a second pick.
Okay, I get second pick, okay. Well, I'm glad you're at least learning to pick the good ones, John. That's important. That's important.
Oh, I just noticed there's another red. No, is she red?
I think you're right, Johnny.
Damn.
Damn.
I might lose.
You might lose. You might lose.
I didn't notice DR was letting a red cow. But anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our junior 3-year-olds in the ring.
Yeah, these cows have all likely, I would say, a good port. And I wouldn't know if all of them had, but I know there's a couple of them. It looks like they've had their second calf already. They're just 3 years of age. The old story about the show cows don't work. That's no longer part of the discussion.
I think we'll find out who the only single calvers are after the placing. They'll probably be down the line. Pretty hard to beat a second calver when you're only on a first calver in the 3-year-old classes nowadays. Looks like West Coast is going to come out strong. We'll see here.
Who makes the sharp right corner first? Looks like it's going to be Barkley with the R&F heifer.
Barkley had the blinker on 107. That's the Unix. Then we're going to go with 1003, the awesome Kozak cow from West Coast, and then Wendon's going to be in third. TNL is going to be in fourth.
Alligator from Stanhope Wedgwood coming in the 5th hole. DR and his, I believe she was a Moran. Yeah, she's in 6th. Followed by the Hamming. I believe it was the Hamming, the Rebella, no, TNL. Which one? I believe the 104, the Hamming Roomy Sweets heifer, the Cleanook Rummy daughter.
There's a effort coming out in the lead here.
These Unixes are, they don't tally Premier Sire here, but I think he would be starting to rack up points on a pretty regular basis. Oh, here we got a tire change. I got the Alligator moved up 2 or 3 spots. The Alligator cow, a young cow bought from the Kozaks at the Red Deer Show last fall. She went on down to the Royal. So she's starting to track along pretty good. She got the Kozak heifers in 2 and 3.
Exhibitors, we can have our next class, senior 3-year-olds, to the hitching ring. We're just about ready to wrap up our junior 3-year-old class. Exhibitors, we need your 3-year-olds, senior 3-year-olds to the ring, please.
That's a pretty powerful young cow that Barkley's leading there. Unix, as they say, sometimes they can't be not enough chest. Well, she got a little extra, this one. This is a pretty nice young cow.
Well, as you can see, we're wrapping up the class here. $1,000 to our class winners in our cow classes for the winner. $1,000, and goes down to $100 for 8th place. So then we'll get into our intermediate champion after our senior 3-year-old class is done, and our intermediate champions. There's going to be $15,000 check is going to be awarded to the intermediate champion and $7,500 to the reserve intermediate champion.
Would you like a drink?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is our junior 3-year-old class just wrapped up. Judge Callum McKibben with his thoughts on the class.
Ladies and gentlemen, this junior 3-year-old class, boy, we got a pair of cows at the top end of this class. Really nice class of cows right to the bottom. First cow, she's the epitome of balance. Balance, dairy strength, blending apart. She's a cow that's got the super wide rump, carries it right up to the width of the chest, width of udder, deep seam, just really balanced, lots of venation on the udder. I love seeing her come at you with that width of chest and how straight she walks on those front legs. Give her the advantage over the second cow today, just on that little more life and bloom to her udder. Just a little more volume of the mammary today, a little more volume of cow. But I really, really love this red cow. She is a pretty, well-balanced, really good uddered cow as well. Maybe just not quite as clean and dairy today, just a whisker, but I really like her a lot. I give her the advantage over the third cow on her just sheer angularity, a little more quality throughout, a little bit nicer right there in the mammary too, just at the rear udder, a little more textured look right through that rear udder today for me than that beautiful side profile cow we have in third. Third cow uses that depth of her rear flank. I meant to pull her third, and I pulled her fifth, and I said I meant to get her in third, so that's where I ended up getting her. She's got the depth of her rear flank, depth of her frame over the fourth cow today, and blending a fore-udder into body wall. A little nicer shape of fore-udder than the really nice balanced angular cow we have coming out fourth. Fourth cow uses the advantage on balanced rear quarters over the really dairy cow with the venation on her udder in fifth. She's also got a little more bloom to that rear udder. But boy, I like the quality and the balance and the femininity of this fifth cow. She's got a lot of things you really like about her and a lot of width to her as well. And I give her the advantage over this sixth cow today, just on giving me that little more overall balance. A little nicer blending of fore udder right onto the body wall, and a little more bloom to her than the cow we have. A little more dairiness and bloom to her high than the cow we have in sixth. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to our junior 3-year-old class, and the placings are as follows. Your winner of the class was entry 1007, Unix Wound Up. RNF Livestock are the owners and exhibitors. Entry 1003 was your second place cow. She was also first red and white in class. Kozak Awesome Bianca, West Coast Holstein's exhibitor. Entry number 1001. Entry 1001 was third, Kozak Alligator Erica. From top to bottom, our placings go as follows. 1001 was third. 1002 was fifth. 1003 was your first red and white in class. She also placed second in class. 1004 was seventh. 1005 was sixth, and she was second red and white in class. 1006 was placed fourth, but she was the first bred and owned in class. And the winner of that class was 1007, Tag Unix Wound Up, RNF Livestock Exhibitor. She was first place in class. That was your junior 3-year-old class brought to us by Jersey West. Thank you to Jersey West for sponsoring the junior 3-year-olds. Senior 3-year-olds, would you please come on into the ring? You can start coming into the ring. They're born September 1, 2019 to February 28th, 2020. Grand Valley Nutrition are our sponsors, and appreciating your support. Grand Valley Nutrition, sponsors of our senior 3-year-old class. Large class that's going to be coming into the ring on our senior 3-year-olds. After that, we will get into the intermediate champion, where a $15,000 check will be presented to the intermediate champion and a $7,500 check to our reserve intermediate champion. That'll follow this class immediately, right after. Senior 3-year-olds, come on into the ring. We're ready for you. Grand Valley Nutrition are our sponsors.
They're not? Okay.
Just be red.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're getting ready to post our winner. Our heifers coming in for the senior 3-year-olds. Coming off top of the list here, 1101, Hamming Thunderstorm Cobra. A thunderstorm out of a doorman cow, bred and owned by the Hamming organization. 1101. On your screen, just going in there.
I heard that Clayton Hamming, it's his birthday today.
Oh my goodness. Well, these people are getting older every day, I guess. Clayton Hamming, happy birthday. He came out and helped me at a show one time. He says he doesn't know if he ever work that hard again. We were training him. He was a young man. He needed to know how tough this industry can be. 1102, Wedgwood Sidekick Twilight. Sidekick daughter from the foremost cow, Stanhope Wedgwood, bred and owned, 1102. Or 1104. Okay, we've had a couple of missed spots there. Okay, 1104. That's the lavender exhibit, King Doc. That's the red cow coming in the ring there now. We're going to get her number. There's a couple of guys that are coming in out of order here. I would think this is likely the Ronaline Jordi Evangelica cow. Robella and TNL, 1106. They trick us here if they don't come in the right order.
No, that's the one here bought. That's an added entry. She's not in.
Okay, that's an added entry. We got to get her organized. Probably Marcus's is 11:0. Okay, we'll get her. So what's her number? What number is she going to have? What's Marcus's number? 11:0. What's Marcus's number? He's right there. No, but he's over there. Can you see it?
That's 1105.
Okay. 1105, Mossnang, Angler Wacky Backy, an angler daughter from an Atwood. Whoa, sounds like an earthquake. 1106, Ronaline, Jordi Evangelina, Robella and TNL, 1106, Blair Weeks at the halter. .07, Londonderry Bojangles just went in the ring. 109, Willem and the halter of Mossnang Calvadeos Mosquito, a Calvadeos daughter from the Mossnang Solomon cow, J. Willem Wickerink.
Greg McLean's going to bring in the Windon entry, the Geordie Clear cow from Windon Holsteins. Will be the one that you see her nose poking in. Cow that was first at Red Deer this fall.
Well, she's no stranger to being on the right end of the class.
Second in Saskatoon at the national sale or show last April.
All right, Greg McLean strapping that one. Joel Phoenix leading the other Wendon entry. Two red ones. He's getting to be a red program down there. Wendon Holsteins, Ranhaven Gemma, an unstoppable daughter out of a Freydon cow.
Can't afford a good black and white one, so you gotta go down.
Okay. Kind of made that story yesterday about the jerseys. Why did the Jersey farmer, why did he have jerseys? Well, he couldn't afford a Holstein. But the Jersey guy says, well, we just got the Holsteins to rinse out the pails. So that's pretty much the same program here. As we all know, Donnie, and grew up with them well, there must be a financial incentive for the program.
Maybe it was a birthday gift. So 1108 now is coming in. Is that 11?
No, I think it's 11:12, I believe, isn't it? Well, it could be 8. Might have missed a spot. Who's behind the red cow?
Yeah, this is 1108.
Okay, following the red cow, we're a bit out of order here. 1108, Stanhope Dairy in Wedgwood, a Sandstorm daughter, 1108. Oh, now they're going to maybe sort it around. And
Guess we hurt Donnie's feelings. He's taking the cow.
he's pulling them. He's scratching them. You guys are going to talk to me like that, I'm going to scratch them.
Martin. There's 1112.
11:12.
Emilio, daughter.
Cody Turner, Dawnfield Farms, and Emilio.
Joel's
Oh,
gonna
Donnie got over it quick. He said, how much is prize money? How much is the prize money?
gonna back up and take a run at it now. There you see Joel coming in with the last wind on cow, who's in.
She'd be the Ranhaven Gemma.
Got an added entry that's going to be coming in. She's the Altitude Addie. She was bought out of the West Coast tag sale on Wednesday night, and that's exhibited by Pierre Boulet and Hodgland Holsteins.
No, Pierre. Okay, good, thank you. I'll put the added entry on this.
Okay.
This red cow that's on the screen there is your added entry. That's the Altitude Addie that was bought out of the tag sale on Wednesday night.
Okay, let's not have a cough now, boys. This could get ugly.
Let's not have a royal.
Pierre,
Obviously, this cow doesn't know Pierre because if he thinks he's going to get away, she hasn't known Pierre very long. He'll get it straightened out.
Pierre Boulet and Hodgland Holsteins purchased that cow out of the sale.
Because it would have been really, really cool, Johnny, if I'd had to pick up your hat and catch whatever come flying this away. That would have.
Wouldn't be the first time my hat's full of shit.
Especially when you were wearing it. But I didn't say that out loud.
Mustang heifer. The entry by 1105 is right here. This is the Mustang Angler Wacky Backy.
Angler daughter on one of his good Atwood cows. Young man that's been fitting in Alberta and started fitting with the Stanhope Wedgwood crew as a young man, and is one of the keeners. He's into his kids now. They're 7, 8 years old and already in 4-H and helping show cattle. So great future at Mustang.
Geordie daughter that's being led by Blair Weeks. On your screen is the Greg McLean leading.
Well, that camera just sorts out these red cows and just kind of focuses in on them, doesn't it? Just must be by accident. Nice black cow.
Can you announce there's no red and white intermediate champion?
All right, making the first pull here, 11:09.
William Rookinka with
Holstein Calvadeos Mosquito.
Calvadeos is the first one. It looks like Marcus is sliding in.
2 Mustangs in a row. That's cool.
11:02 is coming in with Ridley. Sidekick. It's going to be in second, and then I believe Marcus, is he going to be second or third?
Looks like it's third because they're not. Don't look like they're leaving them a hole to squeeze in there. So. Another Wedgwood exhibit making its way.
.1107 was going into fourth. That's the RNF.
Bojangles cow.
11:08 is going to be fifth. Right now we got William Rickerink that purchased the Mustang. Calvadeos cow is in first spot.
So immediate following this class, we'll have our intermediate champions. First and second from the previous 4 classes. And then moving on.
Are we doing a red and white intermediate champion? It'll just be
No.
strictly all colors.
It'll be all colors. There's no red and white till we get to the final group.
Well, God bless. There's hope yet. There's all colors for our intermediate champion.
You guys just don't want to recognize those things. I know we're fighting this prejudice. I mean, it's an amazing thing. I may have to get a government grant to say that it's prejudicial that you're not supporting me, and we get a federal grant, and there should be a check involved at some point in time. I mean, we get over it good if we get money. We get over it real good.
Some mental counseling might be more appropriate than financing it.
Well, no, but if you get enough money, the mental thing goes away.
Okay, Callum's taking his last rip down. I think we're starting to stir the pot here, and we're going to move things out. We're going to... Well, the Wickerick family is well represented on the hunt. Different farms, but the Wickerick family is well represented. So here we go. We got William going out there, 11:09, with a Mustang bred cow. And then Ridley's going to follow up. Sidekick is his Donner, the cow that he's leading. A couple big, powerful black cows.
Yes.
Watch them as they stride out there. Going to be pretty close there, and then we're going to go with Marcus Haley. 1107. It's going to be the Londonderry Bojangles cow from R&F Livestock.
The Gold Laser.
And Stanhope Wedgwood's going to be coming out in 5th.
On the Sandstorm Daughter. Willem coming out in 1st with that cow. Willem from the island, having to take the ferry across. It might not be that far as the crow flies, but it's a pretty big expedition to bring cattle across the water and get them in here. And just a sign from one of our clerks up here about the money sign that it does cost a lot of money. But if you guys would have a conservative government over here instead of what you have, it would probably get along a little better. That's all I got to say about that. Well, I'm a great supporter of the industry. Good for him. That's cool. Makes his way down to the Royal every year. He comes out west to our shows, and a great supporter of the breed and the shows, and a heck of a good dairyman too. They got some nice barns out there on the island, and do a good job with their cows. We'll have some nice classes. Just checking the book. There's going to be 15, 18 4-year-olds. We're not out of the woods yet.
So right after this, we're going to bring in our intermediate championship class. $15,000 to our intermediate champion and $7,500 to our reserve intermediate champion. With the possibility to go on later on in the day to add a $10,000 or a $20,000 digit in front of that. So interesting stuff to come. Here we go. I think our judges getting this final lineup done, and William Wickerink still hangs there in on the top. Mustang's had a good day today, you know.
Yeah.
These younger classes, not all in a string. He's getting a lot of breeder points from other
people. Yes,
people are doing the work for him, and he's going to enjoy some a good opportunity at the end of the day for Breeder Cup. We'll see how that goes. Stick with us. We will announce the Premier Breeder and Exhibitor of both junior and senior divisions right at the end of the show. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is complete, and he's got a little smile on his face here. Let's hear what he has to say about this wonderful class.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Senior 3 class, boy. Stand back here and look at these cows. A lot of good cows, a long ways down, and they're all really got things you'll admire about them. But the first cow, she's a true blue, well-balanced dairy cow. I just love the quality in the head, carries right back through her frame. Nice open rib cow with a really good mammary, and cow walks out beautifully in front legs and rear legs today. She has that definite advantage today, and the way she walks out nicer through her front end, and even a little more fluid moving on her rear legs as well. She doesn't maybe take quite as big a strides when she's moving as the cow we have in second. The cow in second, though, she's the epitome of balance as well. The beautiful frame, the depth of rib, the width of rump, a really good mammary, a cow you really admire for all the parts all the way through. And she uses her drop to the rear flank, drop to the rear rib to carry over this really nice angular cow in third. Has a really good udder. The cow in third, it's a definite advantage she has through her loin and through her thurls and through her pins today over the black cow with a really nice mammary system. Super stylish cow in fourth, just hard to get her higher with her pins and her thurls and her loin for me today. But I give her the advantage over the cow that follows her out in fifth. Just today, she has that advantage. She's more bloomy in her udder. She's got more life in her udder, a little more cleanliness and dairiness to her frame today. They're a really well-made cow we have coming out.
Best
Thank
udder.
you. Beautiful class of cows.
Thank you, Judge Callum. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your senior 3-year-old class. Thanks to Grand Valley Nutrition for sponsorship of such class. Your winner of the senior 3-year-olds, ladies and gentlemen, was entry number 1109, Mustang Caballeros Mosquito, William Wickerink, owner. Congratulations, William. And your entry number 1102 was second, Wedgwood Sidekick Twilight. She's also your best bred and owned in class. She was second. Third place in class, Mustang Angler Wacky Backy. That was 1105, Mustang Holsteins, owner and breeder. Fourth place goes to 1107, RNF Livestock Exhibited London Dairy Bojangles. And in fifth, Wedgwood Sandstone Hattie. Stanhope Wedgwood are the breeders and owners of the fifth place animal. From top to bottom, ladies and gentlemen, it is Hamming London 1101 placed seventh. 1102 was second. She was best bred and owned in class. 1102 was best bred and owned. 1103 was a scratch. 1104 was eighth. 1105 was third. 1106 was sixth. She was your first red and white in class. 1107 was fourth. 1108 was fifth. The winner of your class was Mustang Calvados Mosquito 1109, exhibited by William Wickerink Farms Limited. She was first place in class. 1110 was 11th. 1111 was 10th. 1112 was 12th. Your added entry was 1104, West Coast Altitude Addie. She was 9th place. Well, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring our first and second from our previous classes. They're going to enter the ring, and we will present a $15,000 check to our intermediate grand champion, thanks to WestGen. Our reserve intermediate champion is presented by Scotiabank, and it'll be a check for $7,500.
So you got the list for the ones coming back.
I'm working on it right here.
Oh, okay.
Is it happening now?
Well, the intermediate champions.
Okay, just one second. Let me put that in here first. You got the couple chairs there, that's good.
You know what's funny is next door the music's getting loud.
We're off to get a chair like that. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's this time that we are going to crown the champion of our intermediate division. WestGen, proud sponsors of our intermediate champion. Scotiabank, sponsors of our intermediate champion. So entering the ring, ladies and gentlemen, is the first place in our junior 2-year-old division, Skycrest, Lambda, Snoopy, Skycrest Holsteins from Alberta.
The screen is not on. The screen's on Pierre's cow.
Second place in our junior 2-year-old division was Pierceton Chief All Right, exhibited and owned by RNF Livestock, Saskatchewan. First place in our winter 2-year-old class is Riverdown Denver A. Karen, RNF Livestock, Saskatchewan, exhibitor and owner. Second in the class, and our winner 2-year-old was West Coast Victor 2 Prude Rubella and T&L Cattle Company exhibitors. In our fall 2-year-old class, the winner of that class was Thornspick Moran Dawson, P. Red, Rubella, and T&L Cattle Company. Rubella Holsteins, T&L Cattle Company. Second in the fall 2-year-old class was Bernadale Unix Hundo, West Coast Holsteins. Our junior 3-year-old division was won by Tag Unix Wandep, RNF Livestock, exhibitors and owners. First place in our junior 3-year-old class. Second place in the junior 3-year-old class was Kozak Austin Bianca, West Coast Holsteins. Senior 3-year-old class was won by Mosnang Calvados Mosquito, Wilswick Holsteins. Second place in our senior 3-year-old class was Wedgwood Sidekick Twilight, Stanhope Wedgwood. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your intermediate championship class. Would you give these people a round of applause to the breeders, the exhibitors of these fine animals that are in front of you here today? Your intermediate champion. Well, Orville, we have our intermediate championship class here. It looks like Judge Callum is going to be taking his time on here. I think he's got a good group of cows to pick from.
Yeah, no, there is, and you can see the tough thing with the intermediate sometimes is you got these real young cows, and then you got some second calvers that have started to mature a little bit, and you kind of have to look at the crystal ball a little bit and see what's going to work out down the road. But it's I think we've done a good job with the new classes that we're instigating, and especially for the fall season when we split these classes up a little more and allow for that extra 3 or 4 months for every animal to get some strength back.
Well, I think this is where you really start to see how it's all going to shape up when you get them lined up side by side. That's when you start to see the differences in these animals, and you can see them as they're parading in front of your screen there. Really, you can see the Unix there, West Coast, and then we're coming in with RNF livestock.
RNF heifer, yeah, she's got a little more of that maturity in her. And
yeah, that's another Unix, the junior 3-year-old, and then we're going to see this red cow, the Kozak cow. By West Coast, she was the second place junior 3-year-old, and then here's your champion, or your first place heifer out of the senior 3-year-old class, exhibited by William Wickerink with a Mossned bred cow.
Yeah, no, there's some tremendous strength and maturity, and you can just see the development in a young cow, how it goes from being just fresh to be milking a little longer to starting to make your second calf. It just. And that's the way they're supposed to be. They're not supposed to look like old cows as 2-year-olds, and that's great to see that they're developing in the right order.
Great opportunity, people. You can just see as we start to pan down the line, starting with our senior 3-year-olds on down to the junior 2-year-olds.
But he's got great udders all the way down. I mean, that tremendous height above the hock of the udders and the width, and you see just where it develops in the width as it goes up through the flank, and
The cool part is seeing how these cows can carry those white udders.
Yes, exactly. They're not walking around them. They're walking with them, and that's the big difference. I think when you get enough width in the cow, there's a space for the udder. If the cow is too narrow, you can't put the udder anywhere. And
well, we can see the Skycrest cow. She's coming out. Junior 2-year-old. She's getting pulled.
Pulled her in. Nice young red cow of T&L. Couple of nice first calf cows. Then a couple of cows that got a little more, not much more age, but just had a chance to fill out a little more. That's all.
This Unix of our enough livestock have been watching her all week long, and boy, she sure stood out. That's a good string of cows, and she stood out in that string of cows. And then we see Jeff Koyman coming in with his cow here, the
Kozak cow.
Kozak cow, and then we're going to follow up with Willem Wickerink's Mustang cow. I hope you can appreciate, ladies and gentlemen at home, what you're looking at here, because right 50 feet in front of Orville and I is a pretty darn good 5 cows.
5 young cows that can travel to just about anywhere and be in the competitive hunt without a doubt.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to Judge Cal McKibben's ideas and thoughts about this junior championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. It's a beautiful group of young cows out here for intermediate champion. For these exhibitors, they deserve a big applause. These cows all exemplify what I'm looking for. I'm really big about loin structure and pin placement, and these cows all exemplify that. They got great udders, great feet and legs, and lots of balance, and that's kind of the end of the day what I'm looking for. And this Junior 2, what an udder. That is a tremendous uddered young cow. Beautiful bone quality, long dairy neck, very feminine young cow. Then we got the Senior 2, a young cow that has a bright future for me. She's got the right kind of mammary system, the right kind of quality and balance throughout. A cow with a really nice leg structure too. Maybe today you drop her just a whisker in her flank, but I really, really like the angularity and the dairiness and quality of that cow. We got the Junior 3. I said she's the epitome of balance. She's a extreme balance cow. A lot of width from her, right from her muzzle down through her chest floor, down to her rump, all the way through. She's a wide cow, but yet a lot of quality and a lot of balance, and with a really nice mammary, full of venation. Been milking a long time, but still plenty of bloom and a lot of quality for cows who've been milking a long time. We got the cow was second to her, and it was close to me in class. I really like this red cow. She's, for me, a cow that she spells the word balance as well. And she's got just a beautiful udder, snug udder. It's there. She's going to last a long time, that young cow. She's got a lot of future to her. Maybe could use a little more maturity in the udder, but for me, I prefer it that way. Then we got the Senior 3, a cow that she's a beautiful, balanced dairy cow. She's a cow that you'd love to get up every morning and milk because she's just that kind of cow. And a cow, for me, that I love the quality of her. I'd like to clean her just a little in her hock and maybe just make her a little less mature. I'd like the Senior 3 to be even a little less mature in her udder, but it's a good udder and it's a quality udder, and her quality starts right at her head all the way back to her rump. I'm gonna pick your champion, intermediate champion, a reserve, and an honorable mention, that order. Whether you agree or disagree, you're probably gonna sick of hearing me say that. Let's give a big round of applause because it's my opinion on the day, and I'm gonna give you my opinion.
Well, Orville, I'm going with the Junior 3, and I'm going to point out that 4 out of the 5 that are in the arena here are Alberta bred cows.
Cool. And I would kind of agree with you on both aspects. I think that's a pretty notable thing, and I would actually be more aggressive and say I'll pick the reserve. Would be that first prize Senior 2-year-old.
Oh, not going with the red one, are you?
That's the red one.
Oh, the Senior 2-year-old.
Senior 2-year-old, yes.
I kind of think, you know what, he loves this junior 2-year-old.
No, he could very well.
But I don't know. I think, yeah, there we go.
There we go.
I'm a winner.
Oh, he's going the wrong direction unless he's going to make a sharp left. But he liked that class. He liked that
loved
class.
that class. There you go.
Well, it's a red one.
Wrong one.
Wrong one, but it's a red one. Yeah.
Yeah, there, and he loves that junior. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's your championship class. We would like to congratulate the RNF Livestock who received the check for $15,000 for the intermediate grand champion, and our reserve intermediate champion is $7,500. Is also going to Kozak, Awesome Bianca, West Coast Holsteins. Judge.
This cow's milked a long time, but she's really what I look for in a heifers right through the cow. She's so well balanced. That cow through her frame, through everywhere. She's got really no major faults. Beautiful bone quality, wide chest, strong muzzle, good udder. And she uses that just a little more mass of her frame to carry over the reserve with second to her in class. But boy, I like this red cow. I think she's going to calve again. She's going to be a great one. She's got the height of udder. She's got the attachment to udder. Beautiful deep forerib, a cow with a lot of angularity. Maybe just not quite as silky today as the intermediate champion. And giving her the advantage on maturity of having another calf over this beautiful junior 2. This junior 2 deserves recognition to be out here. When you got an udder like that, and you got on a young cow with the frame, the forerib, the angularity of this young cow all the way through. Tremendous, tremendous future. Congratulations to these three. Thank you.
You bet. Congratulations indeed to our intermediate grand champion exhibited by RNF Livestock and our reserve intermediate champion exhibited by West Coast Holsteins. Grand champion will receive the $15,000 check. Reserve grand champion will receive a check for $7,500. Congratulations to our honorable mention as well to Skycrest Holsteins. If we can have a representative from West End and Scotiabank to our presentation area, please. 4-year-olds, would you please be in the assembly area? 4-year-olds, please get up to the assembly area. Well, what do you think, Gord?
I think that's
nailed it.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Yeah, nailed it. There we go.
Maybe.
No, I think this is a pretty good young cow. I don't mind her a bit. She's.
I like them throwing in that junior 2-year-old just to kind of make a statement down the road.
Make a statement down the road. I think that's.
She wasn't going to push around these 2 cows today, but maybe down the road, maybe this fall or later on, she calves out again next year. She'll be right there.
But I'm really I've liked Unixes, but sometimes they've lacked a little strength, and this one does not. She's got that depth, she's got that strength, and that good quality of udder that these Unixes are actually known for.
I like his comments that she's got some youthfulness, but she's not too young looking.
No, that's right.
Yeah, she's a winner, that's for sure, and a real nice winner, and I did pick her out earlier.
You did? Okay, well, good. I mean, I knew that you're not always walking around with your eyes closed. That's very important.
She was one of 20 that I thought.
You narrowed it down to the top 20. Yeah. That's good. That's good.
And you never know how they all develop and how it all goes, and Caitlin Crestis, give me a smile, and again, we want to say thanks and wishes, all the best wishes to Rob and Sue back up in the north country of Alberta.
Yep, you bet.
Life is good, buddy. Don't worry about it. Your daughter done a whale of a job out here. She took them out and pushed around the big boys. Really neat. Really neat.
All right. Wendon crew, RNF crew going over there to take some photos, and
young granddaughter Hayden's there, and
granddaughter and
Tyler,
and pretty cool. I mean, that's if you ever get a chance to go out north Saskatoon out there, go and see Fisher's new barn, and the talk about a guy who's got passion for cattle. He's milking 120 cows with a couple of robots and a section tied up, calving out 600 or 800 beef cows, buys cows for the markets on every other day. So when you go there, you visit with him in the evening, because in the morning the phone starts to ring and you don't get a chance to talk to him.
Well, and you know who else we got to say hi to is Raquel.
Yes.
Raquel.
She's home. Yeah, she's home, yes.
And she sure wanted to know if we were doing a broadcast. And so, Raquel, we are alive and well out here, and your husband's doing a pretty good job.
And he's behaving as good as he can behave, and so yeah, you'd be proud of him. You'd be proud of him.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's going to be the case tomorrow morning, but right now you'd be proud of him.
Congratulations, Raquel. She's a big part of that RNF livestock team out there, and couldn't be done without you. So the whole RNF team has been really good.
It's pretty cool to develop or put together what he has in 5 years. Most guys can work at that for a lifetime, and it don't come together like that. So
well, he had some practice a few years prior to that. This is kind of his second round.
He just took a couple of years off.
Yep.
And I think that's one thing Raquel did say. He isn't going to be good in retirement, so he might as well keep himself busy. But great hospitality and a great place to go and visit. And
now we're seeing the West Coast cow come in for her rewards. The Kozak, second place in that class. Kozak bred cow. Shout out to the Kozak team. They've done really well yesterday and today, not only with what they're exhibiting, but what they're breeding.
What they're developing, and other buyers, other people, breeders taking their cattle home and taking them to the next level and continuing to have the success that they did. And that's pretty cool.
You know, I had a good chat with Caitlin a couple days ago, and we were just talking about their program and stuff. And it's not too often you see a young breeder and exhibitor that recognizes the opportunities she had, but she also recognizes some of the liabilities, and one is not being able to get out to all the shows and all the big shows and stuff. And she said that I don't have the time or the finances or the money or the time and all that to get down to these big shows constantly, and that she says, so you know, I do reach out to these other breeders to come and purchase our cattle so that they can take them to the next level. I know someday Caitlin will have those resources available, but in the meantime she understands that she don't want to miss that opportunity to get her breed out there.
That's right, and I think she's also taken it from the level that she's not a fly in and go to the show. It's get on the truck and ride and do the chores, and she's learned it from the bottom up. And the work ethic at the Kozak farm is second to none. So I'm proud of them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, into the ring now is your 4-year-old class, September 1st, 2018 to August 31st, 2019. Your 4-year-old class is in the ring. Prairie Coast Equipment is our proud sponsor of this class. Prairie Coast Equipment, we thank you for your support. 4-year-old class is in the ring.
Leading off the group, 1201, Benby Silvio Heaven, a Billy Silvio daughter out of a classic cow from Robella and T&L Cattle Company. 1201. 1202, following the line, Wendon Emilio Fine. She being an Emilio daughter out of a Unix cow, bred and owned by Wendon. 1202. Westcote Pursuit Lambda fills in the 1203 spot, bred and owned by Westcote. She being a Pine Tree Pursuit out of a Love Trust daughter. Comstar bred Love Trust. Hello, Mark, if you're on the line. Sidekick Cleo, 1204. She's coming in the fourth hole for J. Willem Wickerink. A sidekick out of a King's Ransom cow. Joel at the halter of 1205. Following Joel at the halter of 1205. She being a Unix. Bred by the Corlane team, right up there at Leduc. Owned by Wendon, so another Alberta cow with another cow with Alberta connections. Corlane and Wendon. Another cow with the same kind of a program, 1206. Crestamere bred Sidekick out of their Great Lou Victoria cow, many-time champion in Western Canada. She owned by Crestamere Mustang and Stanhope Wedgwood, 1206. Blair Weeks at the halter of 1206A. Pappy Sandstorm Baker, a Sandstorm daughter out of a Pappy's bred brandy cow. T&L Cattle and Robella. She coming in from one of those animals that came in from the sale the other night, and looks like she deserves the part. 1207, Egbert Cronenberg at the halter. Great Wendon herdsman. Wendon Solomon Albie from Wendon Holsteins. A Solomon out of one of the great Goldwins, Goldwin, Alberta. Solomon time for Wendon. Kenton at the halter of Robella Sidekick Mara. Owned by J&A Telford and Telford Farms, a Sidekick out of the great Sanchez cow that was right up in the hunt here a few years ago. West Coast was part owner of her, Robella Sanchez Marabella. This is her daughter, owned by J&A Telford and Telford Farms. $12.09, Cobequid Tattoo Lindley, Tazoo Farms. A crushed tattoo out of adornment. They're coming in high and deep, guys. What a great bunch of cows. Hope you can appreciate it on your screen as good as it is here in person. Greg McLean at the halter of our next entry, just coming on your screen. Comball's Unix Twinkie, a Unix daughter out of a doorman. Look at the list of owners here. Heavenly Genetics, Howe Holsteins, Johnny Weaver, RNF Livestock, and Valiant Dairy Genetics. A list of the who's who of the Holstein industry in that part of Ontario. She followed by 1211. West Coast Tattoo Promise, West Coast Holsteins. A crushed tattoo daughter out of the Dempsey Prude cow. We talked about her a bit earlier, a previous champion here. Dempsey Prude daughter. We're going to have a ring full, guys. We're going to have a ring full. Ridley coming in the ring. Wedgwood Unix Happy. Another Unix from a Wedgwood bred cow. Stanhope Wedgwood, bred and owned, 1211. Third coming in the ring, Jan van der Breek at the halter of Mosnang Dempsey Bellini. A Drew Dempsey daughter out of a Mosnang bell cow. 12-13, Mosnang, bred and owned. $12-14 coming in the ring. Vycroft Sidekick Liza. Robella and T&L Cattle, a Sidekick daughter out of an high octane Vycroft bred cow, Valley bred cow. 12-14. Coming in the ring now, 12-17, Lavender Geordie Razzle, the red and white Geordie daughter from Lavender Farms down here in the valley. Out of the Razzle cow, right back to the Red Rose, Black Rose family. Lavender Geordie Razzle, 12-17, and I think that rounds off your class of 4-year-olds.
Ladies and gentlemen, our class is complete. Our 4-year-old class is in the ring right now. Thanks to Prairie Coast Equipment for sponsoring our 4-year-old class at the BC Spring Holstein Show. To our exhibitors, if you need any pictures taken, Ella Wright will be taking pictures just to the other end of the show arena. We'll see Ella if you need some pictures taken. Well, we just want to probably say, Orville, we've been a little lax on interviews today. You and I have been humping on the mic here. We don't have our esteemed partner, Dave Shellick, who shuffles around the community here finding...
Our roving microphone.
So we've been trying to find some people, but they're pretty shy people out here in BC.
Yes, they are. I mean, I know we've been... We keep getting texts from him and explaining how we should do things, and he did say he doesn't want us to become too political, but he does mention that it is blue out here in Western Canada. It needs to stay blue, so that's whatever that means. But David does things in a very shy way as well. I mean, we all know David. He doesn't like a microphone either, but...
One more call to all the exhibitors that Ella Wright will be taking pictures. She's going to leave right after the show, so if you need any pictures taken, if you can immediately take your animals over and get some pictures taken.
But I think one thing about, I mean, and David did always get those interviews, but I think one thing about our judge today, and he showed it yesterday, they're large classes, but he doesn't take long in sorting them out. There isn't nearly as much free time as you might think there would be. He knows what he's looking for. He likes what he sees, and they've always said judging a bunch of good cows is way harder than judging a bunch of cows that you wonder what I'm going to do with them. And he doesn't have that problem here today. No question about that. And he hasn't come and asked you and I his opinion yet, so obviously he's never been stumped yet. He's
Well, he's got a son-in-law there, Steve Cloud. That Steve's an up-and-coming aspiring judge here in the dairy industry. We'll look forward to seeing Steve down the road. He's been judging some local shows around the Quebec area. Not a bad mentor for a father-in-law of Callum McKibben's stature and respect in the community.
And he's done a great job with these large classes. I mean, we have a small ring, but he brings the exhibitors in, he keeps them on the outside, and it gives the judge an opportunity to see the cattle at a distance, and that's very important in these kind of classes.
See 1206 just going by your screen here, 1206A. She's the added lot that she came out of the West Coast tag sale on Wednesday night. She's a Sandstorm daughter. TNL and Robella have this animal.
Just again reminding everyone that we're done this show here, and the next one of major consequence will be at the convention in Quebec. If you can at all get out, those of you that aren't from that area, and get out to see that, you're going to see another great show with the Quebec hospitality, which is, again, it's only second to maybe the Western hospitality, but that's just my Western opinion. But no offense to anybody on that remark, but we're looking forward to coming out there. And if you get a chance to go to the convention, we've got the only Western flavor at the Master Breeder event will be the Wendon crew getting their third shield. And if you love a good cow show, if you love great tours, they're going to be visiting some great farms in Quebec. Holstein Canada will be putting on a great event. The president from your province of British Columbia, Ben Cuthbert, going to be chairing that meeting. And So if you get a chance to go out, be part of it, it'll be a wonderful experience.
Certainly want to extend our congratulations to all the Master Breeder Award winners for this upcoming year. A lot of distinguished farms that are going to be presented their plaque, many with their first time, and like the Donnie Wendon crew is the third time. So congratulations to all the new and repeat winners for Master Breeder. And if anybody wants to bring up a resolution on the red and white industry, and if there should be any distinction between the two, I would certainly back you on that. So here we go.
Yeah. Sign the papers, sign the papers.
We're getting our first poll here. It looks like 12:05. The Wendon, the Unix cow is going to get first poll, and White Gully looks out.
Wendon. Hey, speaking about Wendon, this was totally accidental. It's not a time delay show or anything. We were just right on that.
Yeah. Yeah, but only half of them are Wendon cows. One's not a Wendon prefix, but anyway.
That doesn't matter. Donnie feels better with those because it means he made some money, and that's definitely a plus.
Yeah, so 12:05 is the Unix of Wendon. She's currently got the first poll, and then we'll go with the 12:07, the Solomon for Wendon that Egbert's got, and then we're going to bring in the third place cow was, I did see her, Greg McLean's dropping that one.
I don't know what you read, but first, they're both Wendon bred cows. I don't know which part that you didn't see right.
12:05. 12:05
12:05. Oh, I thought you said 12:07.
is in second spot.
Oh, okay.
How dare you question my...
Question your integrity. Okay.
Well, this is a really, really cool 4-year-old class here. Boy, Lordy almighty, look at them.
Yeah, it's just any doubt about the quality of rear udders. Corlane, another one of those herds that's not afraid to sell them. Tom's bought some cows out of there that went on down to the U.S. and won at several shows in the U.S. and made their way to Madison. And another one of them herds that's been breeding cows up in the Leduc area there for 50 years. And it's showing. It's showing.
Master Breeder?
No, never did quite get that done. But in the end of the day, selling those good cows sometimes is a bigger deal than a shield. It's pretty good. They've had a good tag sale last year. They moved some cattle around and
ranked right up there with
Chance and Fred up there doing a good job.
Tag sale ranked right up there with the red and white.
Yeah, it's right up there with. Okay, let's not put them both on the same page. We agree on some things. We just have a difference of opinion on others. That's all.
Well, I think you can see on your screen there, that's a nice wide shot of all these incredible 4-year-olds that are being pulled in the line here by Callum.
And you can go down a long way and see them rear udders still popping out at you. And generally all second and third calvers, I would think, in this group. Yes, I think it's 12, 10, and third there, John. The Unix from Heavenly House and Weaver. 12, 10, I believe that's the cow that Greg McLean's got.
Quite a lofty list of investors.
Yep. Some names are a little shadier than others in there, but that's just
it takes a community to make it to work.
Takes a community to raise a kid. There you go. That's what it is.
Shout out to Johnny Weaver. Good friend. Had a lot of fun with him at the Royal.
Always a great, loves to take care of us Westerners. He does that job very, very well.
Maybe he overtook care of me at the Royal. Good man, Johnny.
All right, here we go.
Well, we're going to shake it up a little bit. We're going to go with that.
1207.
The Solomon Windon heifer. And then we're going to bring out the other Windon heifer, the Coeur d'Alene bred cow, the Unix. And then Greg McLean's coming in with entry number 1210. 1210.
And 1202, the other Windon. 3 out of 4, guys. 3 out of 4.
1202, you bet. And we made a small change again. Looks like Marcus is going to go up there, and I believe that's the Dempsey cow. Marcus.
Yep, moving ahead of the bend. B1201 is now 6th, I believe. Yes, 1201 is 6th. And Marcus would be 1213. He's 5. Pierre there, I believe he would have the other RNF be probably 15. 1215 would be in the 7th hole. Oh, okay.
Well, this would be pretty sweet if this holds together with Egbert on top beating Joel. Egbert, there's the 24/7, 365 guy at Windon there.
Yeah. Loves the cattle industry. He'll be coming down, they say, to be part of the Windon celebration in Montreal. And then Donnie was just telling me this morning going home to visit the family in Holland for 2 or 3 weeks.
Well deserved, Egbert. Well deserved.
Before they get into their summer programs over there at Windon. And the next show out here west, they've indicated they're planning to come to our show in Rimbey in the first part of June, our spring show in western Alberta in the first part of June. So there should be snow, should be gone by then, I would think. And what a line. Is that screen catch? Yeah, I'm glad you guys are getting to see that. That's pretty.
We're going to say a big thank you and a shout out to our technical crew here. They're not experts in the Holstein industry, but they've been on a quick learning curve, and they've been able to give us the proper angles and the shots that you guys at home can start to enjoy, I'm sure. Hopefully you're getting a good insight of what's going on out here at Chilliwack at our BC Holstein Spring Show. Egbert's going to lead this class off from Windon Holsteins. She's the Unix heifer bred by Coeur d'Alene, and then the Windon bred heifer, the Solomon Abbey 1207, is going to be in 2. And Greg McLean will bring it out in 3rd spot with the Heavenly Genetics, Howie Holsteins, and Johnny Weaver, RNF Livestock, and Valiant Dairy Genetics.
Connie coming out and with the Windon Emilio Fine, the other Windon cow in 4th spot. Beautiful dairy frame there too.
So we got our 4-year-old class in the ring, and just to update everybody, if you're just tuning in, our intermediate champion was the junior 3-year-old. And that was exhibited by R&F Livestock. She was the Unix. Check for $15,000. The reserve intermediate champion came out of the same class, Kozak bred cow, Kozak Awesome Bianca, and she was owned by West Coast Holsteins. Skycrest was honorable mention. Our junior champion was, I'm just flipping back the page here. Our junior,
I think it was a red heifer.
yeah, I think you're right, Orville. Our junior champion was the Elmbridge bred heifer. She was exhibited by T&L. They got a check for $10,000. And West Coast Tattoo, Irreplaceable, owned by Jim Butler. Jim bought her out of the West Coast sale. On Wednesday night, she had a check for $5,000. And West Coast had honorable mention in that junior champion as well. We'll keep you up to date. We're just going to put the wrapping touches on this 4-year-old class. 3 more cow classes to go. 2 more. We got our 5-year-old age, and then we got our production class.
And then we're into the final hardware presentations.
I don't think we're going to be done by 4. I know our production crew is...
So if you want to slip out and feed the calves and get back in for the finals, send somebody else out to do the quick milk, and you do the chores and come on back in. We'll wrap you all up here in the next probably couple hours.
Our production crew's got a hockey game in Chilliwack that they want to broadcast tonight, so hopefully we'll keep you on live air here. They won't start ripping the cameras down too quickly, but I'm sure we'll get through these last few classes a lot quicker than this class because of just the size.
Yeah, this will be pretty good.
This is the apex of size right here. I think we're going to get smaller classes. And we got a good crowd around here. It's pretty easy to tell that everybody's robotic around here. Nobody has to go home and do chores.
Can you imagine how much trouble we'd have got in if we didn't have to come home to milk? Oh man. We've gotten enough and we had to be home to milk. If we could have said we don't have to go home, it would have been ugly. But yeah, the industry has changed and it's evolved, and I think one of the things that's probably involved as fast as anything is cow care and management has really looked at the things they've done to make these cows as comfortable as they can and to maintain their productivity for as long as you can.
It's 12-11, another West Coast animal there that's just coming around in this black cow at Ridley's.
For those of you that may be joining us that
well, ladies and gentlemen, that is your 4-year-old class. So welcome over Judge Cal McKibben with his thoughts on this wonderful class, 4-year-old class.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this 4-year-old class, let's get a nice round of applause. Look at these cows lined up. It's just tremendous class of cows. These first 2 cows, they fit my pattern. I like balanced cows. I like cows that have great udders, and both these cows have that. I pulled them the other way, and I had to change them when I got them in the middle. The first cow just got a little more definition of center ligament for me right now. The second cow's just starting to lose the seam just ever so slightly. And this first cow's just got a little more mass, a little more depth to her rib structure today. However, I do give the second cow a slight advantage over the first. I mean, just that little more flinty and a little more feminine, but they're both extremely dairy cows, and both cows you just love the way they walk out and the width of chest on both cows. The second cow, she uses the advantage over the recently fresh cow in third, just on the drop to the rear flanks, a little deeper, a little nicer right on the floor of the udder. Third cow, recently fresh, but boy, what a beautiful cow. Just needs a little more time just to put a little more flank back after calving, but I really love the udder, rear udder on this cow. The third cow over the fourth cow, it's just a little bit, a little more femininity for me. And she is also just a little nicer right on the floor of the udder. The fourth cow, great frame, incredible dairiness, incredible long dairy neck. I just like to make her a little nicer on the reverse tilt in her udder today to be any higher. The fourth over the fifth, she uses the mass of her rear udder, the mass of her rib, mass of her frame to carry over this beautiful, stylish, feminine cow coming out behind her in fifth. Congratulations, what a great class of cows.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations to the 4-year-old class exhibitors. Our 4-year-old classes have been complete. Prairie Coast Equipment brought us the sponsorship of the 4-year-old class. Your class winner, ladies and gentlemen, was entry number 1207, Wendon Solomon Albee. Wendon Holsteins, breeder, owner. They are first place, best bred and owned, and best udder in class. Second in that class is entry 1205, Corlane Unix Salisbury, Wendon Holsteins exhibitor as well. Third in class, entry 1210, Heavenly Genetics, Howe Holsteins, John Weaver, RNF Livestock, Valiant Dairy Genetics, owners of 1210, placed third. Fourth in the class was entry 1202, Wendon Emilio Fine, Wendon Holsteins, owner and breeder. Fifth in the class was entry 1206, Crestemere Sidekick Valkyrie, Crestemere Holsteins, Mustang Holsteins, Stanhope Wedgwood Farms exhibitors. Follow me along as we go from top to bottom in our 4-year-old class. Entry 1201 was 6th. Entry 1202 was 4th. Entry 1203 was 9th. 1204 was 8th. 1205 was 2nd in class. 1206, she was 5th. 1206A, an added entry, she is in 10th spot. Your class winner, your best udder, and your bred and owned in this class was 1207. She was first place, Wendon Solomon Alibi. 1208 was 16th, 1209 was 17th, 1210 was 3rd, 1211 was 12th, 1212 was 13th, 1213 was 14th, 1214 was 15th, 1215 was 7th, 1217th was 11. She was your first red and white in that 4-year-old class. Incoming to the ring right now is our 5-year-old class. We'd like to thank Dairy Co-op Solutions for providing our sponsorship for this 5-year-old class. 5-year-old class is in the ring. Exhibitors, if we can have you bringing up your mature cows, we only got 5 cows in this class. We'll need you at the ring immediately for our mature cow class. In the ring right now is your 5-year-old class. Dairy Co-op Solutions, our sponsor.
Hitting the ring. They're just getting themselves organized here in the picture row.
Egbert. All right, we're back into the ring, and our 5-year-old class is starting to parade on in, and the first one in the ring is the Wedgwood Unix Colette, and she is exhibited by West Coast Holsteins, another good Unix daughter out of a doorman.
She being followed by Mustang Jacot Marcia. Mustang Holsteins Marcus at the halter of the Jacot Red daughter out of the Solomon cow. The Solomon name has appeared a lot here today.
A lot on the bottom side, eh?
A lot of them.
Yeah. Great brood cows, the Solomons. They're putting out a lot of good young show cows. And we're going to go to 13-04. You can just see her coming into your screen right now, 13-04. She's the West Coast Avalanche Leanne. She's an Avalanche out of the old Jacobs Gold Leanne cow.
Previous Royal Grand Champion.
And a Grand Champion out here.
Moved her way out west. 1305. Another great herd represented here, Canadian herd, Kingsway King Boy area by Ben B. Holsteins. She being a King Boy out of a gold chip bred at Kingsway. One of the great breeding establishments in the country. That another group that hi to the boys out there. They love breeding show cows, love showing cows. They're pretty pumped.
Boy, she's starting out nice. A little walking uphill. Good depth of ribs. And our last cow that's going to be in the ring is a Bud John Vale, S.O. Adeline. She's a Solomon. Out of old the Africa cow family. RNF Livestock are the exhibitors of this cow at in the end that Martin is showing. So we got 5 in the ring. 5 in the ring of our 5-year-olds.
Great. A little more age, a little more maturity, but udders still well above the hocks. Just where it needs to go.
So we're still vying for $1,000 to win the class, and then we're going to start multiplying that by quite a bit as we start presenting some of the checks for best bred and owned, and then we're going to get into our championship classes, and that's going to get up to $20,000 for our grand and $10,000 for our reserve grand. Yesterday we had a $10,000 grand champion jersey and a $5,000 reserve. Thanks to Pacific Edge jerseys from Tullamook, Oregon. Took home a sizable amount of money from Chilliwack, BC, and as well as Misty Meadows. Wonder if they're watching us on the way home, or they hopefully should be home by now. So thanks you guys for coming up from Oregon. You made a whale of a show for us yesterday in the Jersey show.
Probably right after here, these boys going to have to, even the one that goes to the island, they probably need to make it out there for the 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock ferry. Make that trip across the water. I would imagine the western cattle probably won't hit the road till daybreak. Give these cows a chance to rest and get milked out, and then make the trip home.
It's all about the cows. Got to make sure the cows have a good rest tonight.
Sometimes the owners aren't quite as bright as the cows are, but that's just been known to happen every now and then.
Well, you can see 1202 or 1302, the Wedgwood.
The Eunuchs, another Eunuchs. Hey, Eunuchs would have been bull of the day today, I would think.
You see Martin starting to make his way into second spot.
Solomon.
Yep, the 1306. And then Benby's coming in third. West Coast fourth. And Marcus is going to be in fifth with the Jacquot. You can see the West Coast cow there, the Eunuchs cow, currently sitting on the top. RNF in second.
Same about you, but I said you're fine too. So, well, really about that. Alcohol. You're wrong for sure. Oh, that's fine.
All right, Judge Callum says let's get the show on the road. He's going to start off with this 1302. West Coast Holsteins has got this Wedgwood Unix Colette cow that's going to be leading off, and then we're going to follow in behind with the RNF cow, 1306. She's the Solomon daughter from RNF Livestock. Closely followed behind Benby Holsteins in third spot with their King Boy. Fourth spot's going to be the Avalanche out of Leanne from the West Coast Holsteins. Well, we're going to make a change there. Looks like Marcus is going to take a jump up into fourth spot. Oh, we're getting our 5-year-old class wrapped up. Once again, this is a warning to our exhibitors. If you can have your mature cow class to the hitching ring, please. We're about on our last few legs of the 5-year-old class. Thanks to Dairy Crop Solutions for sponsoring our 5-year-old class that's currently in the ring. Mature cows, be ready. There's your top 3 cows as you see the spin around. The West Coast cow, Colette Unix. There's Martin with the RNF cow.
From what we've seen over the last couple of shows, this show, the Royal and Madison, you would think that there might be still a market for Unix semen out there. There's some pretty good young cows, especially when you're breeding them into those framey cows that we have here in Western Canada. He's a bull that I think can find a spot.
I don't think you're going to win many junior shows, but wait till they calve out.
Yeah. And that's kind of been his...
That's his MO.
Flame to game. Yeah, he was like that. Never noticed as a heifer bull, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, there's your 5-year-old class. Dairy Crop Solutions, our sponsor. Judge Callum McKibben.
Ladies and gentlemen, just the 5-year-olds here, but what a class. But man, what a beautiful cow to win the class. This is my kind of cow. She's extremely feminine, starts right at her head and continues right through. Cow with lots of width, cow with a great mammary system. Just super balanced cow all the way through. And to me, the difference, take nothing away, I admire the second cow as well. Tremendous cow. I just like the run of the top. I like the cow's more level of her top from her shoulder back to her rump. And I feel the second cow just a little bit extreme up through that chine. Just carries up a little high for me up through that front end. And it just makes her a little off balance when they got that much height up through the front end. But take nothing away, she's a beautiful uddered cow as well. And she's a cow that you love the balance and dairiness. The cow that handles her legs real well for how tall she is up through the front end. But I give the first cow the advantage and a little more depth of seam and the way she runs from her top, front to rear. The second cow over the third cow, it's a definite advantage today on the bloom of her udder. She's got a lot more width to her udder. The third cow's been a little sick this week and just lacks that bloom. But what a beautiful angular cow in third. And she does also the same thing. She maybe just runs a little extreme up through the front end for me. But a cow you just love so many things about her. Quality cow with a lot of forerib and balance and wide chest. She uses the length of her frame and a little more massive of a cow frame today to carry over the really good uddered cow we have coming out in fourth. The cow in fourth over the cow in fifth, larger cow in fifth, but the cow in fourth has a more textured look to her udder today. Nicer blending of attachments today, particularly the fore udder over the really great frame cow we have in fifth, and also a little more dairy quality right today in the fourth cow over the fifth. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to the exhibitors and owners and breeders of the 5-year-old class. That was the 5-year-old class just complete. Dairy Crop Solutions, our sponsor. Thank you to them. And our first place goes to Wedgwood Unix Colette. West Coast Holsteins are the exhibitors of our first place animal. Second place goes to 1306 Budgeon Vale, S.O. Adeline. She is exhibited by R&F Livestock. 1305 was the third place animal, Bedby Holsteins from Saskatchewan, exhibited 1305, third spot. Top to bottom, let's go with Wedgwood Unix Colette. She's 1302. She was exhibited by West Coast Holstein. She was first in class. 1303, Mustang Jacot Marcia. She was exhibited by Mustang Holsteins. She was fourth in class, but she was best bred and owned in class. Over the page, 1304 was fifth. 1305 was third. 1306 was second in class. That completes our class. There were no red and white winners in this class.
They're probably
Let's go to their mature cow class.
They're probably home milking. I mean, they pay the bills for the rest of them.
We would like to thank JD Farmers Dairy Service for providing the sponsorship and support for our mature cow class that's entering the ring shortly. This is our mature cow class. I believe there's about 10, let me see, 4, 8, 7 in this class. If we could have our mature cows to the ring, and we should hopefully have our lifetime production cows coming up shortly right there afterwards. So thank you to J&D Farmers Dairy Service. That gives me an opportunity to go through our list of sponsors that we proudly thank at this show. Abbotsford Vet Clinic, we'd like to thank them. They also supported our youth showmanship on Wednesday afternoon. Abbotsford Vet Clinic, Abbey Stockyards, Meadow Valley Meats, Ricky's Restaurant, and West Coast Holsteins are our platinum sponsors. Gold sponsors are HSCS and WestGen. Thank you to our gold sponsors. Farm Credit Canada, Greenbelt Veterinary, Linterra Aggregates, National Bank, Richie Smith Feeds, Scotiabank, TD Bank are our silver sponsors. Bronze sponsors, ARPE Hoof Trimming, BC Farm and Ranch Realty, Dairy Crop Solutions, DeVry Greenhouses, Dual Clute Construction, Grand Valley Fortifiers, Holstein Canada, J&D Farmer Services, Jersey Canada, Jersey West, Matsqui Ag Repair, Prairie Coast Equipment, Royal Bank, Rollins Machinery, Select Sires, T&L Cattle Company, and T&T Hay Sales and Cattle Sales, Vanderveen Hay Sales, and rounding out a great bunch of sponsors, West Coast Robotics. Thanks to each and every one of you sponsors. We really do appreciate your support, and without you, we couldn't have this high level show. Great thanking having you aboard. Ladies and gentlemen, mature cow class is next. Thank you to J&D Farmers Dairy Service.
Well, another great exhibition of dairy cows, great udders, and to show that we just keep moving along, and they're just keep coming.
I don't like anticipating, but I think 5-year-old's going to be in the hunt for the championship.
Yeah, I think she's.
She seemed to get rave reviews by the judge, but I think it was well deserved. That cow is balanced, and she is got all the parts.
She is a dairy cow. She is a dairy cow.
Got all the parts. Too bad we don't have Dave here to put up his $100 for betting. I'd love to skin him for $100.
Oh, well, yeah, there would be a reason if he lost that he couldn't pay.
Well, Dave, if you're still listening, you can text me your choice, and we could make an over-the-line bet.
There should be. We should be. And that's what we got to do if we're going to improve these broadcasts. Is we're going to have the online score. Like
that's right.
You got to get the bookies in. You can make your bets and the whole deal. We got. Everybody in the country is part of an online betting scam now, so you might as well get involved in that as well.
I think MGM Casino.
Yeah, heck yeah. You and I could be the spokesman for them, and we get the deal promoted. We could expand it to the Royal and Madison and the whole deal.
Mm-hmm. They got some big burly guys that could collect the bets. That's my worry with Chilliwack betting them. Just getting the money out of them. Anyway, it's all good. We're going to bring in our mature cow class hopefully here this
maybe when Mr. Trudeau is going to be looking for work next fall, he can be part of the security team.
Anyway, got a sizable mature cow class here. Looks like about 8 or 9.
And then thinking about the fact there's a half a dozen or 7 in the production class, that's 15 age cows. That's pretty respectable for any kind of a show.
Very respectable. Yeah, as soon as I say that I was going for the 5-year-old, Chilliwack's saying he's going for the 4-year-old at this point. So he just texted me.
Well, at least you got a bet, then. You got a bet. What's he putting on the line?
Oh yeah, that'll be another. Whatever he says, he won't give it to me. He'll change it for sure. Just got noticed, David. They came back and Donnie said they milked both 4-year-olds out, so they won't be. We're fooling with you, buddy. Your brother wouldn't do that to you. All right, here come the mature cow class, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring in our first one, 1403.
I think 3's not here yet, John. Let's go
3?
with 4.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
1404, Craig Cast Ruby, Smarty Prance, Braydale Goldwyn daughter. Hey, it's about time we got a Goldwyn back out of a Dundee. What a great cross that was over the years. 1404 for West Coast.
Yeah, they just sold a calf up at the tag sale out of this Smarty Pants. What a smart-looking September calf she was. Holy cow. Yeah, look at the old girl herself.
Look at, ladies and gentlemen, the bull who changed the industry right there. There's a epitome of Goldwyn. There you go.
Yeah, I might reserve my right to bet on the 5.
Odds aren't good enough. The odds aren't good enough.
Well, look right here. I wrote it down in pencil.
Oh, you penciled it in.
All right, 1405 is the Alpina Alonzo Allison from William Wickerink, the Alonzo daughter out of Crusader.
1406, the Midas Touch, Jetty Jangle from West Coast.
The old Jangles cow.
Oh, here we're getting that one that kind of slipped.
Yeah, that would be our first cow that's supposed to be
That would be the silver. Yeah, she's going to move up to the front of the class. If you see her going in behind the hay bale there. That would be Silver Maple Awesome France, a lucky awesome daughter out of a Goldwyn cow, right from the Silver Maple program on the island.
Wouldn't be the first time Chris DeWitt was short and late for something.
So we've got the first 4, I believe.
Yeah, we got the old Jangle cow that we just talked about. There's a cow that doesn't miss too many shows, does she? She looked really good at Red Deer last year as well.
She did.
Jeff Donahoe.
I believe he's leading 1408, the Surly Sammy Belinda cow for Laurie and Donnie Harp out of Manitoba. She's a Sammy daughter. She's been around to the shows for a while. She's definitely one of them that keeps coming back.
And we got 1409, the Impression daughter from Robella and T&L Cattle Company.
And then we got Michael Flamin coming in with Benby Doorman Pisces, the Doorman out of a Benby Goldwyn cow, rounding the class at 1410. So I believe we would have one scratch here somewhere, and that would be, oh, she's there now. Okay, so that's it. 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, there's only 7 here. We're missing one. It's 1407 here. Oh, no, there's DR. He's over there.
Yeah, I think, and then we got William.
No, this cow, Jangle. Not in.
Jangle isn't here? Here we are.
Oh, man, we were giving her credit, and she's, oh. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I was talking about when I was describing her, when she was standing in the ring. And,
there you go.
And I'm going to tell you guys, I wasn't lying to you, because when she comes in, have a look. You guys watch as this cow walks in.
Even though it's late.
Well, they had to get her full of udder or milk here. Extra 2 minutes that it took for her to get
2
in.
minutes to make that last little bit work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, old Jangle is where she likes to be, is in the middle of the ring. Watch her head come up and away she goes.
Yes, Jeff Goyman bringing in Jangles. 1406.
Jeff's got a couple he likes. Addison, he likes strapping Addison, and he likes strapping Jangles.
There you go.
Okay, the class is complete now. So we got two
8 head.
two West Coasters.
2 West Coast cows,
Yep.
Island cow, a couple of valley cows, a Manitoba and a Saskatchewan, 2 Saskatchewan cows.
Yep, 2 prairies. There you see Jeff Donahoe with it. There's D.R. Van Dreger with his cow. Ridley walking up to you with his cow there.
This Lucky Awesome cow kind of grows on you as well. That's a great uddered cow coming out here for Chris DeWitt. Another silver maple, one of them Cuthbert bred cows from the island.
See William Wickerink on his strap there with the Alonzo daughter. There's a lot of tonnage in here if we were to weigh these.
You bet there is.
Not excess meat, but just a lot of tonnage of mass.
And they're probably all reproducing their weight in milk every 12 days.
Well, it looks like Ridley doesn't want to walk any further. He's going to park right there.
He's going to go right there, yeah. You beat me.
So Ridley's going to start off with Smarty Pants. And then we got the Silver Maple Cow. Then we got Jeff Donahoe coming in with Laurie and Donna Harp's cow. 409 is going to be 4th. .406 is the old Jangles.
So you sure you don't want to pick the age cow before the betting window closes, or
Yeah.
let's do it. Let's do a trifecta. Let's do it.
Yeah. I'll get a box.
Yeah, box 'em.
4,
Box 'em.
5, and 6. Yeah. Yeah. BC Lotteries will be
BC
coming in
Lottery.
through.
BC Lotteries, yeah.
Online betting. Yeah, well, Smarty Pants, she's looking really good on the end there, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that... Wasn't that a great tribute to Gold when a bull who changed the industry, and to still have cows coming out here like 15 years later?
Dead a long time. And
Absolutely.
but
His impact on the breed will be one of those bulls that'll be awful hard to measure.
I'll give Goldwyn a little bit of credit, but my lordy, that cow family that she's out of.
Well, yeah, no, that's
Crest
right.
family.
But he was the bull. He was the bull that fixed what they needed to fix, and clean them up, dairy them up a bit, and there it is. There's the silk part of the industry right there. Reminds you a bit of John Pierre's cow, the big black silky gold ones that they brought out for years.
Yeah, the old June cow. That was one of Pierre's most favorite cows in the whole world, was the old June cow.
And the clean bone. Look at the bone in the leg for a cow that's
Still strong on her pasterns.
still carrying that much milk, but the way she walks with her udder and the bone in her leg, that's pretty sweet.
Quite a youthful, mature cow coming in second, though.
Yes,
Probably doesn't
but
have the.
She's out of a gold one. She's a Goldwyn granddaughter, so it's he did fix he did as much for legs, feet and legs when he did it right, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and Jeff, you know, that Surly breed came out of Manitoba.
They bred some good cows in that
Boy,
area.
they were, and still, you know, massive framey cows. A cow I can remember 20 years ago going out there and doing a sale out there, and they were leagues ahead of everybody when it came to frays and stuff.
They had that. They say about raising race horses in Kentucky, raising cows in Manitoba, the roughage they lived on, that changed their structure.
Well, I think we can all attest to the old beauty cow coming out of Manitoba.
Just thinking about the same thing. Strawberry canes and snowballs, but man.
Was there a rough-looking 2-year-old that came to Agribition that year that, when it wasn't the fault of any of the owners at the time, that's just the environment they lived in.
That's right.
Boy, oh boy, when she got to some green grass and some good feed, holy Lord.
And 12 years later, she was still there.
And she had roses on her back.
Yeah, that's right. No, those, the old theory, they don't have to be, they get old fast enough without speeding them up. And they were good, honest cattle out there.
If you could catch them as calves, they're a bit wild. Well, Smarty Pants, love the name.
I think you better get your trifecta. You better change your trifecta, eh?
Yeah. Oh. I just still might hang on to that 5-year-old.
Okay.
I know your indecision and you're not going any further. We'll see. We'll see. Don't want to lose the ranch and the poor crippled horse that goes along with it.
Well, you'll have a vet bill. You'll have a vet bill.
Yeah, you can see them parading along the outside of the arena there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. I don't care what you think, but this is always the sweetheart class of the day. Sweetheart. Canadian kind there, every cow is walking uphill, probably 2-3 inches taller in the front end.
Canadian kind. Isn't that a term we haven't heard for a while, but we'd like to hear more of? Isn't that true?
Hear more of, see more of. And these cows were born back in the time when that was a pretty important part.
They were bred that way.
Somehow we tend to forget a bit about it, but.
Unknown caller.
Oh, yeah, we got Orville answering phone calls here.
Yeah, and from who?
That's a terrible ringtone, Orville. You can shut it off, okay?
I just did. Sorry, David. I was my co-producer here said we can't be talking while we're broadcasting.
Yeah, you know how irritated he would get. Oh, the phone call's coming in, I can't. And now look at it. He's
You talk.
We got our trusty assistant, Amanda.
Yeah. She'll tell him where to go in a hurry. Yeah.
You can tell it's getting down to the end of a long day.
He's getting bored at home. Yeah. Are the Flames playing tonight? Does he get to watch a hockey game or?
Who cares?
Who cares?
I love my Flames, but we're not.
No.
We're not going with them anymore. Okay.
He's confirming his bet. He's taking the 4-year-old. He's just confirming his bet there before you trifecta the age cow and the 5-year-old.
I'd rather he confirm that he's good for the money, but. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 5-year-old class, or the mature cow class, is pulling in finally, and Judge is going to give some final comments. I'm just going to make sure our old cows are ready to go. If we can have our lifetime production cows in the assembly area, please. Wrapping up our mature cow class, and that was being brought to us by J&D Farmers Dairy Service. Thank you to J&D Farmer Service. Well, Mr. Callum McKibben is here to give his thoughts on our mature cow class.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great class, great cows, and a great pair at the top end here, and it's actually quite close for different reasons. But when you look at the cows, this cow at first, she's what you call in her wedding clothes. She's a cow that's got that beautiful bloom through her hide and bloom through her udder. Cow maneuvers wonderfully on her rear legs, comes at you with lots of width to chest. Maybe if I want to say anything, I'd like to see her maybe with a little less chine but it doesn't affect the way she has her mobility so good. She really does walk out good. The second cow, I do give it a little advantage. She's not quite as extreme up through the chine, but I also give the first cow advantage for a lot more width of udder today, just that pop and the width and the height and overall volume of that udder today, and a little more drop to the rear flank today over this beautiful cow in second. The first cow's only had 3 calves and just 6. The second cow's had 5. And that's what makes it a closer placing for me today. The second cow over the third cow, she uses the advantage she has in her width of her rear udder, in her depth of her seam, and more life of rear udder and bloom of rear udder today. But boy, what a pretty cow on this third cow. When you stand back and look across the ring, she is just the epitome of a dairy cow, just beautiful quality, angularity, femininity, and she uses that little more mass of cow, just a little more length of leg off the ground, a little more over the beautiful cow we have in fourth, and mainly the height of the rear udder attachment today over the cow in fourth. The cow in fourth, a cow that's extremely balanced through her frame, wide of her udder, and carrying over a really good cow in fifth as well, but just a little more femininity through the head and through the shoulder, a little blending of parts, a little more drop of rear flank, and to me, a little more quality in rear teats and all the 4 teats today. But you got to say the cow in fifth has a tremendous udder as well, just maybe like to make her teats in under the front quarters and a little nicer size today. Beautiful classic cows. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all the exhibitors and breeders and owners of the mature cow class. Your winner of the mature cow class is entry 1404, Craig Crest Ruby's Smarty Pants. West Coast Holsteins is the exhibitor. Second in class was 1403, Silver Maple Awesome France, Chris DeWitt Jr. and Tazo Farms Limited owners. In third spot was 1408, Surly Sammy Belinda. Lori Day and Donna Harp, congratulations. They were in third spot. Fourth was 1409, Kessel Impression Paprika, Rebella Holsteins, T&L Cattle Company. Rounding out your top 5 was the Midas Touch Jedi Django, West Coast Holsteins. And top to bottom in your catalog, 1403 was second. Your winner of the class was 1404, Craig Crest Ruby Smarty Pants, West Coast Holsteins exhibitor and owner. 1405 was 7. 1406 was 5. 1407 was 6th. She was your best bred and owned in that class. 1408 was 3rd. 1409 was 4th. And 1410 was 8th. That completed our mature cow class. We're going to bring in our lifetime production class. Now, these are the cows that need to have over 70,000 kgs produced in their lifetime to qualify for this class. BC Farm and Ranchers are great sponsors. Thank you to BC Farm and Ranch for sponsoring the lifetime production cow, 70,000 kgs or more to qualify for this class. We have 6 in this class. If we can have them come to the ring, please. 6 in our lifetime production class. Following that, we will have our breeders herd. If breeders herd can be prepared and ready to go right after this lifetime production class. Then we're going to start getting into our championship classes. We're going to start handing out some really cool checks, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a lot of fun here in the next hour. Stick around. It's going to be a lot of money getting paid out here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's winding down. I know we're getting a little late in the eastern part of our country, but we had a great show today, and we showed nearly 200 head of cattle, so it does take a little time. I mean, it's not often we most of the time say we'd like to have more cattle at the show, and to have one that you don't ever want to say you've got too many. We're going to have 180 head of great cattle today, and probably 100 milk cows are going to cross the ring, and that's got to be pretty impressive anywhere. Leading our group off, coming on into the ring, will be 1501, Wedgwood Gold Chip Luster. Stanhope Wedgwood, a gold chip daughter out of a Stanhope bred Winbrook cow, number 1501. 15:02 coming in the ring, Hamming Goldwyn Bella. Oh, you got them switched around? This is 3. 15:03 coming in the ring, Benby Atwood Matilda. And Atwood from a Glenridge bred cow. We all know that prefix. Bred and owned by Benby out of one of the later or the last Glenridge bred cows that's around the country. Great cow that's breeding well for Benby. 15:03. Nicole at the halter. Jeff Donahoe coming in with Lampada Aldi Gold Chip for Fornwald and Sons. And Lori and Donna Harp, the Gold Chip daughter. 15:04. 10-year-old cow coming in the ring there, ladies and gentlemen. 15:04. West Coast Lad Aspen. Born in 2012. She is a Lad P daughter out of the Asset cow for West Coast Holsteins. West Coast Lad Aspen. Cow that's put many miles on traveling across this great country and continent several times. And the last cow we'll have to enter the ring today, 15:05, Zimmer Crusader Ava. Benby, Zimmer, and Robella. An OB Crusader daughter, born in 2011, coming on her 13th birthday, 15:05. Coming across the backside of the ring will be 15:01, the Gold Chip from Stanhope Wedgwood, leading the way. So there's our group of production cows. All these cows are over 155,000 pounds of milk lifetime. I would assume to guess many all scored excellent in the high category. What a great group of cows. The youngest one in the group being 9 years old. That's pretty impressive.
Every time I point at somebody to come over for an interview, they run back to the barn. All of a sudden, they got something to do. Jellick must have something on these people that he could get all these interviews. I can't get one.
Well, no, he probably threatened them with disclosure.
Yes.
Disclosure.
Well, here's the production class. Some grand old matriarchs, aren't there? Aspen and Ava.
All between 9 and 12 years old.
You know what's cool about this class is we don't have to go through the whole name. You just call them by their first name.
First name.
Yeah, the
Yes.
Avas and the Aspens, Matilda.
Yeah. Is that a good thing when you and I get older? They call you John and Orville, or is him and it? Yeah, that's him and it. There's a lot more Johns than there is Orville, so you could get mixed up for somebody else.
Yeah.
Or just me and Redenbacher. That's the only two of us that I know.
See Marty's cow getting looked at there.
You got to look at all these cows and just appreciate the fact that, man, oh man, this is. Anybody's got any criticisms of the Canadian kind, you just have a look around the ring here and see what.
Paid a lot of bills, and it wasn't by calves.
These cows worked. They worked regularly, and have lived to move on to the next day. Absolutely. I mean, we all know, guys, and we've all known how sad it was last fall when that great red cow died on us, and Maple, and we all know that if we've had livestock over the years, we've had the unfortunate thing that we've had dead stock. But these cows have survived the test of time, and hopefully can have a year or two of happy retirement before they're done, but we all do the best we can, and we end up with this in the end of the day, and we got to be pretty proud of what we accomplished.
See Benby top with Ava.
Ava coming up the row. One of the higher scoring cows in the breed alive at this moment.
And what a cow family that's behind her, the old Smith Bolton cow.
They've done it. They've done it all.
Put bulls in units.
And she doesn't seem to change a lot, I'll tell you what.
No.
And she's trucked across this country. She's ridden a lot more miles in her truck than I can guarantee you 99% of the people ever have. And she's done it and come back to do it again.
Now, if I remember correctly, she was honorable mention at Red Deer or reserve to Benby cow.
Yeah, she was
right up there.
Right
she
up
won her
there.
Class, yeah.
Been nominated several times, and
Ian was telling me, I believe it was last summer, that she was on death's doorstep. They were give her about 12 hours, and they went to bed, and they didn't think that she'd be standing, and they went back out the next morning, and she was up chewing her cud and hadn't taken a bad day since. So,
hey,
there's a
good for them.
Testimony to the cow, but also to the good herdsmanship of the Benby crew to look after that cow. Zimmer and Robella.
I think Ian's crew has probably had her the most lately, and we got to give him credit for that. Dwayne, if you're listening, you should probably go out there and clean a couple calf pens for all he's done for you. So
he's probably paying attention to his feedlot full of steers over there.
that he bought last fall, yeah.
He's quite the guy. He's got some unbelievable dairy cows. Got a master breeder shield on his wall, but he's also a guy that can put together a feedlot full of steers and make money at it.
It's kind of a cool story about when he bought this cow's mother. They said they needed to get rid of some tax money, and they went down about a $30,000 cow at the Sale of Stars because he didn't want his uncle to buy 2 potloads of feeder cattle. And it's turned out well.
They did end up getting the feeder cattle. Well, you can see old Aspen coming in 4 spot there. What a big old framey cow. Holy cow. We sold the daughter out of her on Wednesday night.
No, this is a testament to the breed.
Every one of them's a winner. Their legacy will continue on for generations because they, each and every one of them is a brood cow.
Oh, absolutely.
If you can't find a bull to cross with a cow like that, you might as well just have a dispersal. Give me a call and I'll sell you a cow.
I got to sell you. You sure you don't want to do the trifecta? You want to throw her in your trifecta?
I don't know. I love her, but we'll see.
"12 years old. Have a look. Kind of reminds you of Beauty."
12 years old. Is that crowding about 80 years in man time? Woman time?
12, 7, 90. Oh, woman time be 102, but 96.
Look at her walk.
Yeah, guys. I mean, I don't know.
She's just a cruising. Looks like she's walking on water. So Jeffy's up into 2nd spot there now.
With the Aldi Goat Chip, the Fornwald and Laurie Harp cow.
Well, it's been a nice couple classes for the Harps, hasn't it?
Hamming Goldwyn Bella for the Hamming crew coming in 3rd. Another Goldwyn daughter. I mean, as Callum said today, the red cow might be an extreme. I mean, that's a massive, massive cow.
Well, there's a cow that I wouldn't mind breeding a calf out of, that's for sure.
Yeah. Several. Even though they're red? Like, would you breed her to a black bull?
Certainly a black bull. funny, these last two classes didn't have a red and white winner in it, Orville.
Well, yeah. Well, we wanted to leave something for you black and white guys. I mean, we didn't want to take it all out.
Apparently longevity just isn't right there.
Okay. Okay. We don't have a perfect breed yet, but we're working on it. That's. So you guys had gold one to fix the blacks up. We got to find our gold one yet. Our red gold one.
Well, I don't know. Unstoppable and
He. The one that he.
If we can have our exhibitors bring best bred and owned and breeders herd first. Breeders herd, please, would you be at the hitching ring? Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is our lifetime production class. Judge Cal McKibben.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's something you really got to admire. There's a lot of milk being put out by these girls. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Great class of old cows there. This cow on top, she's a 12-year-old cow, and her udder's still above her hocks. A cow you got to admire for the beautiful drop to her rib, overall balance of frame, maneuvering out on her legs at a cow her age. Just a epitome of a balanced cow, beautiful frame. And the second cow again, a beautiful balanced cow. I just like the blending of the foreudder, the way it kind of welds onto the foreudder, welds onto the body wall. The placement of the front teats on the foreudder, particularly on the right side of the cow in second. I like to change that a little. But boy, what a beautiful balanced cow, and her udder's really up there for a cow with 7 calves as well. And take nothing away from the third cow. I love the dairiness and the angularity and femininity of this cow. I just feel the second cow has more bloom, more life to her udder today. A little more drop to that flank today over this beautiful cow that's coming out in third. Third, it's a femininity and just the blending of parts all the way through. It carries her over the big, tall cow we have coming out in fourth, the red cow. But you got to admire the age of the red cow, how well her udder's attached and how high up it is for a cow that age. And she has that advantage over the cow. Beautiful dairy cow coming out in fifth, just on her mammary system today. Congratulations, great group of production cows.
Well, there's your lifetime production cow class. Thanks to BC Farm and Ranch for sponsoring our lifetime production cow class, 70 kgs or more. Your winner of the lifetime production cow class is entry 1505 Zimmer Crusader Ava. Ben B. Holsteins, Dwayne Zimmer, Robella Holsteins. Owners, she is your best bred and owned of the class and best udder of class. Second in class was Lampada, Aldi, Gold Chip, Fred Fallenwald and Sons, Lori and Donna Harp. In third place was 1502, Hamming Goldwyn Bella. Hamming Holsteins, bred and owned that animal. Fourth place was West Coast Lad Aspen. She was your first red and white in class. From top to bottom, ladies and gentlemen, 1501 was 6, 1502 was 3, 1503 was 5th, 1504 was 2nd, 1504A was 4th, first red and white in class. Your winner of your class was 1505 Zimmer Crusader Ava, Ben B. Holsteins, Dwayne Zimmer, Robella Holsteins, best bred and owned and best udder of class. Your winner in the lifetime production. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've completed our age cow classes. We're going to bring in our breeders herd. These are the 3 animals of the same prefix. We'd like to thank National Bank. National Bank is our sponsor for our breeders herd. If we can bring in our breeders herd, please. We believe there is 7 entries in our breeders herd. If they can start to make their way in shortly, please. $1,500 in cash for our first place breeders herd, $1,200 for second, and $1,000 for third. Right after that, we'd like to have our best bred and owned animals up to the hitching ring. If you can have your cattle that are entered into the best bred and owned, that'll be the first place bred and owned out of each class. If you can make your way to the hitching ring, please, and then we'll get into our red and white champions. We're winding it down, ladies and gentlemen. We only got a few classes to go, but the most important classes are remaining. So we'd ask that you stick around. It could be exciting. We've got a lot of money to divvy out here in the next half an hour or a little so. So here we go. We're bringing in our breeders' herd right now, thanks to the National Bank for sponsoring our breeders' herd.
I think this is going to be a hotly contested class. We've got some of the best breeding establishments in Western Canada making their way out to the center of the ring, and just the fact that there's going to be 5 or 6 or 7, how many there are out there, is pretty impressive. We got a 3-time master breeder, 2-time master breeder, pretty much all master breeder herds that are going to be standing out there in the center of the ring, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Windon herd, they got their 2 4-year-olds standing there.
You got the Wickerings from the island. You've got Mossnang. They are another one that's they haven't got a shield yet, but that's somebody mustn't be adding it up right, because
well, I think they're printing it. They just haven't got the date on it.
Yeah, they just haven't put the date on it. That's right.
Well, you know, I'm just going over the list of cows that are going to be coming in for the Grand Champion class, and I was just looking. Nobody is running away with this in terms of numbers in the Grand Champion class. We got a couple by West Coast.
Everybody
a couple are enough, but we got some Wedgwoods in there, and we got Chris DeWitt. He's back in there, and Ben B. Zimmer, and Fred Fornwall and Sons, Wendon Holstein. So we got them sprinkled across the 4 provinces.
That's what we said this morning. There was no clear-cut winner out there. It was who was going to get them out the best. And is this a wobble on your trifecta now? Is that what this all means? Is that
we're building anticipation?
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, anticipation. Anticipation.
Indecision, anticipation, whatever you want.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Close enough. And then we've probably got 1 or 2 contenders that aren't part of any breeding herds, so they're going to be coming in at a later date. And
well, we're probably going to get into a fairly tight program here for the next an hour. So before we get on with things, I'd like to extend an invitation, and you guys, anybody that's hasn't been to BC to the spring show, it's become a destination show. I think you need to come, and you know what, the prize money is the prize money, but the cows and the breeders are reflective of why they have such good prize money here, because the quality actually compares to the prize money.
yes, it does, Don. That is a very good point. It's brought out the best, and I know spring is always tough traveling time, but if anybody has the opportunity or would like to take a shot at it,
You know, any breeders or show people in the east there, you know what, why don't you just get on a plane and come on out here and see this show and see the quality of the cattle, and then go on home and develop a plan and work with some people and fill up a truck and come out here, because not only are you going to compete against some good cattle, but it is an active cattle market here at this show. There are some guys that just love trading cattle. We've got all the great exhibitors and traders out here. We got Pierre, and
I know the bad weather in Northern California stopped 2 loads of U.S. California cattle coming up here, and it would have been a truly international event. Absolutely.
Yep. And so come on out. Love to have you out here. Put our best foot forward for you, and we'll look after you. It'll be a great time, and I think it's an opportunity that you'll certainly take advantage of at some point when you come out here. There's all kinds of opportunity and no shortage of great cattle. Well, I think we're finally getting our herds in place.
How many we got here? We got half a dozen here now. We had 7 entered, so maybe we might. Well,
there's the West Coast team down on the far end that Callum just looked at. Now he's moving over towards.
Might have 1 scratch.
The Wickerink family there, the Stanhope Wedgwood bunch by the looks of it, or is that
3,
no?
6,
That's
no. We've got West Coast. We've got Stanhope Wedgwood. We've got Hamming. We got Mossnang. Wendon. Benby. Maybe the Van Drager one is not here. That's maybe the one that's been scratched. Pointing out, looking like we've got the Stanhope Wedgwood coming up, followed by Wendon.
Someday we might see T&L Cattle Company in the breeder's herd. You think? Or am I reaching?
I would no. I would think so, but
he's bred a few.
It's probably until he doesn't like to make the deal. Tom has got a couple motivations. One of them's the Canadian dollar, one of them's an American dollar, and then a foreign dollar. That'd be the third one, the Dutch pound, the English pound. Now Tom's had his hand in a lot of good cows that have done very, very well.
See, we got Wendon in second. William Wickerink's Mustang Grew is in third. Marcus Haley.
Isn't that Stanhope Wedgwood in first? Stanhope Wedgwood, Wendon, Wickerink.
No. Mustang's in third. Marcus.
Oh, Marcus third. Yeah, pardon me. Marcus in third. That's right. Then West Coast, Hamming, and
Benby,
I think.
If we can have all our best bred known to the hitching ring, please. We're just wrapping up our breeder's herd. Best bred known, please be at the hitching ring. First place bred known of the milking classes. Judge Callum McKibben has wrapped up his breeder's herd. Judge?
Congratulations to the breeders and these best threes. Tremendous from the first to the bottom, just close placings. But this first group, they got 3 great mammary systems on those cows. I know the cow in the middle is not quite as full as the other 2, but I like her in her class. She's got a really good udder, that cow. Those 3 cows all have great mammaries. And they're just a little more uniform as a threesome than the group in second. The group in second, you got these 2 great cows on the left and a really nice cow on the right, but she doesn't quite match the other 2 cows. And just a little more uniformity in the top group. Second group, that individuality though is incredible, and just a little more mass in those cows, a little more massive frame in them than we have in the group in third. The group in third over the group in fourth, it's just that little bit more individuality, a little more uniformity when you look at the udders on the 3 cows over the group in fourth. The group in fourth over the group in fifth, it's just that for me, it's the rear udders. When you get behind those rear udders, incredible rear udders on the fourth group. And I meant to say the group in third over the group in fourth, it's a quality of udders. And the fourth over the fifth, it's a volume and height and width of the rear udders today over the fifth group. Fifth over sixth, it's just a little more uniformity on 3 cows in a group than the group we have in sixth. Thank you.
Congratulations to the breeders of our Breeders' Herd division. Thanks to our sponsors, National Bank, for our Breeders' Herd competition and our class. Your first place in the Breeders' Herd is entry number 1606, Stanhope Wedgwood Holdings. Congratulations to Stanhope Wedgwood. Entry 606 was first. Second place was Wendon Holsteins, Donnie Chilliwack and family. Entry 1601 was second. Third place was 1604, Mustang Holsteins. Fourth place, Jason Koyman, West Coast Holsteins. And in fifth place was Hamming Holsteins. Sixth place was Benby Holsteins. That wraps up our Breeders' Herd, and we'd like to congratulate the first place going. $1,500 check was going out to the Stanhope Wedgwood crew, $1,500 for winning our Breeders' Herd, $1,200 to Wendon, and $1,000 check going out to Mustang for placing third in the Breeders' Herd. Next into the ring is going to be our best bred and owned, ladies and gentlemen. Next class is our bred and owned, thanks to ARPE Hoof Trimming. They're going to be sponsoring our best bred and owned, and Greenbelt Veterinary Services. Best bred and owned is going to be vying for a check of $3,500 for first place, and our reserve will get a check at $1,500. Right after that, we're going to do our red and white championship of our cow classes. Then we'll get into the overall championship of the show. Winding it down, ladies and gentlemen, the tension's going to be great, so come on back and get on ringside. We've got an action-packed 15-20 minutes left here. Some of the best cows in Canada are going to be parading through the ring here shortly. So best bred and owned, come on in. Well, everybody online, thanks for hanging in there with us. We're getting down to the last half an hour or so. We're just going to bring in our best bred and owned, and then we'll get our red and white champion crowned, and then we'll get into our overall championship. $20,000 for grand champion of the overall show. Quite a payday is coming in. Quite a payday. You can see our winning best of 3. The Wedgwood Stanhope crew.
Have you got the text number that we should get people to text in to the people that are in charge, that maybe they need to pay the announcing crew a little more? Like, I mean, we could get a little support from the public, might help.
Yeah,
might help our case. Like if we got a number there, a 1-800 number that they can attack and.
Well, we could. Amanda would set up a GoFundMe page for.
GoFundMe. Let's do a GoFundMe. Yeah, go do a FundMe page for the 2 announcers.
Yeah.
What about the statistician?
Statistician, yep.
We could cut him in. We could cut him in. Yeah, we could cut him in.
Thanks, Oval. That's so generous.
Well, we do got to send a big shout out to Amanda and Danica and the whole crew. We got about 6 people that I look down the table here. When you deal with this kind of money and this kind of a show,
you want to be right.
We want to be right. We want to be right at every show, but we want to be real right at this show.
No, they made us 2 look pretty good today, which is pretty much impossible for anybody to do, but they kept us on track, gave us the right information, and we had an updated program to work with, and it's been great to work with them, and I'd like to thank them.
And the reason why it's so good, all volunteers. I love working with volunteers. There's no money involved. There's no.
Oh, so you're going back to the end. We volunteered. Is that what we did? Is that what we did?
Yeah, sure.
But no, it's a pleasure, guys. I'm glad there's even, if there's one person listening to us, it made it worthwhile, except for David. David will be criticizing whatever we said, so it doesn't matter.
We hope that we've given you some insight and some opportunity that you couldn't have enjoyed without being here. But whatever, enjoyed some commentary. I think we all know what you and me and
you know what you think of us. We all know that, so yeah, it doesn't matter.
You had the opportunity to hit the off button anytime you wanted.
But no, it's been a great day to sit at a ring, and
it's not a long day when you get such good cattle parading in front of you.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't realize, guys, we've been at this for nearly 8 hours, and there's been not a lot of downtime. And we had a 15-minute break, and the judges have been busy, and that's pretty much as fast as you can bring the cattle in. You couldn't know, really, in all honesty, you can't show 200 head any faster than we run them through today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in our best bred and owned class, thanks to Greenbelt Veterinary Services and ARPE Hoof Trimming. Congratulations to all the people that have bred and owned these next few cattle that are going to be coming into the ring. We'd like to thank again Greenbelt Veterinary Services, ARP Hoof Trimming. First into the ring, ladies and gentlemen, is your best bred and owned in the junior 2-year-old class. She was entry number 709. Skycrest Lambda Snoopy, Skycrest Holsteins from Athabasca. And the best bred and owned that came out of our winter 2-year-old is Benby Chief Purple. Benby Holsteins, Coron, Saskatchewan. In the fall 2-year-old class, West Coast Unix, West Coast Holsteins from Chilliwack. The best bred and owned in our junior 3-year-old class was Wendon Unix Picky, Wendon Holsteins, Innisfail, Alberta. The senior 3-year-old class is represented by Wedgwood Sidekick Twilight, Stanhope Wedgwood. The 4-year-old winner of Best Bred and Owned was Wendon Solomon Albie, Wendon Holsteins. Best Bred and Owned that came out of the 5-year-old class was Mosnang Jacot Marsha, Mosnang Holsteins. In the mature cow class, Lavender Doorman Princess, Lavender Farms. And the best bred and owned that came out of the lifetime production class was Zimmer Crusader Ava, Benby Zimmer Rubella owners. Ladies and gentlemen, there are your best bred and owned in today's competition here at the BC Spring Show. Once again, thank you to Greenbelt Veterinary Services, ARPE Hoof Trimming, for bringing us the best bred and owned. $3,500 check will go to the champion best bred and owned, $1,500 to the reserve champion. I think we're short a few horses in the race.
No, they're all out here, John. They're all out here.
Miscounted. Okay, good. Good.
Or is there one more missing? Junior 2.
3, 6. There should be 9 in our ring.
9. How many is there out there?
6.
6.
Missing a third of the class. I thought there was a few horses missing.
Sky Crest.
We don't have our mature cow here, do we?
Lavender Cow. That's DR. Mustang. The Mustang cow's not here. I don't see Marcus here. And the West Coast heifer's not here.
Our 4-year-old. Where's the 5-year-old?
Wendon, no, that's here. The Mustang, yeah, that's the 5-year-old. She's not here. DR's here. The Zimmer cow's here. Skycrest is here. There's a Benby cow missing too, isn't there?
Maybe they sold them.
They don't own them anymore. Yeah, they don't own them anymore. Benby's not here. The one,
Gina just went to check.
the lavender cow's not here.
Yes, she is.
I mean, not lavender, Mustang. The 5-year-old's not here. So Winter 2 is not here.
Maybe they think that.
And
Last call for our best bred and owned. If you're on your way to the ring, make yourself available real quick. Last call for best bred and owned.
Skycrest. There's a Benby, West Coast, and Mustang.
We'll call our class complete, Judge.
Benby, okay. Maybe they have to be milked out. That's a possibility. Maybe they were looking for cow comfort and cow care, and they decided to milk them out and decided that they weren't going to bring them back.
Well, we better not see them in the championship.
Johnny, you're making a decision now.
I just know it was a comment, not a decision.
Because we're really not good at making decisions. We're just at reporting the results, that's all.
Yeah. So we got the Skycrest and the Lambda there. They're your junior 2.
Skycrest, Junior 2. We've got
the West Coast Unix. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our best bred and owned, Judge Callum McKibben.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the brand owns that came back here, I pulled these 4 cows out. This Junior 2, just oozing with potential. Great future ahead of her. What a great udder, long dairy neck, beautiful young cow. The 3-year-old was second in her class, a cow that you just love the overall balance of her frame and great mammary system. Cow's got so much width and balance. Maybe just toes out of whisker in her front feet, but a cow you really admire for that balance. The 4-year-old that won, a cow that to me is just a beautiful, balanced cow. Cow with a lot of angularity, cow with a beautiful mammary system and a great bone quality in that cow. And then you got the old cow, the production cow. Cow's 12 years old. She's really proven herself through the years, and she's out here and still looking the part. Udders above the hocks. Maybe you'd like to wind her rear udder at the very top and maybe just make it a little nicer right at the top. But you can forgive her a little bit for that, for the amount of milk that cow's put out. Let's give these guys a big round of applause now for bringing these out. And I'm going to go out, I'm going to pick a champion and a reserve in that order, and then I'll give you my reasons. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's your winner of your best bred and owned, Wendon Solomon Albie, your 4-year-old, exhibited by Wendon Holsteins, owned by Wendon Holsteins, bred by Wendon Holsteins. Your lifetime production cow is your reserve champion, Zimmer Crusader Ava, Ben B. Zimmer and Robella. Here's our judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 4-year-old for me today, it's a cow that's just got all the parts I'm looking for. She got that balance. She's had the calves. She's got the maturity. A cow with bone quality. Just a beautiful cow. And give her the advantage. You got to respect this production cow. A cow is 12 years old and that much milk. But I just prefer today analyze them. The rear udder attachment right at the top over the older cow today, and just maybe the texture in the udder. But I think the older cow deserves to be the reserve bred and owned. And take nothing away, that young junior 2-year-old was in my mind, but when you got an older cow like this, it's hard to deny her. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Wendon Holsteins, your best bred and owned, and a check for $3,500 thanks to Green Vet Clinic and ARP Hoof Trimming. Wendon receiving a check for $3,500 for best bred and owned with her 4-year-old. And the reserve champion goes to Ben B, Zimmer, and Robella with their lifetime production cow, the great old cow Ava. A check for $1,500 to those people. If we can have our red and white contestants, we're going to bring in our red and white contestants to vie for the championship of the red and white show. $10,000 for grand champion, $5,000 for reserve grand champion of our red and white show. That'll be followed up by the ultimate, the apex of the show, the grand champion and reserve grand champion. That's where we'll hand out a $20,000 check to our grand champion thanks to Abbotsford Vet Clinic. Abbey Stockyards will be presenting the reserve grand champion check at $10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, get your seats. It's going to be fun here in the next 20 minutes. Yeah. Well, you're just seeing the presentations to the Wendon crew for best bred and owned. We will be assembling our red and whites coming into the arena soon.
I need to stay here to keep you straight on this class, and then after that you'll be on.
Maybe I may just turn the mic over to Orville to do this red and white thing, and he can get into his passionate, tear-jerking renditions of how quality this red and white class is going to be.
Like John, I mean, we've got along pretty good all day. Let's not try to throw it in the toilet here right now at the end of the day. But if you're, I know it doesn't look like I'm going to get you convinced, so maybe we'll just leave it at that. But
well, I am going to go on a limb, and red and white will not be grand champion of the show.
You're gonna back that up. So you're not putting her in your trifecta, then? You're not going with the trifecta, okay? No. I probably would have to agree with you, but I mean, if that happened at 2 major shows in a row, you'd have to swallow your pride and really admit defeat. But no, I think today we've done what we accomplished, or what we wanted to accomplish, with these great cows, and blacks or reds, and had several class winners, which, if you got to admit, 15 years ago would have been unheard of. So they've come a long way, and you're right. Maybe at some point in time it becomes a development of an industry that you don't. I mean, I think it was all done. It was all done for promotion, and part of it was done. Remember, if you remember the history, they tried to wipe that part of the breed out. So in order to
register them, could you?
Well, no, they were buried in the pile right behind the dead stock pile. Yes,
there was a lot of good red citation R's that didn't make.
You got to remember that how many of those great genetics were destroyed. That if we'd have had the red ABCs and the red citation R's and the governors that were all destroyed, and the cows that carried the red factor that were discriminated against or nobody knew about. I mean, it's done a lot in the last 40 years when you considered that we had to redevelop all the genetics. And one of the cool things, I think, personally, I feel that got the red breed going as much as anything was they got a couple of good red pole bulls, and that pole part of the industry carried some of it along. And then you had the leaders of the industry, like the David Eastmans, that bred the good red cows to good black bulls and just dealt with red factor. And it took a generation longer, but we got some of them good genetics into the program, and now they're kind of spread out all over the place.
No, you know, the poll thing, I think it is the next generation of where we got to really develop, and just like we brought the reds up to the level that we needed to. At least the poll thing has some actual value and some significance to what they're providing to the dairy industry and the breeding programs and to the health and management of the animals, and less work and all that involved. It's a necessity to develop this
and the thing
poll program
that I've found, and we've followed even the poll thing quite a bit, is, and whether it's just the structure of the animal or whatever it is in the genetics. If you want to try something, breed a bunch of cattle to polled bulls and see how fast you eliminate some calving problems. It seems to be a natural combination. I mean, we talk about breeding Angus to, the beef breeds. The poll thing takes away the calving problem, and it's just as true in the Holsteins. It's whether it's the fineness of the head or whatever it is, it's just one less thing you got to worry about.
That's at this point in its development. In another 10 years, as we bring other outside genetics, it still can be that homozygous polled and such, that we'll make adjustments as we have all through, and still continue to lead in the dairy industry of improving and making a better cow and a more profitable cow.
Oh no, I think it's kind of fun, and it's always cool to push to the edge. To go to the edge and come back is better than to not go to the edge at all. Well, we're getting prepared for our red and whites. Hopefully we're assembling and getting ready to go. 2 more championship classes, and then we'll call the dogs in and pee on the fire, because the hunt will be over. It'll be done. It'll be done.
All right, here we go with our red and whites.
Can you just announce last call for red and white, because people...
One more call, please. We need the red and whites to the hitching ring, please. We're going to start with our red and white championship class. All the winners in second place of the red and whites in each division need to be at ringside immediately. So we bring our red and whites in. We would like to thank Dual Clute Construction and Linterra. They're going to be providing the $10,000 check for grand and $5,000 check for reserve grand for our red and white champion. I think we still recognize them.
Yeah. Announce them.
She's here. She's here. That one is is here. This one is here. This one is here. This one is here, I think. These are the ones that are there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome in our red and white champions. Some have not been able to make the ringside, but we would like to recognize them as well. The junior 2-year-old, the winner of the junior 2-year-old red and white was Lazy M. Alt Rainey, Hamming Holsteins and Lucky Hill Dairy. In second place was Wixhaven Revere Dusty Stanhope Wedgwood. In the winter 2-year-olds, we had Nicola Rager Rosie, Nikki Meyer, owner. Second in that class was Wedgwood Unstoppable Tiffany, Stanhope Wedgwood. In the fall 2-year-old class, your winner in the red and whites was Thornsby Moran Dawson, T&L and Robella. Second in class was Conondale I'm on Fire Wendon Holsteins. Junior 3-year-old class, first place of the red and white division was Kozak Awesome Bianca, West Coast Holsteins. And second place in class was Lavender Moran Redemption and Lavender Farms. Senior 3-year-old was won by Romley Jordy Evangelina, Robella and T&L Cattle Company. Second in that class was West Coast Altitude Audi, Pierre Boulay and Hodgland Holsteins. 4-year-old red and white champion was Lavender Jordy Razzle Red, Lavender Farms. And our lifetime production was West Coast Lad Aspen, West Coast Holsteins. Our judges said the class is complete. We'll get our decision here shortly. Thanks again to our red and white championship sponsors, Dual Clute Construction and Linterra are going to be providing a check for $10,000 to our grand champion and $5,000 to the reserve grand champion of the red and white division.
Ladies and gentlemen, while the red and whites are lining up here, let's give a nice round of applause. There's some really good cows out here for this championship of the red and whites. I'm going to go out now. I'm going to make my grand champion and reserve an honorable mention, that order, and then I'll come give you my reasons and follow with a nice round of applause when I do this. Thank you.
Well, you can see Callum McKibben's going to go out and slap the grand champion, the reserve grand champion of the red and white show. The $10,000 check coming up for the grand champion, a significant amount of money at any show, but this is going to be for just the red and white division. As you can see, that is our first junior 3-year-old, the Kozak Awesome cow, and reserve goes to the Thornsby cow, the fall 2-year-old, the Moran Dawson cow from T&L Robella.
Ladies and gentlemen, this junior 3, for me, she's a cow that just, she's the epitome of balance. You see her out walking in the ring and she just grabs you. You can give her the advantage over the 2-year-old today, just a little more drop to her flank, just a little more drop to that rib, but boy, this senior 2, she's also got a great future. She's got a great udder, and she just needs to drop her middle a little. And for honorable mention, I'm going to follow with the senior 3. I feel she follows these two cows the same pattern. Very feminine, very dairy. A cow that's very, just probably needs a little time to get a little more middle as well. But a cow that I really like the quality of her throughout. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion of your red and white division goes to our junior 3-year-old. Our junior 3-year-old is the West Coast entry, West Coast Holsteins, your champion of your red and white division, your junior 3-year-old, Kozak Awesome Bianca, West Coast Holsteins. Congratulations, $10,000 going to West Coast Holsteins. Reserve champion is going to go to the fall 2-year-old, Thornspick Moran Dawson, and that was exhibited by T&L and Robella Holsteins. T&L and Robella Holsteins, the combination. They will receive $5,000 for the reserve champion check. That's your fall 2-year-old. Your honorable mention at this class was your senior 3-year-old. Ronley, Jordy, Evangelina, Robella, and TNL had honorable mention. Congratulations to our red and white champion and reserve champion. And thank you very much to our sponsors, Dual Clute Construction and Lintera, for providing the $10,000 and the $5,000 check to our Grand and Reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, grab your seats, get ringside. We're going to have our Grand Champion parade shortly. Just want to give you a heads up and a warning. We will be dimming the lights, ladies and gentlemen, so please, why don't you find your position and where you want to be to watch this really cool presentation as well. We find the best cow at the show.
Around here though, so I just want to make sure the cows can have the right time. Mention intermediate champion is not coming in.
So take that off.
Take.
That's yesterday's.
Oh.
That's yesterday's. Get rid of that.
Where's John's list?
That one.
Take honorable mention in new intermediate champ, not coming into the ring. Okay.
As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the lights have been dimmed. We're about ready to bring in our grand champion class. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready to start the Grand Champion ceremonies. $20,000 is up for the Grand Champion cow and $10,000 for the Reserve Grand Champion cow of this fabulous show. So we're going to go in-house here and we're going to get underway with our ceremonies here. Sit back and enjoy.
Sign off or what's the deal?
Stick. You tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Do you want to announce we're doing the Grand Champion parade and then we get Robbie to start the music, or do you want to just him to start the music?
We got the music going here, yeah. Let's start. Ladies and gentlemen, at 9 o'clock this morning, we started to parade 185 Holsteins through this arena. Weeks and months ago, breeders and exhibitors have had to make decisions on who to bring, what to bring. Organization of this show started years ago. It's come down to the best of the best. It's been an incredible show. Unbelievable bunch of cattle that have paraded in front of us. But now, why don't we find out who the best is? Why don't we find out who's going to get the check for $20,000? Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome in your championship class of the 2023 BC Holstein Spring Show. At this time, we welcome the females contending for the title of Grand Champion of the 2023 BC Holstein Spring Show. Please welcome back to the ring your first place junior 3-year-old. She's your intermediate champion of today's show. She's entry 107, tag Unix, Wanda, RNF Livestock, Saskatchewan. Coming into the ring right now is your second junior 3-year-old. She was your reserve intermediate champion. She's entry 103, Kozak, Awesome, Bianca, West Coast Holsteins, Chilliwack, BC. In a strong 4-year-old class. 17 entries are in this class. Your winner, your best bred and owned in that class is entry 1207, Wendon Solomon Albie Winsdon Holsteins, Innisfail, Alberta. She's followed by your second place 4-year-old. Entry 1205. Corlane, Unix, Salisbury, Wendon Holsteins, Innisfail, Alberta. Let's bring in our winning 5-year-old. The winning 5-year-old is entry 1302. Wedgwood, Unix, Colette,
West Coast Holsteins, Chilliwack, BC. The second place 5-year-old, entry number 1306. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the ring, Budjon Vale, Sue Adeline, R&F Livestock, Saskatchewan. Let's move on down to the mature cow class. There was 8 unbelievable mature cows that came into the ring. The cow that came to the top, the cow that won the mature cow class, entry 1404, Craig Crest, Rubies, Smarty Pants, West Coast Holsteins, Chilliwack, BC. In that strong mature cow class, your second place in that class, Silver Maple, Awesome Franca, Chris DeWitt, Tazoo Farms, your second place cow in the mature cow class.
Is there music?
In our last class, the Lifetime Production class, the cows that have stood the test of time. The cow that rose to the top of the class, ladies and gentlemen, no stranger to a Grand Champion Parade. Entry 1505, Zimmer Crusader Ava, Benby Holsteins, Zimmer Holsteins, Robella Holsteins, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of your production class. The second place cow in our Lifetime Production class, entry 1504, Lampada Aldi Gold Chip. Fred Fornwall and Sons, Lori and Donna Hart from Manitoba. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together and congratulate all the champions that are in the ring today, 2023 BC Holstein Spring Show.
Help me on this, okay? Making sure we get it right.
stars. Can you get a picture of all the people watching?
Is that the... Yep. Intermediate, 4, 5 aged, and 2 aged.
I said yes, it is. Everybody lives for the pictures.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's appropriate at this time. I would like you all to let's give a round of applause to our judge, Callum McKibben. It's been a pleasure watching you over the last 2 days, Callum. Your ability to understand what we need and what we want in a breed, but the way that you articulate it, it's been a real pleasure, my friend, and thank you, and it's been a pleasure watching you. I'm sure you have some comments.
Thank you, John. I want to say thank you to the British Columbia branch and the exhibitors for having me out here to judge this show. It sure meant a lot to me to be asked, and I love coming to BC, so it's a great honor. But also, I think everyone should give a big round of applause for the sponsors they rounded for this. This is probably the most phenomenal thing I've ever witnessed for prize money for cows at a show, and I think it's a great thing. I'd like to thank the exhibitors for bringing these cows out as nicely as they have, and for being as courteous as they have in the ring. And I always feel when you're judging, it shouldn't be a tense atmosphere. It should be a relaxed atmosphere. So I like it when I can be relaxed with the exhibitors and we all can chat and get along, and I place the cows, and that's what makes it fun. I want to say thank you to my wife. Sorry. And to my daughters at home, and my son-in-law, and my future son-in-law, for all kicking in and helping out. Thank you. without all that help there, I wouldn't be able to get away and do what I love to do, judging cows. I'd like to thank my other son-in-law, Steve, here helping in the ring as my ring man. He wanted to come out and see the show, and he was pretty overjoyed when he found out he was going to be the ring man here on both breeds. And he's an up-and-coming judge in Quebec. And there's probably no better way to learn what great cows are is when you're actually in the center of the ring and witness them as a ring man. And I think that's a great learning lesson for Steve. Thank you very much, Steve. I want to thank all the hospitality we've had. Joan organizing my ticket, hotel rooms, everybody just going out of the way to make us feel at home here, and thank you very much. Okay, I think I've talked enough about that stuff. Let's talk about the cows. When I judge, I like a pattern. I like it to go through the heifers into the cows. I like balance. I like femininity. I like dairiness. Good feet and legs are essential. And for me, loin structures and thorough placement and pin placement is very important. With the chest, and I think if we look down this group of cows we have right in front of us, they all exemplify what I've just talked about. Let's give them another big round of applause. What a great group of cows. I'm not going to talk about each cow again. I'm going to go out and I'm going to select my grand champion, my reserve champion, and my honorable mention champion in that order. And then I'm going to come back at the end of it all once they do all that, and I'm going to give you my reasons why. And let's cheer loud. Even if you agree or disagree, these exhibitors deserve a lot of cheering when this goes on. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
This is a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old. Second age.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of your 2023 BC Holstein show goes to your 5-year-old Wedgwood Unix Colette West Coast Holsteins.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is really my kind of cow. And she exemplifies everything I'm looking for in a dairy cow. Balance, femininity. Look at her head. It starts right at her head. Just a beautiful headed cow. Carries right into her neck and all the way through. And a cow that's got great mammary. She handles out beautiful on her feet and legs. Look at the quality she's kept in her udder at this stage of the game. Giving her the advantage over the reserve. They both had 3 calves. This cow's younger. I like the run of her top. I like a cow that's level, maybe an inch taller at the front end, just kind of level through the top. In the reserve, she just does that little rise up through the chine. but she still handles her mobility well. I like the way the forerunner, just right at the front of the forerunner, just knits on a little tighter right on the champion today. But boy, what a rear udder on this reserve cow. When you get behind her, it's an impressive cow. And she's just oozing quality. She is feminine like the champion cow. The same head on her, same feminine neck. Beautiful quality cow with an open rib structure. Just a beautiful, beautiful cow. Reserve over honorable mention. I said it was close in class, and I feel it is close. I love this cow in honorable mention. She's an angler. Beautiful dairy cow, and she even looks better now. Her udder has just got fuller and wider, and she has got a tremendous udder, tremendous foot and leg. I just feel the reserve just that little more mass of frame, rear flank and frame today, and she is a bit wider all the way up through that rear udder. But boy, what a beautiful cow and honorable mention. Congratulations. Congratulations to everyone here. It's been a great pleasure to be here. And now I'm looking forward to having some drinks in the barn with everyone and enjoying it. Thank you.
Congratulations, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your champion of the 2023 BC Holstein Show, presented by Abbotsford Vet Clinic, your 5-year-old Wedgwood Unix Colette, and a check for $20,000 goes to West Coast Holsteins. Your reserve grand champion, presented by Abbey Stockyards, and a check for $10,000. Your first place mature cow, Craig Crest, Ruby Smarty Pants, West Coast Holsteins. Honorable mention, Silver Maple Awesome France, Chris DeWitt, Tazoo Farms. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our show. We'd ask that you stick around tonight. 7 o'clock, we're going to have our big old wind-up party in the ring here. We're going to present our exhibitor and breeder banners and a few other presentations. We have some all-Canadian presentations we do. We're going to have the mayor here. It's going to be quite an event, ladies and gentlemen. If you got time, stick around. Once again, champions, our West Coast, reserve champions, West Coast. Your 5-year-old was champion, mature was reserve champion. Honorable mention goes to the second place mature cow class. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for attending. Stick around. We enjoy your company. Travel safe and God bless, and everybody have some fun.
Well, Orville, that was a wrap. That was a wrap, buddy. We got her done.
We got her done. We didn't get the CRTC down here or any policemen, so we didn't upset too terribly many people.
And apparently I did pick that champion, that 5-year-old class.
Well, yeah, 5. I thought the word 4-year-old had come out here earlier on, but you and David will have to sort all that out, see how your trifecta went. We brought some great discussion out about getting some betting going on this thing down the road, and all the other things that this breed can possibly do. Like, who'd have thought 10 years ago we'd have a show that give out $250,000 in prize money. So there's a lot of potential out there. It's great to see people with ideas, and not just ideas. When they get an idea, they get their wheels on the ground and they go and they get it done, and that's pretty cool.
Well, good ideas are like buses. They come along every 5 minutes. If somebody can get in and drive that bus, is the
get
one
out. And again, we mentioned it before. Thanks, Kenny. You had a great day, but the idea was wonderful. And as Johnny said, guys, if you've never been out, or if it's been a while since you've been here, put it on your to-do list next year in March when you're going to be fighting snow in Ontario and Quebec and Alberta. Get on the bus and come on out here to the sunshine. And
well,
it's been a pleasure to entertain you, and I had fun, and maybe we'll do it again sometime.
Well, it's time to pee on the fire and call the dogs in. The hunt's over. It's been a whale of a show, Orville. It's been a lot of fun working with you and all my great crew down the line here, Amanda and Danica. I'd like to say a big shout out to our production crew here, Robbie and the cameraman, and everybody that's been involved. We're going to put a bow on this. You guys got to get down the road. Our guys got to go to a hockey game here, so each and every one of you that sat down and watched online, we appreciate your attendance and your support and your comments. So everybody in the Holstein industry, it's been a whale of a 2 days here in Chilliwack, BC at the 2023 BC Holstein and Jersey Show. Everybody travel safe. God bless. See you down the road, everyone.
Signing off.
Adios.